Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Rukia groaned as a blinding light hit her eyes, starting a fresh wave of headache in her already compressing brain. She felt heavy. Oh God, so heavy. She looked around, squinting, her hands running over the soft linen bedsheets she lay on. Her head was lying on a hard pillow, and she could smell bitter medication in the air. She was in a hospital, no doubt, but why? Why had she been saved? She clutched the bed sheets and sighed as she heard a shuffle from somewhere near her. Wait, Rukia. Oh, thank F. She faintly recognized this voice. My God, you complete FNG idiot. She cringed and let out another groan, snuggling into the blanket as she closed her eyes tightly. She wanted to sleep. No. No, you do not get to close your FNG eyes. You open them. I'm ordering you, open them and listen to my FNG lecture, Rukia. Why the hell was this voice so familiar? She'd heard it before, in the back of her mind, taunting her, irritating her, warming her. It was almost as if she knew this person for 1,000 years, and yet he never failed to annoy the hell out of her. Who was Dash? Her eyes shot open, shocked, as her vision finally focused on the fuming orange-haired teen standing there in front of her. Ichigo. Was she dreaming? Yes, Ichigo. Surprised to see me? Thought you were gonna die. Well, sorry for the disappointment. What Dash? She tried to sit up, but she was aching all over, and Ichigo strode over, clutching her shoulder and pushing her back onto the bed. She looked up at him in curiosity, but he just glared. Don't you dare get up, he growled. The corners of his eyes were red-rimmed, and he looked like he might punch and trash everything in his way. She knew he was furious, but strangely, the thought of that made her feel so good. What are you doing here? No Dash, he yelled angrily. The question here would be, what the F are you doing here? Slashing your arms up, trying to die, what the hell is wrong with you? She winced again. He had every right to be upset, but the sound of his voice was giving her a pounding headache. Look, I get that you're angry, but Dash. Angry? Of course I'm angry. You tried to kill yourself. Ichigo, shut up, she snapped, clutching her head as she glared at the heavily breathing teenager. He looked deranged. Lower your volume down if you don't want to get thrown out of here. I will do what I want, since you seem to be doing the same, he glared, but his volume was low nonetheless. Oh, please, stop pretending as if you know everything, she shot back, looking around. Where was Kuro? I was calling you because I wanted to know everything, Rukia. I have no FNG clue what's going on. You come in here, bleeding to death, your dad says nothing, just stares like he's a maniac and then runs away, and my own dad is acting like a frickin' secret agent. Ichigo's eyes glowered. So will you tell me what's going on now? He what? Rukia blinked, her eyes wide in disbelief. He ran away. Ichigo's brow furrowed. Who, your dad? When she said nothing, Ichigo shrugged in irritations. Yeah, he's not back yet. Look, will you stop with all the secrets? Just tell me and I won't say anything, you know me better than that. For God's sake, we were hanging out only hours ago, what the hell could have happened in the past couple of hours to make you do this? The shouting, the excitement, the shock, the adrenaline, it was getting to her. Kuro had run away and Ichigo may think he was going to come back, but Rukia knew he wasn't. Kuro was gone for good. She was alone, all over again. She felt woozy and exhausted, so much so that this piece of news did nothing to her. She could feel nothing, and she looked up to look into Ichigo's fire-lit eyes. He looked defiant, and for some reason, Rukia couldn't help but laugh. Stop laughing, she halted abruptly as she saw the anger in his eyes, and her amusement washed away when she saw the way he was looking at her. He looked panicked, out of control, he was shaking, as if the news of Rukia dying had him losing his mind, as if he had no idea what to do. Stop being so hysterical, Ichigo, I promise I dash. I have every right to be hysterical. Ichigo shouted, his amber eyes ablaze, who did this to you? What made you do this? You just tell me the name and I'll go FNG kill him, Rukia. Just tell me, give me the word and I'll do anything, but don't FNG kill yourself. His voice was wavering and his gaze still burned into her. Do you know how worried I was? Do you know how it felt to come to the hospital, without a DMN clue, and watch MI dash? He took a loud breath and shook his head, as if trying to shake the feeling off. Watch you lying there, dead. Do you know what it was like to FNG watch that heart monitor go straight and see you have no heartbeat? Ichigo dash. Who the hell do you think you are to have any right to kill yourself? You're selfish, you're doing nothing but escaping, how could you just? And Rukia watched with growing horror as Ichigo punched the wall in anger and turned his back to her. At that moment, she realized it was about so much more than just her. He wasn't talking about Rukia, he was also talking about someone else, someone Rukia didn't know about. Ichigo. Don't die, he said, his voice hoarse as he turned to face her once again, his head bowed down. His orange bangs covered his eyes, casting a shadow on his face so that she couldn't see any expression on his face. Rukia's eyes softened. Ichigo, you dash. No, it's not a request, Rukia. I'm not asking you. He looked up into her eyes defiantly and she saw the scorching amber, they were shining more than usual as he glared at her. I'm done with requesting, I'm done with it. I'm ordering you. Don't you FNG die, you hear that? Rukia's heart was beating wildly. Someone needed her. For a change, in a miraculous, ironic turn of events, someone else was telling her to stay alive, and it wasn't because she had nowhere to run to or because even her attempt to die had failed, but because someone needed her to live. And even though Ichigo said those words with obvious fury, there was a certain desperation behind those words that they were both aware of, and Rukia found herself smiling. She tilted her head to watch him through glittering violet eyes. Well, I guess I can't really do anything if it's an order, can I? She watched as relief washed over Ichigo's face as he brought a trembling hand to run a palm over his stressed face. She watched as his breath left his body in a break from exhaustion and he strode over to her bed where she sat. She looked at him with widening eyes as he neared her, determination etched upon his eyes. She felt it when his strong arms wrapped around her and he brought her to his chest, giving her the tightest, most bone-crunching hug in the history of tightest, most bone-crunching hugs. She felt it when he buried his face in her neck and clutched her desperately. She felt it when he shifted onto the bed gently, not letting go of her once and let her head rest on his shoulder, telling her softly to go to sleep. And he felt it too. You want me to spend the rest of the holidays with you? Rukia ached, blinking. Ishin let out a goofy grin, thumping his chest proudly. Yes. You'll have your house all to yourself now, of course, but it's so lonely there. You mean peaceful? Ichigo snorted from a chair nearby, leaning back as he watched the two. Pfft. Ishin waved his son off indifferently. Rukia doesn't want peace, she wants fun. She wants adventure. She wants action. She wants dash. A new doctor. The classic Ichigo Kurosaki therapeutic recovery remedies. Ichigo sent his dad a thoroughly frustrated look. The what? The classic Ichigo Kuro dash. I hear, you crazy idiot. And it makes no FNG sense. We're sticking to the original plan, Rukia. Ichigo turned to Rukia. We both will go to your place once you're discharged. I'll make sure you have everything, and I'll visit every day, okay? No. My own son, my own, how could you do this, you stranger? Ishin cried, pointing dramatically at Ichigo. Rukia, don't listen to him, he just wants to get laid. What dash? The hell I do. Yes, he does. And he doesn't want his old man there. He wants to do it all alone, with no instructions, no steps, no dash. Shut up. Rukia giggled as she watched Ichigo kick his father. I am not interested in that kinda stuff. Oh my god, my ears, my ears. My son is gay. Crash. I said, shut up. Rukia smirked, lying back as she enjoyed the show. Ah, the hospital and its many quirks. The day arrived when Rukia was to be discharged. She had suffered from a mild concussion from her fall, and her cuts had to be stitched up, so now there were actually a bunch of stitches on her arms spilling out, perfect, which was pretty funny in her opinion, although Ichigo hadn't really thought so. Why does it say, perfect, he'd asked her. Rukia had shrugged. Frankly, she didn't know. To her, the word had always been synonymous to being the best, the sole epitome of being known far and wide for who you were, for how good you were. It's stupid. Ichigo had answered flatly when she told him that, you're an idiot to think that you aren't perfect, or to want to be like that. And you're not going to be so if you keep on cutting yourself like that. Rukia had gotten offended at that and Ichigo frowned, telling her he'd just been kidding, to which she'd snapped something rude back. What followed was the biggest, loudest, most disastrous fight the hospital had ever seen. Now that Rukia actually thought about it, it had really been very funny. She had to be sedated in the end, and Ichigo was banned from visiting her, as they said he provoked her. He hadn't really let the ban stop him though, because that night he'd climbed up her hospital window, her room being on the first floor, to meet her. Are you insane? She hissed, her eyes widening as she recognized the orange hair of the guy who climbed in through her window and fell to the floor with a loud thud, cursing under his breath. Ichigo! What the hell are you doing here? He rose up, frowning, rubbing his head. What does it look like, midget? The nurses wouldn't let me in through the door. She threw a book at him, don't call me midget. He caught it with ease, rolling his eyes. The calm chirping of the crickets could be heard from the hospital garden outside. It was a full moon night as Ichigo walked over to her bed and sat down on the chair nearby. Rukia watched him, trying to keep her expression as angry as possible, but she couldn't help it. How could she be mad at him for going to such an extent to meet her? I'm sorry, he muttered. She looked at him, startled. For what? For saying that, about your cuts, that was kinda insensitive. She arched a brow. You think? He glared at her. Just take the apology while I still mean it, Rukia. She shook her head, chuckling. It's fine. You were kidding, though your sense of humor is obviously horrible. He glared at her in the moonlight. My sense of humor's completely fine, thank you very much. She laughed again. Are you kidding me? You don't know how to make jokes, Ichigo. You're like an old grumbling man who complains all the time. An old grumbling man with orange hair. She giggled as his cheeks flushed pink. Well then you're a midget, a stupid, quiet midget who likes to paint and color all the time. She eyed him, amused. Were you trying to be funny? Because that wasn't, but watching you try was hilarious. He flushed even more, and dropped his head in his hands. I can't believe I climbed a window to come to all this. She grinned, shifting in her bed. Admit it. You can't live without me. Haha. You missed me so much, even one story and an army of evil nurses couldn't stop you from coming to see me. More like the fact that I wanted to defy gravity and prove the nurses wrong, and show them I could find a way to see you. He jutted out his jaw stubbornly. Well, then, you found it. Rukia's eyes glinted as she tilted her head to the side, shrugging nonchalantly. Why don't you leave then? There was a moment of silence when she smirked and Ichigo looked up to glare at her. I hate you. Ichem. I still believe you missed me. He snorted. Believe whatever the hell you want. She smiled at him, shaking her head as she felt genuine warmth flood her. You're a very bad liar, you know that? I don't know what you're talking about. She sighed, settling down comfortably in her bed and looking at him from her place. Despite his usual trademark scowl, lit up by the moonlight, he was sitting rigidly, and had such a hard posture that he might have been a statue. Something is troubling you, she said idly. She saw him stiffen, and knew in an instant she was right, but he didn't meet her eyes. Instead he looked away, eyes pointed at the full moon outside, lighting up his pale face. Like I said, I don't know what you're talking about, he said gruffly. And like I said, you're a bad liar. She saw him grit his teeth and clench his fists, but he said nothing. You don't have to tell me, you know. You can say that you don't want to tell me, but don't lie. She said quietly. Fine, he said flatly, I don't want to tell you. Her eyes softened, even though his voice was harsh. I'm sorry, you know, she said quietly, watching his face relax a little as her words reached his ears, I'm sorry for what I did. But I said I won't do it again, and I mean it. He looked up at her, and his eyes were doubtful. But why did you do it, Rukia? His voice was soft, no pressure, no anger, nothing except for a saddening curiosity. She bit her lip. She wondered if she was ready to tell Ichigo about all of the complicated history that came alone with her. Moreover, what if he realized finally what a huge burden she was and left her? At this point, he was literally the only one she had. Ichigo caught the look on her face and shifted, you know that, never mind. She looked at him in confusion as he ran a hand through his hair, but He shrugged, you can tell me some other time. She nodded as he eyed her once more, but you promise you won't do it again, right? I promise. She smiled, breathing easily once again. He relaxed, leaning back on his chair, that's good, midget. She frowned and grabbed her pillow, hitting him smack on the face so that it sent him spiraling back, coughing and spluttering. Don't call me midget. Rukia had been in the hospital for 3 days before she had been discharged that morning. They had run some last tests to make sure the blade hadn't infected her blood, that the stitches were in place, that her vision was perfect, and that she was completely fine. She breathed in and stood there in the lobby with Ichigo and couldn't help but feel strangely fresh. She felt reborn, and unbelievably good, and figured the feeling must be appropriate, they were in a hospital after all. Now you be good and no razors in the house. Ishin said authoritatively, shaking her hands as Ichigo frowned from behind her, and when in doubt, call me. I will answer each and every one of your questions. And before you even ask me, I will tell you the answer to your most obvious question. Ishin leaned in to be closer to Rukia so it looked like he was telling her a secret. Yes. He whispered loudly so that everyone around him heard anyway, little Ichigo is quite big. Rukia blinked at his grinning face in confusion, but her cheeks went flaming red when she understood, falling back in embarrassment. What the hell? Ichigo's face was tomato red as he flung a nearby garbage disposal can at his father's running figure. What the hell is wrong with you, you maniac? Wow. Ichigo looked around at the walls of the strangely hollow apartment. The furniture was all there, the carpet, the wood for the fire, the cabinets. But something about the house felt so unbelievably dead that it made Rukia's heart clench as she looked around with him, taking in the place that now was devoid of Kuro belongings. You made these? Ichigo pointed to the few paintings that Rukia had put up on the walls, the ones that Kuro hadn't blocked up. She smiled, and nodded, yes, they're all . Wait a second. Her eyes widened and she dropped the box she'd been carrying, the clothes and some stuff from the hospital. No, she whispered, running over to the storeroom. Only these paintings were on the wall, so the others must be. The storeroom was empty. Rukia? Ichigo frowned as he followed her. Rukia, where are ? They're gone. He took them. She shook, her scars stinging horribly as she felt an unbelievable amount of fury coil up at the pit of her stomach. Ichigo, he took he knew how much I. Okay. Ichigo neared her cautiously, kneeling down beside her as he took her in. Okay. Just, okay, listen, calm down for a second, cause I can't understand what the hell you're . I hate him. I hate him. He took them, he's trying to, what the hell does everyone want? She screamed finally, grabbing a lamp and throwing it against the wall. Why can't he leave me alone? Why did he leave those 3? He should have taken them too, put me out of my misery, mocked me for one last time. I hate him. Ichigo caught her as she thrashed around. She didn't want to cry, no, she wanted to punch Kuro, which was a strangely comforting thought. She wanted to hit him, or to shout at him till her throat went dry, ask him what it was that he wanted, what it was that would make him happy. Was it money? Money from selling her paintings. If so, then fine, she'd paint and throw canvas after canvas at his face and tell him to never show his face again. That she owed him nothing. Nothing at all. Calm down, DMN it. Ichigo yelled through gritted teeth as he struggled to hold her still. This was it. This was going to be her last outburst, the last time she ever thought about Kuro Machida. Not anymore. Huffing, Rukia slumped and pushed herself off of him, panting. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with a shaky hand and sank down on the floor, just thinking. They sat in silence, their breathing heavy, Ichigo studying Rukia's stiff expression. She was thinking, and by the looks of it, she was thinking hard. She finally opened her mouth. Ichigo. "'D'you think she looked up to meet his eyes, could I spend the rest of the vacation with you guys, like your dad suggested? Ichigo blinked, scratching his head. Are you sure? My dad's but he won't let you go once you enter his lair. She laughed. I think I can handle that. Ichigo grinned, his heart lifting. Okay, then. Grab whatever you want and prepare yourself for the worst. She shook her head and chuckled, pulling herself off her feet. Ichigo's grin faltered as he eyed her suddenly smiling face. He hastily looked away when he felt his lips twitch. He was not going to smile. He was a tough guy, enough with the sappiness, he was not going to let this mad woman affect him so much, enough was enough. Come on, let's go. Your father will only get madder if we make him wait. He was not going to smile. Ichigo, get up, she said irritably as she shifted towards the door and looked down at him in impatience. He turned his face away from her. Okay, so if he was going to smile, at least he was not going to let her see it. We'll come. Ichigo sighed as Rukia blinked at the scene in front of her. Isshin Kurosaki was jumping, wearing a party hat, as two girls of appropriately the same age. Rukia guessed they were the twin sisters Ichigo had been talking about, blue party horns. They weren't identical though, the black-haired one looked highly bored, while the brunette was smiling at Rukia encouragingly. You still have time to back down. Ichigo told Rukia, who grinned. I'm Yuzu, the brunette said, beckoning a hand forward as Rukia stepped in, and this is my twin, Karen. She gestured towards the black-haired girl. We're all so happy you decided to join us. We heard about the accident, and Dad thought this was just what you needed. Yuzu smiled sheepishly as Ichigo rolled his eyes. Yeah, just what she know. Arg, what the hell, get off me. Isshin cheered as he sprung up to wrap himself around his son, clinging onto him for dear life as Ichigo flailed around, trying desperately to wrench his father off. My son is not gay. I've waited so long for this moment. Ichigo, Daddy is so proud of you. Ichigo was swinging himself around, trying to cause Isshin to fall off him. Isshin slid off his son's back as Ichigo held his face at arm's length, red in the face as he fumbled, yelling profanities. Karen rolled her eyes at Rukia. Don't worry about them. Come on, we've got cake. Rukia followed them inside the living room, looking around the place. It wasn't a very large house, bigger than hers, perhaps, but fairly average. A TV set was sitting in the corner, and the shelf was filled of overflowing medical books. There were piles of books or belongings lightly littered around, balloons floating off the carpet, with confetti on the floor. Rukia realized with a jolt how good, how homely, the place felt. Maybe it was the photo frames on the table, or the worn-out coats hanging in the back of the chairs, or the steam rising from the pot on the stove which sat in the adjoined kitchen, but something about the place seemed to make Rukia feel instantly better. There you go. Yuzu said happily, presenting a cake that sat on the dining table in the middle. It was a circular chocolate cake, homemade, Rukia wagered, covered in rich chocolate buttercream. On top, in bright red frost icing, were the words, Wella Marquia. Rukia blinked as Isshin fell against the wall with a loud crash, Ichigo coming into the living room behind him, scowling. He had a bright violet party hat perched on top of his head, clashing violently with his orange hair. Sorry about that, Yuzu said to Rukia, going red as she pointed to the icing on the cake. Dad got hungry. It was yummy, Ishin nodded from the corner of the living room, where he lay upside down, patting his stomach. Just cut the cake, midget, Ichigo said, rolling his eyes. Rukia frowned at him and pulled at his hat, rolling it down before letting go, so that the elastic retracted and the hat slapped him right on the face. Ichigo yelled out loud, shaking her away as she glared. Don't call me midget. I have a feeling Rukia's going to be really good for our dear brother. Karen smirked as Ichigo clutched his nose, howling in anger. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. HOY to you. Where Ishin's the awesome daddy. Yuzu does the laundry. Karen's the twin baddie. And Ichigo's the stinky poo. Rukia couldn't stop laughing for the life of her as she caught the stitch in her stomach, her other hand gripping the plate of cake. Ever since she had entered the Kurosaki household, there had been this annoyingly, unreal smile stuck on her face which refused to go down. Was it possible to smile so much that your face ended up hurting? Rukia had never felt that way in her life. Yuzu laughed along with Ishin as he stopped singing. Karen was smirking at the expression on Ichigo's face as he sat there and sulked. Come on, cheer up. It's just for fun. Rukia shoved him playfully, to which he gave her a glare. Try having that sung about you to every guest and patient that comes to this place. Patient? Oh, you haven't seen the clinic. Ishin cried excitedly, grabbing hold of Rukia's wrist and pulling her to her feet. Rukia just about managed to prevent the plate from falling out of her hold, and after that, my darling son will give you the house tour. Hey! Yuzu smiled as she got up too. It's our very own little emergency room. Brother used to get hurt all the time, she told Rukia. Dad sometimes jokes that the only reason he opened a clinic was because Karen and brother always managed to get new injuries whenever they came home. What about you? Rukia asked as she fell in step with Yuzu, Ishin prancing about in the front and being chased by Ichigo. Yuzu gave a faint smile. Well, they always say I'm more like a feminine version of my mother. I was usually the one playing Dad's nurse when he tended to their injuries. Ah, here we are. Rukia blinked as she entered the clinic, her eyes looking out for Ichigo, her mind wandering towards what Yuzu had said about their mother. The topic of Ichigo's mother was yet to be talked about between Rukia and Ichigo. We bring to you, the Kurosaki Clinic. Ishin announced as they came in, and the K-I-N Clinic is on purpose. Karen grinned at Rukia. He tells that to everybody. Like hell it is. Ichigo told Ishin, looking extremely set off, you know shit about the spelling of clinic. How dare you? Ishin said angrily as he leapt over to a large poster of a beautiful woman covering a large wall of the room, opposite the bed and desk. My dear Masaki, look at what has happened to our son. Thinks his father is illiterate. I wish, Ichigo muttered as Rukia's eyes widened a little at the poster. The woman was smiling, her clear blue eyes twinkling and thick wavy auburn hair curling up at her waist as she waved at the camera. The poster in itself was pretty normal, but the picture of the woman was vibrant, lighting up the whole clinic effortlessly. There was a slight resemblance between her and Yuzu, Rukia noticed. That's our mother, Yuzu said softly in Rukia's ear, Masaki Kurosaki. She passed away when Karen and I were 7. Rukia's eyes were stuck to the beautiful image, and then darted to where Ichigo was standing. And maybe it was just the trick of the light, but she saw something flash in his eyes before he turned to yell at his father. The door was pushed open to reveal an average-sized room. The walls were plain, a single bed in the side, study table in the corner, adjacent to the closet. One rectangular, quite large, window stood open on the wall and beheld a direct view of the street down in front of the house. In Rukia's opinion, the scene out the window was probably the only beautiful thing in the entire room. So, yeah. Ichigo said awkwardly. From beside her, scratching his head, this is my room. Yuzu and Karen are already sharing one, so, you, have to share with me. He gritted his teeth, trying not to blush. It's so. Rukia fought with her words as she stared. The room was bland. So bland and boring and blank and ugly and clean. Ichigo looked at her weirdly. Thanks. No, I mean, it's so clean, she exclaimed, entering. No posters, no mess, no books, just so clean. Are you sure you're okay? It doesn't look like a teenager's room at all. It looks boring. I mean, you must like something, right? Music? Books? Sports teams? Ichigo frowned as he took in her flushed face. She had a dangerous gleam in her eyes that he was becoming slightly afraid of. Well, I play a little basketball. And I read, his cheeks went a bit pink, I read a bit of Shakespeare, he mumbled. But instead of making fun of it, she just waved her arms around. Well, then, stick posters of your favorite team, throw in some books, write quotes from Shakespeare, have a mini basket inside the room, do something to it, Ichigo. Make it come alive. Ichigo just studied her with narrowed eyes. What meds did my dad give you? Oh, shut up. I don't. Rukia's eyes fell on something and her smile trailed away as a scowl took its place. What? Ichigo asked, alarmed by her abrupt halt. She turned to face him. You have one bed. I just wanted you to cuddle with her. Karen grunted as Yuzu tried to peek inside the living room, where Ichigo and Isshin had resorted to yet another yelling match. Sorry, but you'll kinda have to get used to this if you want to spend the rest of the summer here. Karen told Rukia, leading her to the storeroom, where she'd said there was an extra mattress. Why is Mr. Kurosaki so adamant to fix him up with a girl anyway? Rukia asked, a grin pulling at her lips. She figured she should be angry, but her confusion had quickly turned to amusement when Isshin had come into the picture. She couldn't possibly stay mad at the man. He says brothers not like normal teenagers. Rukia laughed. Yeah, I can see that. Karen eyed Rukia a little suspiciously. You know, she began, this is the first time brothers brought a girl home. Apart from Tatsuki, but she's practically a boy anyway. Karen gave her a curious look. There must be something different about you. She shook her head, moving forward to help as Karen heaved the mattress up into her arms. No, I'm just For the last time, I am not gay, god damnit. Isshin came flying into the corridor as Ichigo stormed out, fuming. His eyes fell on Rukia and his sister, who held the mattress as they stared. Gimme that. He growled, lifting the mattress from their hands in one go and stomping up the stairs. Rukia watched him go. Do you think he's gay? Karen shrugged. Who knows? He works in mysterious ways. Rukia padded up the stairs in the semi-darkness, wearing a ridiculously large smile. Good night, Rukia, cried Isshin from downstairs in a harsh whisper. She looked down from the corridor above to see him give her a thumbs up. Go get him, he added. She laughed, breathing in. For some reason, the air seemed to be so much more fresh, so less heavy. Good night, Mr. Kurosaki. She rubbed her arms together, not even flinching as the bandages crinkled against her arms, hugging herself as she silently walked up to Ichigo's room. Karen and Yuzu had gone to bed soon after dinner, which they eventually did have, and now after a cooling shower, all that was left to do was make herself at home. Rukia smiled to herself as she felt the soft cotton fabric brush against her skin. She was wearing a pair of freshly laundered pajamas that belonged to Yuzu, who had been surprised when Rukia had told her that she simply wore her day clothes during the night. The corridor was dark as she looked over at the door of Ichigo's room, which was shut. Light shone out from the slit under the door. She grinned. Was it possible for someone's face to hurt from smiling too much? Why was it that even though Rukia had just met Ichigo roughly 2 months ago, but was practically almost living with him already? How could it be possible that she could meet a crazy family, a family that welcomed her in with such grandeur and affection that it almost baffled her? They weren't supposed to be happy to invite her in, they were supposed to grumble about her being a freeloader, talk about her behind her back. And yet still, even when she tried to end her life, in a place they had no idea of, in a house they didn't know the address of, somehow, in some twisted way, they had saved her all the same. In some bizarre, strangely wonderful turn of events, the first person she'd seen when she'd opened her eyes was Ichigo Kurosaki, also the last person she had thought of before collapsing. Snuggling in the breezy scent of her pajamas, which was weird, but it just smelled so nice, Rukia softly opened the door and entered Ichigo's room. "Ichigo?" she asked in a hushed tone, stepping in and closing the door behind her with a click, "Are you asleep?" But the sheets were empty. She frowned, looking over at the extra mattress Ichigo had dumped on the floor. They hadn't exactly decided who was going to sleep on what, but if he thought she was taking the mattress on the floor, he was highly mistaken. "Ichigo. Where are you?" she asked, but was met with silence. She huffed, looking around. Everything seemed normal and untouched. He couldn't have been kidnapped. Or maybe he had, if the kidnappers were skillful enough. She brought a hand up to scratch her head, sopping raven hair, smelling strongly of strawberry-scented shampoo, dripping onto the bare skin of her neck in the heat. "Ichigo," she called out louder. Who in their right mind would want to kidnap that idiot? What? Rukia jumped violently, crashing into the door behind her with a loud thump, as the voice came out of nowhere, her heart beating wildly. Brushing wild wet hair out of her eyes, she caught sight of Ichigo's scowling face. Out of the window. Floating. Holy dash. "What is wrong with you? You almost gave me a heart attack," she exclaimed, once having regained all her senses. Ichigo's face broke into a grin, by disappearing without a notice, or by appearing just now. "How, where, what are you standing on?" she asked, nearing him. She had to admire the idiot's athleticism though, he seemed to be hanging by the window. "There's a ledge right here," he said, shifting a little. Rukia leaned forward over the window sill, the lukewarm breeze blowing through her hair as she saw the small, brick ledge Ichigo was perched upon. "You can pull yourself up and go on the terrace from up there," he said, pointing to a brick wall directly above the ledge, and tiles following. "Who would want to climb it up in the first place?" Ichigo met her gaze and gave a little smirk. "Why? Scared?" Rukia's eyes narrowed at him, only making his smirk grow even more in triumph. Something about this guy was so highly infuriating and yet at the same time, too thrilling for her liking. She huffed and taking a careful hold on the window sill, hopped out the window. She looked up to see Ichigo raise a brow at her, to which she gave a smirk. "Bring it on, Kurosaki. Stop trying to help me." "I'm not trying to help you, dash." "Then stop holding my arm," she hissed back, teeth gritted. "I'm not a child. I don't need any help, damn it." "Jesus, you're barely 5 feet, Rukia." Ichigo hissed back, pressed up against her on the small ledge, his right hand gripping her left arm tightly. "Do you know how high that wall is?" "I don't care, I don't need your help." She snatched her arm away from his hold, glaring daggers at him. Ichigo glared right back, lips set in a thin line. The ledge was too small to accommodate the two of them. They both stood there, Rukia's back pressed into Ichigo's front snugly as she squirmed to get a greater grip on the top of the wall, one she could barely reach. Ichigo's teeth were gritted and he pressed his left palm onto the wall in front of him tightly, taking deep breaths. Rukia was groaning and gasping in front of him, pressed between his body and the wall as she stood on her very tiptoes, fingertips trying desperately to grasp the top edge of the wall. Her back rubbed back into Ichigo's front deliciously hard, making him shudder. He bit his upper lip, nails cutting into his palm as Rukia ummed at yet another failed attempt and hopped a little, causing a delightful friction that almost made Ichigo's knees buckle down as he gasped, immersed in his own pain. It seemed like Rukia had no idea what she was doing, and it was taking all of his self-control not to grab her and just haul the woman up onto the terrace, just to end the excruciating torture he was being put through. "Rukia, just dash." "Got it," she cried triumphantly, fingertips catching hold of the top of the wall, as she launched herself up, her legs kicking out behind her. Ichigo leapt away, dropping to his knees onto the side just in time before her legs could kick him off the ledge and onto the poorly kept patch of grass one floor below. Sweaty, panting and utterly furious, he looked up to find Rukia, peeking down at him from over the wall. "You almost killed me, midget." Her grin only seemed to grow bigger, one of such pure joy and childish happiness that Ichigo didn't have the heart to make a comment. See? I told you I didn't need your help. Grumbling, Ichigo climbed up the tiles to where Rukia sat, her knees propped up to her chest. The moon shone out brightly, lighting up her face, but the air was highly congested even at almost midnight, as she smiled, her pale face shining. Ichigo came to sit beside her on the jagged tiles, dusting his hands on his jeans. From where he sat, Rukia looked unbelievably tiny. It was dark, the hue of royal blue painting the night sky as they looked at a dark town together, bathed in silence. Ichigo's eyes traveled down to Rukia's arm and he flinched, knowing that behind the light blue fabric were her bandages. He was aching to ask her about it, he knew she needed some space after everything that had happened, but couldn't she see that Ichigo was itching to know? At this point, he felt like nothing could ever surprise him, he'd built so many scenarios in his head about why and what had happened with her. Instead of asking though, Ichigo looked up at the sky, imitating Rukia. "What were you doing out here?" she asked him. Her face didn't turn sideways to look at him, but her voice was laced with awe, as she gazed at the scene in front of her. Ichigo turned to glance at her, and couldn't help but grin a bit. Did the midget look at everything like it was a piece of artwork yet to do? "I like coming up here," he answered. "Why?" He shrugged, "I dunno." "What do you mean you don't know?" "There is a reason for everything." "Oh, really?" he asked sarcastically, eyeing her. He knew he was supposed to be gentle, to not pester her like Ishin had advised him earlier that day, but he couldn't help it. "Then why don't you tell me the reason for that?" He gestured towards her bandaged arm. Rukia's eyes darted down as she went a little red. "I told you I'll tell you some other time," she muttered. He snorted, "Some other time. Yeah, like the next time you do it." "Damn it, Ichigo, I told you I'm not going to do it again," she snapped angrily and Ichigo stiffened, scowling. If there was something that both intrigued and irritated him about Rukia, it was her tendency to be extremely private about her life. Ichigo knew her for 2 months and yet, he had no idea about her family, what was happening, what had happened. "Fine," he muttered, turning his face away, even though he knew she was still glowering at him. "I don't understand why you keep on dragging this topic," she said in exasperation. "My word should be enough for you." "Yeah, well, I can't risk it on your word. Couldn't she see that in such a short amount of time, he had gotten dangerously close to her? It was terrifying, and every day Ichigo couldn't understand what it was about her that was making him so restless and anxious all the time, and it was beginning to drive him crazy. The look she gave him right then could cut through diamond and he winced, sighing as he hung his head. "Okay, fine, forget I said that," he grumbled. She eyed him silently, and looked back at the night sky, her violet eyes shining a little. She felt slightly cool as the breeze flew through her wet hair and cooled the unbearable heat down. "Rukia? Why didn't you take art?" She looked at him, startled. "What?" "Well, he shrugged, "You love art, and I've seen some of your stuff, they're brilliant. But I don't think you took up the subject at Saratai, did you?" Rukia hesitated, looking uncomfortable. "Well, no. But I only do it for fun. I didn't even think of it being something that'll earn me money until Until what? What about you?" she asked him instead, tilting her head towards him. "Why did you come to Saratai?" Ichigo ran a hand through his hair. "I want to become a doctor someday, hopefully." Rukia's lips twisted into a smirk. "Like your father?" His eyes widened. "Hell no. Nothing like that maniac." She chuckled. "So when do you plan on taking the entrance exam for med school?" Ichigo shrugged. "Saratai is kinda like a preparation for med school. I'm with medical science now so it can help me ace the entrance exam in one go." It's very hard though," she said thoughtfully. "I never took you to be the type of guy who wanted to pursue such a serious profession." Instead of flaring up, Ichigo simply scoffed. "Yeah, I get that a lot. I look like a rowdy with the muscles and the orange hair, right?" "Oh no, you're more of a strawberry," she smiled. "No, I meant you look like just another dumb jock." He glared at her as she lay on her back on the tiles, eyes looking up at the moon, but seriously, why do you want to be a doctor? Is it like, running the family clinic, continuing your father's legacy, that sort of thing? Ichigo rolled his eyes, from what kinda angle do I look like I want to be anything like my father? Rukia looked at him, her eyes twinkling, and Ichigo felt a sudden urge to look away. If you don't want to answer my question then you can just say so. No need to try to distract or drag the topic. DMN, she was observant. Ichigo sighed, running a hand through his hair and lying back next to her, his arms crossed behind his head for support. The warm scent of strawberries wafted from Rukia and Ichigo exhaled slowly. I don't want to save lives, he said shortly, eyes on the moon above their heads, stupid people like you who don't understand the value of life. People who deserve a chance to live. People like. He expected her to snap something at him about how she wasn't stupid, in fact, he had been counting on it so as to change the topic. But she just turned her face slightly to look at him. People like your mother. Ichigo's body went stiff at her words. His mind went back to that terrifying evening, the details unnaturally accurate for the recollection of a young 9-year-old. The splash of water, the scream, the mindless shaking as everything faded into a blur of blue and red and hauntingly white. It had been almost a decade ago, and yet the memory gave Ichigo the chills every FANFICTION time. The shouting and desperate clutching of hands as a small 9-year-old Ichigo was pushed out of the way, his hands stained in the unmistakable red of his mother's blood. Ishin's face as he desperately tried to bring her back, as he'd been pushed away and held back as other doctors dealt with her, while both father and son cried that day, thrashing around wildly. Ichigo didn't remember who'd been holding him, he didn't need to, he didn't want to. That day, the one person he'd loved the most in his life had left him, and there was no one to blame for it but him. He'd avoided going to the hospital ever since. Until Rukia. I miss my sister sometimes. Ichigo jerked up to find that Rukia had started talking again. It felt like she had realized, and accepted, that the topic of his mother was highly sensitive. Ichigo felt relief and gratitude wash over him as he looked at her. What happened to her? I don't know, she said. He frowned, what do you mean you don't know? I mean I don't know, she repeated simply, I don't live with her anymore. Oh. That was rather a bad comeback, but honestly, what did Rukia expect him to say? He gave her a curious look. The girl was nothing like he had expected her to be at first. His mind flashed back to that time when he'd met her in the janitor's closet, seen her laugh and irritate him, as it was the easiest thing to do when you actually felt hollow inside. Because now he could see it even if he couldn't before, that empty, gaping hole she looked like she was in, and it made him admire her even more. Well, it would have even more, if she hadn't attempted suicide. If I could Rukia said slowly, I'd tell my sister that I'm sorry. She really did try to help. And Ichigo looked at Rukia and bit his tongue before he could ask her what it was she was talking about. What she had wanted help in. It didn't matter what had happened, how Rukia had come to be, where she had come from, because really, Ichigo had no idea about any of those things. It didn't matter because they were there now, and that was all that seemed to be of any significance. He gave her shoulders a little nudge, she knows that. Rukia turned to look at him, you think? Yeah. Siblings are like that, trust me, he shrugged nonchalantly, don't beat yourself up about it. He could feel her smiling a little, and fought the urge to look at her, knowing that if he did, he would only end up going pink in embarrassment, and while he didn't mind having this whole philosophical talk with Rukia, he drew the line at blushing. He squirmed uncomfortably as the scent of strawberries enveloped him again. For some reason, he felt that Rukia's body was closer to his than it had been before as they lay there under the starlight. Her left shoulder touched his right, and he could almost feel the warmth emanating from her tiny body, that was so small so deliciously inviting, as if almost asking for his arms to be wrapped around them. Ichigo went a little straight self-consciously when he felt Rukia's arm brush against his. Thank you, Ichigo, she said, for everything. His breath hitched. Why did she have to be so close? Yeah, whatever. By your side. Rukia was sulking. Perched on the floor of Ichigo's room, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, she glared daggers at the oblivious teen who was fast asleep on his bed. Okay, so it wasn't her fault that she was short. The previous night, when they had finally decided to get down, Rukia had realized that jumping over a 6-foot wall from a small ledge was comparatively much easier than having to jump down from it onto the small ledge. As a result, a highly smug Ichigo had easily maneuvered himself down and spent a good half an hour gloating and watching her try, before helping her down. And yes, she had gotten a little distracted with the way he had raised his arms and scooped her up, like one would a child, but ever so gently, and then proceeded to climb inside from the window with her in his arms. And yes, the way his fingers had so lightly grazed over her hips had sent Rukia's skin tingling. The way he'd looked flustered when he'd had to hold her close to his chest had brought a sudden, aching rush of warmth inside her, and so yes, she had gotten distracted, big deal. But that Ichigo Kurosaki was an evil scheming bstrd, because the next thing Rukia had known, he had dumped her unceremoniously, albeit not too roughly, onto the mattress on the floor, and had jumped to his bed, fiercely marking his territory and telling her flatly that she was sleeping on the floor. No amount of pillow hitting, punching, name-calling or bribing would make him move, so Rukia had stubbornly planted herself next to him on the bed, refusing to move. He had shrugged and laid down, turning his back to her, and had told her to enjoy herself sitting in such an uncomfortable position. In the end, she had to move down to the mattress because there simply was not enough place for both of them on his small bed, not that she would sleep next to him even if there was place. And now here she was, 6 hours of not-so-comfortable sleep later, awake early and unable to decide how to wake the brash, orange head up, whether she should throw a bucketful of water on him or scream so loud that she brought the whole house down, or if she should tickle him. It was a tough decision, to be honest. She tilted her head sideways, scooting over closer to Ichigo's sleeping face, pressed into the bed as he lay on his stomach, tangled in the bed covers. Ichigo's mouth was squished, cheeks unbelievably plump, pressing against the mattress. His mouth was slightly open, and if Rukia was very, very quiet, she reckoned she could hear him snoring softly. She looked at him, frowning as she wasn't able to make up her mind. Maybe she should pounce on him. But then there was that risk that the idiot would grab her and throw her halfway across the room if he panicked and didn't see who it was. If she got lucky, she might even fly out the window, and no offense, but she was in no mood for that at precisely 7 o'clock in the morning. So, she sat back, index finger tapping her chin as she thought, eyes stuck on the gaping, fast asleep face of Ichigo Kurosaki. What to do? Good morning, Ichigo. She barely had time to leap out of the way before a human-shaped rock burst inside the form of Isshin Kurosaki. Rukia's eyes bulged as she saw Ichigo's eyes shoot open and his muscles flex. In one go, the orange head had flown off the bed and jumped to the floor, causing Isshin to crash violently into the opposite wall. Rukia blinked as Ichigo jumped up from the floor. You friggin' psycho, what the hell is wrong with you? It was a good morning welcome to my pretty daughter-in-law dash. Yeah, well, she could have been crushed half to death if you dash. Aha. So my son does have feelings for her. Isshin cried accusingly, bouncing off the wall to his feet as if the crash had caused him no injuries whatsoever. He was dressed in a simple blue shirt and jeans, and was positively radiating energy, but do not fear, for my attack was specially planned to only hurt you, my son. Yeah, and isn't that completely normal? Ah, stop complaining white a whittle baby girl, Isshin puckered up his lips, and then stood back, come on, chop chop. Get ready, we have a big day ahead. You remember what day it is. Rukia watched as Ichigo's deeply scowling face cleared, only to make way for a mask of horror. His face paled and eyes darted immediately towards the calendar that hung on the wall. Every year he tried so hard to forget the day, but every time he couldn't, he simply couldn't. The past couple of days had made Ichigo feel like he had been living someone else's life. Someone who was far more better than he was, who wasn't as messed up, whose life held more meaning. But that feeling, that feeling he had felt when he had entered that hospital and seen Rukia lying lifeless on the bed, that dreaded, heart-wrenching constricting of his chest came back to Ichigo now as his eyes stayed fixed at the date. July 17th. Frowning, Ichigo threw Isshin a dark look before stomping out of the room. Rukia watched him go in bewilderment, wondering what had happened all of a sudden. Well, that was a little, out of character. Isshin sighed, his temporary sane side showing itself as he walked to the door, rubbing the back of his neck. Don't take it personally, he said, his voice a little softer, a little less excited than it normally was. A little less, alive. He's like this to everyone today. Rukia's eyes scanned the calendar, July 17th. Is that supposed to hold some significance? Isshin nodded, you should get ready. We're going to go to the cemetery, it takes some time to climb all the steps, so we start early. Rukia stared at him blankly, unable to comprehend anything he was saying. What? Oh, sorry, I must make no sense to you right now. Ishi smiled a little, and Rukia felt something heavy drop in the pit of her stomach when she saw that the usual gleam in his eyes was lost, if only for just a moment. It's my wife's 10th death anniversary, he said. Ichigo's mom passed away today. If Isshin had looked dull then he made up for it an hour later, when he started his antics once, sitting around the breakfast table as Yuzu cooked for them. I want Fruit Loops. Isshin pouted as he sat on the breakfast table. Shut up and eat what's in front of you, Ichigo said gruffly, eyes fixed on his plate. Isshin's pout grew. Masaki never used to say that. She used to give me Fruit Loops whenever I wanted them. Well, we don't have them right now. Isshin threw him a glare. It's your fault. You always hog the Fruit Loops. Ichigo's eye twitched as he gripped his spoon unnaturally tightly in his grip, looking like he might explode at any given point. Rukia eyes them both, wondering if she should say something. Dressed in a fresh pair of jeans and a sleeveless hoodie, Rukia had come down to breakfast to find that everybody else was downstairs and eating, already dressed. She looked sideways to see how the twins were reacting to the situation, but Karen looked carefully ignorant of the two of them, while Yuzu undid her apron and set it on the kitchen counter. Eat your pancakes, Dad, she said softly as she came down to sit with them, setting her own plate down. I'll go buy them at the grocery store today, okay? But I've always had Fruit Loops on July 17th. There was the enormous bang of palms hitting the flat surface of the table as Ichigo shot up from his chair, his face set in a deep scowl, teeth gritted. Yuzu and Karen sighed as if they knew what was coming next, as Rukia looked up to see his defiant face. Ichigo had been more or less silent during the course of the past 1 hour, answering only in irritable one-word replies or telling Isshin off. For a second, Rukia thought he might really explode, and burst out yelling at his father and his idiocy, but it was Yuzu was started to talk first. Brother Dash. I'm not hungry, Ichigo said shortly, pushing his chair back roughly and making his way out of the door. Yuzu's eyes softened and she looked down as Karen shook her head. At least finish your pancakes, Dash. I said I'm not hungry, he called out, wrenching the door open and slamming it shut behind him loudly. Rukia watched the door, frowning, as everybody went quiet in the awkward silence that now loomed around them. Should Rukia go join him? She was itching to stand up from her chair and follow him out. The fact that he was in one of his rages didn't seem to trouble her that much. It was Ichigo after all, he was always set off at something or the other. No, she could deal with his idiocy and his short temper, what she couldn't deal with was the fact that he was upset. Somehow, Ichigo thought he didn't deserve to be upset about anything in his life. He deserved to be happy. Just leave him alone, he'll have to come to his senses sooner or later, Isshin said indifferently. Rukia looked over at him incredulously, but thought she saw a meaningful look in his eyes. A defeated, painful look that seemed to go unnoticed by everyone else. Why'd you always have to do that? Karen chastised him. He just rolled his eyes and stuffed his mouth with large spoonfuls of pancake. It's not my fault he can't take a little joke. None of us are in any mood for jokes, Dad. No, I doubt that, Isshin said, a semblance of normalcy evident in his face as he looked up. I think laughter is really what we need today. Oh oh oh. Masaki Kurosaki. June 9, 1973 to July 17, 2003. I love you, and I will love you until I die. And if there is life after that, I will love you then. Oh oh oh. The dirt under his knees was gritty and sandy, and he could almost feel it coursing through the rough fabric of his jeans as he sat there, panting and sweating. Ichigo was kneeling there in front of his mother's grave, all alone in the scorching summer heat, head bowed down as the trees offered him shade, but he hardly noticed. He was glad he'd left his family off and come here earlier. He needed time to himself, time with his mother, time to just not think, so he could turn back into that 9-year-old once again. Ichigo felt relieved to know that he couldn't cry like he had when he'd been young, that no one could see him at his most vulnerable now. And yet at the same time, that ache that had continued to pang through his heart from the past 10 years was killing him inside. 10 years, yes, not 9.5. 10 years. He had turned 19 2 days ago, just like he had turned 9 just 2 days before his mother's death all those years ago. Isshin had tried to throw him a party, like he did every year without fail, but Ichigo had escaped his house, climbing up Rukia's hospital window and seeking solace in her room instead. He didn't know why, there was just something uncontrollably nice about being in her presence. She didn't offer advice, or breathe comforting words to him. She just looked, and Ichigo felt for a minute that she knew, even if he didn't say anything. As if words didn't mean anything to her, because she could clearly see through him, and needed no other explanation. He just felt better around her. Maybe because she had gone through so much more than he had, and to know that there was someone who was hurting so much more than he was made him feel a little less alone. He wondered if he should feel guilty for feeling good about that. Replaying back the past couple of days, Ichigo remembered Rukia telling him that there was something wrong with him when he'd climbed her window. How could he tell her? Tell her that it had been his birthday that day and that, just like the past 9 years, he hadn't felt happy, just felt himself grow so old. That everything had been his fault, and his father and sisters had been back at his house throwing a FANFICTION party, as if it had unfazed them, as if his FANFICTION birthday was just another celebration when the date of his mother's death anniversary had been growing so hauntingly closer. She would have wanted you to be happy. To celebrate and blow out the candles and make a wish. Ichigo remembered Isshin telling him that on his 10th birthday, when Ichigo had refused to come out of his room. But nothing that anybody told him mattered, because his one and only wish had been left unanswered. He remembered how he used to miss classes and escape back to that same river bank where his mother had died, walking along the river as it flowed, watching the water ripple, as his little heart hoped for just a glimpse of her again. He remembered that feeling he got, when his heart leapt into his throat every time he saw an auburn-haired woman there, only to find out it wasn't his mother. How his family nor his friends had been able to stop him from going back to that river every day. He himself couldn't remember when he'd stopped going there actually, now that he thought about it. It had felt like such a comforting, soothing ritual. He wondered what he should say as he stared at her gravestone. He'd heard people talking about how speaking to your loved one's grave helped you heal, but what the hell should he talk about? He wasn't sure about anything. He'd hardly stayed at his mother's grave for more than 5 minutes in the past 10 years, every time deciding to go someplace to shut himself and sulk in peace. He looked up to see the gray stone with the italicized inscription and felt a pang of guilt and sorrow flood through him all of a sudden. "I miss you," he blurted, looking down once again. This was his mother, lying under layer and layers of soil. But still listening. He couldn't even look at what remained of her. He felt ashamed of himself. "I miss you, Mom. And I'm sorry." He could feel that itchy, thick swelling in his throat and he didn't know what to say except to keep on repeating the same words over and over again. "I'm so sorry, I'm so DMN sorry. I wish I could somehow take it back, if I could just die instead of you, because I deserved it. You didn't, you should have lived, you should have, you dash." He took a deep breath as his voice cut off, closing his eyes and taking deep breaths. How long was he really going to continue hating himself for everything? Scowling and shutting up and never letting anyone get to see him? He opened his eyes and stared at the dirt he was kneeling on, brushing his palm against it absent-mindedly, as his mouth parted again. That I met someone, he mumbled slowly, eyes fixed on the ground. She makes me feel like you did. But she's irritating, and she's very short, not to mention that she's completely effed up. I don't even know why I dash. Ichigo. Immediately, his head shot up and he whipped around to see Rukia standing there. He froze, eyes widening in horror. What was she doing here? How long had he been there exactly? He had no idea, he'd lost track of time. All he could really comprehend was that he was kneeling there, in the cemetery, and watching Rukia standing a few feet away from him, her one hand resting on the bark of a tree as she surveyed his defeated form. Ichigo's insides went on full alert and he stiffened when he saw the way she was looking at him. What are you doing here? She gestured to the grave in front of him. That's your mother. Ichigo gritted his teeth. He didn't want to talk about his mother to anyone. I asked you a question, Rukia. So did I. No, you didn't. You stated it. Well, then, is that your mother? She asked quietly, her face inscrutable. Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be here, he snapped. Can't you read the FNG epitaph? Rukia didn't flinch, or snap back, nor did she come any closer to him. She just stood there, her violet eyes intense and so deeply annoying that Ichigo wanted desperately to look away. If only he could. I came with your family, she said, studying his face. There's still a long way down. He ran a hand through his hair. How long have I been here? Rukia leaned against the tree. For over 1.5 hours, I think. Her eyes darted over to the gravestone, but she didn't say anything, making Ichigo's eyes twitch in irritation. Why couldn't she just leave him alone? Why are you here, Rukia? I just told you dash. No, I mean why aren't you down there with the rest of them? She frowned, and pushed herself off the tree, beginning to walk towards him slowly. I came up faster. Why? Ichigo emphasized, fists clenched as he refused to look her in the eye. He didn't need her to be there, to come to him and pester him all the time, because there was no part of his life that hadn't been exposed to her, no part of his life that she hadn't come into, and it was slowly driving him insane. I was worried about you. Ichigo didn't care. Honestly, he wasn't a child, he wasn't a broken toy, or some kind of complicated screw-up like she was. He didn't need her. No. Just no. I'm fine, he muttered, standing up and dusting his hands. How much of that did you hear? Oh. Rukia looked startled, and hesitated, her eyes averting away from him in guilt. That was really all Ichigo needed to hear. He cursed as he looked up at the sky. Great. Just great. She'd heard him talk to FNG gravestone, like a lunatic. She'd heard what he'd said, every last word. That was why he didn't like having a close friend, letting someone get under his skin and become too attached in a way that it didn't just make him feel protective of them, but also infuriatingly raw and exposed. He shook his head and shoved past her, not bothering to look at her. Ichigo, I didn't mean to dash. I don't want to hear anything you say, Rukia. But it's not my fault, she called stubbornly. I didn't know you were dash. Do I look like I care? He thundered, spinning around to face her once again, his face glowering indignantly. She stared at him in disbelief. Of course you care. She's your mother, Ichigo. Of course you care. Who do you think you're fooling by acting all tough dash? Rukia, don't dash. I don't know what happened with her, but it's obviously been troubling you ever since dash. Don't you dare dash, he felt his anger bubble. Why couldn't she just leave? Why did she have to meddle? Ichigo didn't like the feeling she gave him sometimes. It made him feel weak and frustrated because it just wouldn't go. He didn't want stupid therapeutic talks to make himself feel better because he didn't deserve to feel better. Why couldn't she see that? And I'm not asking you to talk about it, she fired, her own voice rising, and Ichigo wondered for a brief moment if she had read his mind. I'm not asking you to bare your feelings and crap to me, that's now how you are, and I know that. But don't you get tired once in a while? Tired of being that same, scowling idiot all the time and irritating the shit out of people? I don't know what the hell your problem is, anyway. You have people who love you, and you're shutting up like a coward. Come on, Ichigo. Take all your anger out on me. Come on, you're pathetic. What are you then, if I'm pathetic? Ichigo growled, eyes lighting up dangerously. Yeah, come on, louder like that. Talking to her won't help, talk with her and maybe you'll get somewhere. Stop pretending, she's your mother. I can think of 1,000 reasons why you care, but in the end, they all don't count. The fact is that you loved her and dash. Shut up. Ichigo finally shouted back, just shut up, Rukia. He was shaking, but he really couldn't feel any anger. All that was left was an overflowing flood of emotions as it hit him now, 10 years later. And it was just as hard as the first time. His mother was dead. Stop, just stop talking to me as if you know everything. You don't know shit about me or my mother. I didn't force you to tell me about whatever the F is going on with you and I don't talk to people about it, PRD, deal with it any FNG way you want dash, exactly like that. Come on. Not everybody needs to be depressed and paint away their sorrows, Rukia, I'm not you. I'm not you, I'm fine, so go away, dash, take all of that frustration out, Ichigo. And while you're at it, focus on your sheet rather than telling me about things you have no FNG clue about. Just shut up and leave me the hell alone. Rukia watched him with an unreadable expression as Ichigo turned around and beat a few bushes away angrily, leaping over the fence. Her hair flew behind her gently as she saw his tall figure disappear. She thought she saw him fall to the ground, but stopped herself from running to him. He needed to do this alone, he needed to do this all by himself and not let it consume him like he had been letting it from the past 10 years, if he didn't want to end up a mess like she was. But then, she had herself changed so much ever since he'd come into her life. She owed him this. His Anna coughed. Now that winter was gone, it was much easier to breathe, there was no heaviness in the air, no spiking chill that sent a sharp pain through her lungs every time she breathed, even though it still left her slightly breathless every time. She looked out at the flowers that had begun to bloom, and smiled a little leaning into the firm solidity of her boyfriend's chest. Byakuya walked cautiously by her side, raising a hand and pushing the door of the cafe open, a bell chiming pleasantly to acknowledge their entrance. Winter had disappeared, and so Ami had allowed his Anna to venture out of the house. The doctor had suggested his Anna take small walks, not too long to weaken her heart and cause her to collapse, but small enough to toughen her up and keep her going on. His Anna couldn't keep count of the days passing by nowadays. They were too fast, as if gone in the blink of an eye. Yet at the same time, there were moments when time had stood still, PRGN pauses between the swiftly passing hours that felt like a year long, easing them to halt and think, mourn for the past and worry about the future. Times like when the doctor had told them the bad news, a medical defect that they had all known his Anna had had and which she had earlier seemed to have survived miraculously. A tear in the heart as a baby that had now turned into a hole in the heart of a woman and his Anna felt dead inside. Times like when she had heard Ami sobbing in the hall downstairs, looking into the fire in which she had burnt the beautiful painting what seemed like a decade ago, burnt the only trace of Rukia that might have been left to them. Ami thought his Anna didn't notice, but she did. She noticed when Ami had collected all of Rukia's test papers and thrown them into the small fire, when she had called Kuro thrice in a week to ask about the daughter she'd once despised so much. His Anna wondered why Ami never asked Kuro to give the phone to Rukia. Not that Rukia would agree to talk to her, but it was worth a try. But Ami's ego was bigger than that, maybe her fear even more. Who was to know if Rukia would be repulsed by the thought of talking to her mother, repulsed by the nerve of Ami for even requesting such a thing? No, Ami was a coward when it came to confrontations. Better to leave things like they were than to worsen them. Kuro called them once a week, telling them of Rukia's painting, her studies, as if mocking Ami for losing such a wonderful daughter. Maybe that was painful enough for her. Here, Byakuya said, handing his Anna a tall glass of freshly squeezed orange juice, shaking her out of her thoughts. Slowly they made their way to what used to be their regular booth, sliding in with ease and familiarity. Byakuya came up to sit next to her. He wasn't one to display public affections, but his Anna and he both knew it was about so much more than just affection. She needed his support, his warmth. She hated it, but dependency was really all that she had now. She couldn't afford to be too far or too alone or too left out. "I'm scared," she said softly, hands deftly wrapping around the glass. And she was, because come Sunday, she didn't know whether she was going to live or not. Byakuya eyed her hollow cheekbones, the dark shadows under her dull eyes, and forced himself to look down, bringing an arm to wrap around her and pull her against him. He couldn't see her this sick. "Nothing is going to happen to you," he said in a soft manner that was reserved only for her. "You are going to one of the best hospitals in the whole city." "Yes, but there are always risks." His Anna, "They do surgeries like these on a daily basis. That's what they're trained for." His lips brushed against her hair as he let her lean into him. He inhaled her scent, brushing her hair to the side. She was cold, but smelt like burning amber, for some reason. "This is an open-heart surgery, Byakuya. They don't do it on a daily basis," she argued, wrapping her arms around her. It was warm, yet feverishly cold. She was so sick of the sickly feeling that went with everything she did. She was sick of never being able to kiss Byakuya without having to break apart in between for large gulps of breath, sick that he always had to be gentle with her, that she never could experience pure, unadulterated passion and forget about everything for one night. Passion mixed with love laced with that hazy, warm, bubbling drunkenness of euphoria that was so well described in romance novels. No, all she could ever feel was sick. "They do it often enough," he replied, chuckling a little as their fingers entwined, "and you are a very tough woman, considering that kick you gave Herman in the corridors in your first year." Even his Anna laughed, twisted her head to look back at his face. He was pale, like her, but there was something different about him. His eyes were still the same soul-skin black when someone else looked at him, but lit with an unmeasurable fire when he gazed at her. "That was a good day, wasn't it?" "I wouldn't say that for Herman." She laughed again, and felt pleasantly happy. At least, till the weekend arrived, she should remain like this. She wanted to talk to Rukia before the surgery, but when she had voiced the thought, Ami had snapped at her, telling her that Rukia isn't going anywhere, and don't you dare talk like that, as if you think you're going to die during this surgery. Which, in all fairness, was exactly his Anna was thinking. The fact that her heart was still beating after every single day passed, filled her with relief for the present day, but dread for the next. "It'll be fine, his Anna, stop thinking," Byakuya said plainly, as she leaned back into his embrace, tracing patterns on his arm that was wrapped around her. "It's funny." "What is?" "When Mom had Rukia to help her around, to be there to lend a shoulder, I was fine. And now her eyes softened, now when Rukia isn't there, and I'm the only one Mom has that I might not be there too." "Don't," Byakuya said sharply, "don't assume the result before it has even happened. You'll regret it later. That's just it. If I die, I won't be there to not regret it." His Anna Byakuya's hold on her tightened. "Stop talking. You irritate me when you talk like that. It's one of those rare things you can do to possibly annoy me." She smiled. "I don't know how you manage to sound so romantic, even when you're clearly a cold-hearted, emotionless alien guy." He rolled his eyes. "I'm flattered." The amused look left her face as seriousness overtook her expression once again as a thought occurred to her. "Byakuya?" He asked softly, burying his face in her hair and softly kissing it. He really wanted to spend every moment with her, because despite whatever he was saying, he was scared of the future too. "Will you do me a favor?" "Anything." If she bit her lip, "If I'm not there anymore, will you please find Rukia for me?" His Anna. "No," she turned her head to look at him through tearing blue eyes, "just in case." "Will you promise me that you'll find Rukia for me and tell her I'm sorry?" Byakuya's eyes softened a little. He'd heard a lot about Rukia from his girlfriend, Heard times when his Anna had felt guilty for not being able to stop the abuse happening to her sister. He's been there when she'd cried in guilt, even though he continued to tell her it hadn't been her fault. You didn't do anything wrong, his Anna. You tried your best. Will you, Byakuya? She was crying now, and Byakuya could already feel dread overcoming him. He didn't want her to cry. Will you or will you not? His face hardened in resolution and he tightened his arms around her. How could he say no? I promise. It was completely dark as Rukia lay there on the mattress in Ichigo's room, her arms crossed behind her head. Her eyes were stuck on the nightski outside the window, as she silently waited. Ichigo had still not come back from when he had left her that time in the cemetery. Isshin told her it was fine, that Ichigo just needed time to himself, and wasn't that why she had let him go in the first place. But it was nearly 11 hours since she'd last seen him that morning. She was starting to get worried, and she knew he wasn't one to act rationally when he was angry or frustrated. They were going to leave for Saratai in around a month, and Rukia wondered what had changed, because something definitely seemed to. She was smiling a little more, and she was definitely feeling too happy for someone who was as twisted in the head as she was. She wondered if Ichigo was the reason of that change. She heard a shuffle in the corridor outside and blinked, jumping up from her mattress and throwing off her blanket. There was the tumbling of footsteps and a soft thumping against the walls, and Rukia's heart leapt in her throat, hoping that it was Ichigo. She opened the door and peeked out, and there he was, looking depressingly lanky and stumbling as he walked, head bowed down as water dripped down, leaving a wet trail behind him. She stepped forward. Ichigo, what did you? You're soaked. And indeed he was, drenched down to his very toes. She clutched his hand, shivering a little at how cool he felt. He looked at her through sopping orange locks, his cold, blue lips slightly parted. His eyes were haunted and hollow. For the first time, there was no scowl on his face, no expression whatsoever. Just a terribly disturbing dead look. She wasn't there. He murmured hazily. What? She wasn't there, he repeated again, pushing past Rukia and entering his room, his clothes heavy and sticking to his body. Rukia stared before she shut the door behind her, just as he let himself fall down onto the mattress on the floor where she'd lain, burying his face into the blanket as he mumbled something else. Ichigo, what? Get the hell up, she cried, kneeling down next to him. You're wet, you're going to get a cold if you stay like this. And where the heck were you? Do you know how worried I was? He laughed bitterly as she tried to pull him up in vain. He was heavy. He turned his head slightly to peer at her. Yeah, whatever. Where were you? Drowning myself. What? He laughed again. Just kidding, keep your head on, midget. I was by the river. By the riv? Why were you wet then? Well, you see. He pulled up a mocking thoughtful face. A river is usually filled with water. Rukia growled and with one mighty tug, pulled him up so that he staggered up to his feet, glaring at her as he held himself just in time so as to not fall on her. What the hell was that for? She glared right back, hands on hips, and pointed out the door. Out. Into the bathroom. She grabbed a towel from the nearby closet and threw it at him. Now. He scowled. I don't have to listen to you. Oh yes, you do, if you don't want your butt kicked to the 7 centuries. She emphasized, throwing pajama bottoms and a loose shirt at him. Out. She continued to glare until he had trudged along the corridor towards the bathroom, cursing her under his breath. She wondered why Isshin hadn't heard him come in, but then shook her head. Ichigo must have had a key. After all, it looked like Isshin was already used to Ichigo behaving like this during this particular date, and so he must have given Ichigo full freedom. She frowned. They weren't supposed to just give up like that. She switched the lights on, looking around at the blank walls around Ichigo's room. Well, that was the other thing, his room walls. So plain, so white. She had to change that. She busied herself by shaking off the wet covers on the mattress Ichigo had fallen on, her expression clearly agitated. Where was she going to sleep? The mattress was damp and squishy now. She waited for him to return from his hot shower as her head buzzed. Ichigo was a tough guy, he wasn't someone who would be so deeply disturbed by someone's death. Yes, he would have been affected by it, he probably had even changed because of it, but this sort of behavior, going and jumping into rivers, disappearing for hours to come, she wondered what it really was about. Her mind went back to when she'd heard him talking to his mother's grave. He was guilty, he felt guilty for Masaki's death, for some reason. She makes me feel like you did. Ichigo had said, and Rukia found herself smiling. Had he been talking about her? After half an hour, he came back in, his lips set in a permanent scowl. His orange hair were wet and tousled, and face tinged pink from the hot water, cool droplets running down his neck into the shirt she had given him. See, was that so hard now? She arched an eyebrow. He didn't say anything, his eyes bloodshot as he threw his towel on a chair and walked over to his bed, where Rukia was sitting, watching him. Without a word, he fell on the bed and set out a long sigh, throwing away his sheets and covering his head with the pillow. Rukia didn't move from where she was sitting, just saw him lying there. She knew he didn't want to talk. Who would want to? She knew he wasn't going to apologize for bursting out like that earlier, and frankly, she didn't need an apology. She didn't know why he had gone to the river, but he had been looking for his mother somewhere, somehow. And she knew how it felt to look for a mother and feel like you had lost her forever. Ichigo. He didn't say anything, and she noticed how his arms pressed tighter around the pillow he was hiding under, his chest rising and falling slowly as he breathed. My mattress is wet. Do you have a second one down in the storeroom or something? She watched him closely, hoping he would answer. She wasn't going to ask him questions. She had shouted out everything that she had needed to earlier, now all she could really do was wait for him to be ready to let go, and while he was at it, processing it with that thick brain of his, she needed sleep. He didn't say anything for a while. In fact, he didn't say anything at all. They just stayed still in their positions in the buzzing silence. And then, the true gentleman that he was, Ichigo took the pillow off his head and threw it at her, shifting to make place for her on the bed. Rukia stared at him, catching the pillow in her hand, but he turned his back to her so that she couldn't see him. She felt amazed and shocked. Maybe this wasn't an act of generosity at all, maybe the only reason Ichigo was doing this was because he needed someone tonight. His tired voice rang out in the air, muffled from where he'd buried his face into the mattress. I haven't got all day, midget. Get in or get lost. Shaking her head, she threw the pillow back at him and gingerly laid herself next to him, instantly taking in his scent, and feeling that inexplicable comfort of watching him lying so close next to her. I don't use pillows, Strawberry. Goodbye. No, I don't want Romeo and Juliet on my walls. Rukia smirked, lying lazily next to Ichigo on the bed, leaning against his shoulders and playing with his hair on purpose, her colored fingers leaving smudges of paint on his bright orange locks. He looked agitated, and for some reason, it was a real pleasure for Rukia to know that she was the cause of it. There was something so inexplicably nice about irritating Ichigo. But I thought you liked Shakespeare. Romeo and Juliet is not the only play by Shakespeare. Ah, she pointed out, poking his arm with her paintbrush, but it would suit you. He scowled, and Rukia took pride in it. It was roughly a week before new semester at Saratai would begin again, and from lack of anything better to do, Rukia had taken up painting Ichigo's room. Ichigo had thrown a big fuss about it, but after a rather heated argument, and a helpful interruption by Isshin, the orange head had agreed, with the condition that she would absolutely not paint any bunnies on his walls. Rukia full intended to, though. She was just waiting for him to fall asleep so she could begin filling his entire bedside wall with chappies. She could only hope that he would have a panic attack once he woke up and found his walls tainted by .ahem.cuteness. Shut up, Rukia, he said, frowning and squinting into the medical book he was reading, trying really hard to concentrate, for the last time, no Romeo and Juliet. She sniffed, sitting up and wiping her paint-soiled fingers on the scruff of his white shirt. He cringed and shook her away distractedly, eyes stuck on his book. You're no fun at all, she pouted. I'd rather that than sappy romances on my wall. Standing up on his bed, Rukia put her hands on her hip and studied the plain wall in front of her. Till now, there were only a couple of things she'd done on it, a quote that said, "I always tell the truth, even when I lie." Which was apparently something Ichigo's favorite actor had said. Rukia had laughed quite a lot at that, because the thought of Ichigo actually looking up to an actor sounded ridiculous in itself, for some reason. The second picture on the wall was a painting of two hands held together, the background paint dripping and brilliantly stark against the wall. One of the hands was bigger than the other, more calloused, and it almost looked like it was offering help to the other smaller hand, which was reaching out. The hands looked smooth, but were held firmly, a shadow falling over the other. Rukia knew that Ichigo had noticed it, but so far, he had said nothing about it, which hopefully, was a good thing. How about I make that fairy queen from A Midsummer Night's Dream, she wondered aloud, and turned around to stare at his deeply studious face. He looked up at her from where he was sprawled on the same bed, and he was definitely irritated, but there was a slight quirk to his lips, very funny. He put his book down defeatedly and scrambled to stand up on the mattress beside her, sighing at the same wall. She saw his eyes dart towards where she had drawn the hands, but he didn't say anything about it yet still. "Paint something that's done you," he said softly, putting his hands in his pockets and continuing to keep his eyes away from hers firmly. "Something different that no one else can make," he said, and this time, his eyes did dart towards the corner of the wall, where she'd drawn the hands. She looked at him for a moment, too dumbstruck to say anything, her violet eyes wide. He looked back, and there was such a soft, melting intensity in those amber eyes that she just wanted to lean forward and... "I have got it." They both jumped up and immediately looked away, red in the face. Rukia's eyes darted towards the room door, which was still closed, even though she could hear loud footsteps coming up. "What was that?" she asked, although the question was a bit futile. There was only one person in the entire Kurosaki household who would yell like that out of the blue. Raking a hand through his orange hair, Ichigo snorted and fell down to sit on the bed. "Who else can it be?" Sure enough, a minute later, an excited, positively beaming Ishin burst through the door, grinning from ear to ear and bouncing on his feet. "I have found the perfect solution for you, daughter-in-law. Quit calling her that dash. Don't interrupt when the adults are talking, Ichigo." Ishin chastised, turning back to Rukia, who stood there, holding her paintbrush and looking at him with a bewildered expression. "So. As I was saying. I have thought over this for quite a long time, and plus, I really don't like your mean landlord. I have decided that I will take your house." Rukia sighed. The previous week, Rukia's landlord had contacted Rukia to ask her when she would be paying her rent. It had left her confused, considering she had been living at the Kurosakis for the past month, but then the landlord had told her that there was 2 months' worth of rent that Kuro still owed before he had run away. It really shouldn't have been a surprise for her to know that Kuro had left it all on her shoulders, but to some degree did it still hurt. She had contemplated getting a job, but no one would hire her for just a week, which was the only time she had left before Saratai began again, and anyway, the amount of salary she would be given was not even close to the amount of rent she had yet to pay. Ichigo had offered to lend her some money, but she had firmly refused. This was something she had to figure out on her own. It was her own problem, and she was not letting any of the Kurosakis interfere in it too. They had done enough for her as it was already. She was not going to owe them even more. Ichigo had assured her that he would make her repay him with more than 45% interest, but something about his eyes, that sincere intensity with which he had looked at her, had told her that when the time came to give him back the money, he wouldn't accept it. So she'd refused. And now, here was Ishin, with his own idea. "I'm sorry. I can take your house. I can pay the rent and I can use it." Ishin cried. Ichigo's expression turned from curious to incredulous as he leaned forward. "It's not a cookie, Dad, you can't just take it whenever you want. You can talk to the landlord, I'm sure all he really cares about is money." Ishin told Rukia, ignoring his son. "He's mean and selfish, he wouldn't care as long as you pay his rent. Rukia looked at him apologetically. Really, it was rather sweet how everyone there were trying to help her, but there was a limit to how much she could let someone support her. She hated the guilty, burden-like feeling she was getting. It's okay, Ishin. I honestly don't dash. I need it for my clinic anyway. Ishin pressed on, looking hopeful. I have many patients who look for a consult and need overnight observation. I can treat them here, on a more personal level, rather than the hospital. What difference does it make if they go to the hospital or come to your clinic? Ichigo scowled, leaning forward. Ishin shrugged, looking normal for a fleeting moment. Sometimes the illness is not so serious, but they need overnight observation just in case, and staying over at the hospital can cause them unnecessary charges. He shrugged. The clinic can just do so for free. How are you gonna juggle between there and here? We'll have staff. Ichigo's brow rose. And who exactly is gonna agree to work with you? You say that as if I'm a mean boss. No, not mean. Ichigo admitted, shrugging. Just crazy. Ishin looked at him dramatically. You have changed so much from that sweet boy I once used to know. Oh my, what would Misaki say? Stop talking to me. With an exasperated expression, Ishin turned away from his son and looked at Rukia. What do you say, daughter-in-law? Do you really need it? She asked thoughtfully, letting the term pass. It was a little dumb question, but she had a sneaking suspicion that a major part of this offer was because Ishin wanted to help, and that he knew Rukia wouldn't let him unless he had a good reason. Cross my heart, hope to die, he said solemnly, pulling out a hand and wearing such an innocent expression that Rukia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay. It was a Sunday morning, and the weather had deteriorated. Harsh, rough pattering of rain sounded at the background, all traces of summer heat gone, as Byakuya stood motionless against the glass of the hospital window, the wet puddle splashing onto the stone-cold drive below where he stared. His eyes were dark, haunted, and they would be, because he hadn't slept the entire night out of anxiety, and the morning had just been worse. Nothing had gone right. Nothing. The sky was dark, and even though the thundering of the storm was loud enough to cause a nuisance, he could hear nothing but a buzz in his mind. Hushed murmurs played in the room behind him, words of apology, words of explanation, and everything was just horrible, mixed with that white sick smell of medicine in the air while he stood, his face impassive. His back was turned to them, fingers curled up around a small ring that he'd been unable to give, and which he was holding onto so tightly his knuckles had turned white, and it was all too late. Byakuya didn't know how to react. A part of him felt like this was all a dream, a part of him was outraged, fuming and trembling with anger so much so that it was painful for him to even attempt to maintain his self-control, a part wanted to walk away before he lost his calm and did something drastic. But in the biting cold weather of the rain, he felt frozen to the ground. Ami's hysterical screams could be heard now. She had been silent for quite a long while, but Byakuya wasn't really surprised to hear her go at it again, the spine-chilling loud sobbing echoing off the stark white halls of the hospital. The platinum band of the ring felt metal cold in his hands, the same hands that had held Hizana's cheeks only hours before, the same fingers that had traced over the pale cracked lips. This is an open-heart surgery, Byakuya. They don't do it on a daily basis, she argued, wrapping her arms around him. He'd known it would have its risks, but for them to become a reality. Afraid as he had been of the surgery, the thought of losing Hizana had seemed so entirely impossible that he hadn't even tried to ponder over it. She was Hizana. She couldn't die. She just couldn't. And yet, the loud screaming of Hizana's name, the heart-wrenching cries of Ami Kuchiki as she sobbed over the white sheet-covered body in the room behind him, pleading the doctors in vain to return her baby girl back to her, pleading to make her come back to life, pleading to make Hizana okay again, seemed to argue otherwise. Rukia smiled, standing in the living room of her old house, the one she used to live with Kuro in. She'd never thought she would be back, but it was funny how one thing could lead to another in such short time. The walls were no longer cold and white, and suited well along with the warmth of the fire that was now lit in the hearth. It was surprising how large a room could feel once all the furniture had been removed, how light it could feel when all her previous so-called memories were stripped off and thrown aside from it. Now, instead of the barren white chipped paint, a large poster of Masaki Kurosaki was stuck on what used to be Rukia's house. She didn't know why, but every time she looked at the bright, smiling face of the woman, Rukia's eyes softened and she felt that at home. It was a Sunday, and just their luck that it had begun to rain a little while after they had started to pack and move. Rukia's landlord, true to Ishin's words, had just been concerned with the money, and on learning that Ishin was offering to take the house up for rent, and pay out Rukia's debt, plus pay 2 months' worth of advance, the man had eagerly agreed for Ishin to set up his clinic, or what he liked to call the Kurosaki Clinic Part 2, at the house. Thunder roared outside, loud gush of wind whistling through the tress as Rukia stood there, slightly out of breath, having just carried a pile of books up the stairs. She liked this new version of her house. It felt free. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a plushy toy came flying and hit the back of her head, falling down with a soft plop on the floor. Scowling, she turned around to see Ichigo standing there, holding a large, thick-rolled Persian rug in his arms. "Move," he said, scowling comically at her, his face just about visible from above the heavy rug. She pouted, rubbing her head, even though it hadn't hurt at all. "Why did you hit me?" "Because I need to spread this and you're in the way." She tilted her head and studied him. She reckoned the rug must have contained a lot of weight, since Ichigo was panting. The hot and heavy look suited him though, with trails of sweat sticking to his damp forehead and his face brightly flushed, orange hair tousled unmeasurably and slightly wet from the rain as he scowled at her, and for some reason, Rukia couldn't help but smile. "Rukia! Move!" She jumped, shaking herself slightly, right. Hopping out of the way, she watched as Ichigo let the rug fall on the floor with a heavy thud and proceeded to unroll it. Ishin was away to get some medication while in the next room, which had once been Rukia's, Karen and Yuzu were busy setting up child-friendly toys and wooden blocks for anyone to play with during any young patient's stay. Rukia could hear Yuzu telling Karen where to put the Barbies, along with Karen's sarcastic jibes, and she grinned. Even though Ishin said that this extension of the clinic was just an experiment for a couple of months to see if it turned out to be any good, Rukia felt like it was permanent already, and couldn't help but feel happy about doing this. In a way, she thought, she was helping people. "You could help, you know." Ichigo's strained voice came from below and she grinned, walking closer to where he knelt down on the floor they had spent a long time polishing just a few hours ago. "Admitting defeat against the large evil rug, are you?" He looked at her in annoyance, tugging at the rug to unfold it. "Sometimes I wonder why I even like you, Rukia." She blinked at him for a minute before smiling a little, her cheeks turning pink. Bending down, she hooked her hands under the roll and helped him unroll the rug and spread it out on the floor before the fire. Although the weather wasn't helping, it certainly felt more cozy being in there with Ichigo and the others. It was with a pang that Rukia realized that the memories she had never been able to make with Kuro in this house were being made with Ichigo and his family. "DMN, this thing was heavy," Ichigo said as he wiped his face and came down to sit onto the now carpeted floor, looking around the brand new Kurosaki clinic part. Except for a bed in the corner and an armchair by the fire, the room was completely devoid of anything, and for some strange reason, it didn't feel like a clinic at all. It felt like the home she had never had. Rukia settled herself down onto the rug beside Ichigo, bringing her knees up and wrapping her arms around him as she gazed wordlessly into the fire, her breathing evening out. Rain, chilly breeze outside, warmth inside, it was the same fire, she thought. The same fire by which Kuro had looked at her with those maniacal eyes, almost choking her. Ironic how the day she had attempted to die had made her life take a turn for the better. "What did you do here all day when you used to live here?" Ichigo wondered out loud, looking around at the house. Rukia shrugged. "What you normally do at your house." "I painted, watched some TV, had lunch, slept. Most of the time I was out with you anyway. There are not many good memories attached to this place ever since Dad shifted here," she wanted to say. She wondered if that was a good thing or a bad, to not be attached to such a horrible place. "What about before you met me?" Ichigo asked. "You must have some friends around here." The question tugged something painful in her chest. What to say to that? How to tell him that he was the first real friend she had had? She shifted against him uncomfortably. What, like you have so many friends around here? She asked sarcastically, hoping it would hide some of her unease. I have friends. They're just a giant pain in the butt. Ichigo reasoned, glancing at her. What's your excuse? The rain outside was a little disturbing, if Rukia was to be honest, and for some reason, she felt terribly uneasy. And not because of his questions either. There was just something about the day that felt horribly out of order. As if something was wrong, as if she was needed somewhere else. But she had nowhere else. Who else in this world would need her right now? Well, I recently shifted to Karakura, she said, pushing her thoughts away and looking at Ichigo. About a year ago, roughly before I left for Saratai. So that you're really the only person I know over here. Ichigo looked dumbstruck as he stared at her. It was a few minutes before he found his voice again. And your dad left you all alone after all this? He asked, his anger making way into his voice effortlessly, just like that. Rukia looked at the incredulous look on his face and shrugged. It was nice to know that he cared, but after everything, being left by Kuro felt oddly relieving to her. It's no big deal. It happens. It is a FANFICTION big deal, Rukia, he argued, and something about his expression flooded an incredibly warm feeling through her. I know we've been trying to forget about it, but God, Rukia, how can you let him get away with this? Why? She teased, eyes twinkling as she nudged his shoulders a little, feeling lightly happy. Worried about me? He blushed, opening his mouth to say something, but paused as laughter filled their ears. Rukia turned slightly to see Yuzu and Karen making their way out of her room, midway in deep conversation. Karen looked over at her brother and caught them sitting before the fire and smirked, walking away while Yuzu's eyes widened as she halted. Oh, hey, she said, voice barely above a mumble as she fiddled with her fingers. We didn't mean to disturb you guys. Just that. Well, would you like some hot chocolate? Sure. Rukia smiled as Ichigo, flustered, nodded his assent too. Yuzu nodded back and hopped away hurriedly into the kitchen, and Rukia didn't know why, but she quite liked the way the twins had left her alone with Ichigo, noticing the obvious. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Chuckling, Rukia turned to regard Ichigo, who was looking at her through hazy amber eyes in the warmth of the room, and there was a rush so exhilarating inside her at the sight of his concerned face that she couldn't breathe for a moment. He looked away from her and instead, concentrated his gaze on his fingers. It's not like that I mean, of course I'm worried about you, he mumbled, continuing the conversation from where they had last left it off, his voice becoming soft. It's just that you don't deserve all of the shit you're going through, you know. The last part was barely audible, but Rukia heard it anyway. She wanted to laugh and tell him that he didn't even know half of the full story, but it was too complicating to talk about now. For a change, she wanted to just like the simplicity of the moment. She wanted to feel that burning agony of his touch, because every time Ichigo touched her, she felt calmed and excited at the same time. For a minute, there was silence, with the violent downpour outside and the rain, and she nudged him softly, enough to make him look at her glowing face before the fire. Neither do you. And he smiled, just a little, as Yuzu returned with their hot chocolate, handing them the drinks and smiling softly. The damp coolness in the air remained as Rukia thanked her and brought the scalding, yet comforting drink to her lips, taking a sip and feeling the chocolate warm her inside. Karen came along, jumping up and sprawling onto the bed, saying something about Ishin being late because he was dancing in the rain, Yuzu curling into the armchair, and Rukia and Ichigo on the rug, comfortably next to each other, thighs touching, hands clutching warm, steaming mugs, waiting for the storm to pass. Panic. He could feel nothing but absolute confusion, mixed with that terrifying panic painfully clutching his sides as he panted. He was running, he didn't know for how long, but everything was distorted, completely out of order, everything except the heavy square of canvas he was clutching. The headache was pounding, and somewhere far away, a light flickered, blindingly bright. He squinted, and he wanted to hit himself because everything was swimming around and nothing was in his FANFICTION focus. He shook his head, and instantly regretted the action as it only made his head pound even more. Swallowing gulps of air in his lungs, he clutched the painting tightly to his chest and stumbled onto the pavement. Smoke cleared out somewhere, fizzing and spitting, and Kuromichitz blinked, rubbing his eyes vigorously. His skin itched, crawling with bugs, craving for the things he had withdrawn from ever since his daughter came, because he'd wanted to show her he was a fine good father. Which daughter was it again, he wondered. The 3 years of withdrawal had weakened him just as much as it had strengthened him. The long drag he'd taken once she'd gone to that place, it felt like it had saved him from drowning. And he'd craved it ever since, resisting because of some unknown foreign feeling he'd misplaced as love. Resisting because of her. Now he realized, there was no point in resisting. It was his savior, his survival. He didn't need her. He'd tried so hard to be nice to her, but she'd only ended up sabotaging everything. He had given her everything. But she had put him in jeopardy, made everything so much more complicated. He hated her. There was a cry from somewhere reasonably far away and Kuro's head immediately turned towards the direction, wide bloodshot eyes blinking for any sign of sight, but all he could see was brilliant colors and painfully hazy images that he could make no sense of. It sounded like they'd yelled, "Catch him," but Kuro wasn't entirely sure. His eyes darted down to the hazy face in the painting, a face that looked very real now, a face of a girl blinking up at him, her eyes shining through the light coat of water that seemed to surround her. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought she was looking at him with loathing, with eyes that called him a traitor, because he was one. The painting had been staring at him ever since he'd taken it and ran, looking at him with burning dark eyes beyond the fog, and for a second, Kuro's heartbeat fastened in fear, wondering what would happen if the girl in the canvas reached out and grabbed him by the neck, because the look on her face was murderous. He blinked, rubbing his eyes, snarling. It was his painting, the painting he had sold. So he had every right to take it back. The girl in the painting had no reason to look at him as if he had betrayed someone, everything was his. Clutching it tightly to his chest, he scrambled up to his feet, wanting to run, but the world swam in his head, and he fell against a wall again, bright, painful colors swirling and stabbing him in his eyes. His painting it was his. No one else's. Growling, Kuromichita swayed, hitting something deliciously hard as he grazed along the gravelly walkway, and his foot caught something as he cried out and fell to his feet. He groaned and shut his eyes in exhaustion. He clutched the canvas tightly, now he could finish his collection. Now he had all of Rukia's paintings. Except for those 3 he couldn't be bothered with. Rukia. He sighed against the sidewalk. So her name was Rukia. From what seemed like a huge distance away, he heard his mobile ring, the harsh, shrill ringtone making him wince as he curled against the wall, pressing himself close so that they wouldn't see that he felt exhausted and euphoric, and his lips widened to form a grin as he breathed. Rukia. His expression changed to a frown, as an image played out somewhere in the back of his hazy mind, of blood seeping out of her outstretched arm, of her calm, unconscious expression as she lay there, eyes closed, the ringing of a mobile phone, the shrieking of the neighbor, the panic, the relief that had flooded him through, the horror. Kuro coughed, eyes tightly shut. He hated her. God, he hated her. So much. Paying no heed to the still shrill ringing of his mobile phone, Kuromichita curled protectively around the piece of canvas he was hugging and fell into a deep, drunken, drag-induced sleep. Ichigo leaned back, having successfully set his and Rukia's luggage in their compartment. Their train had already arrived at the platform and was due to leave in another 5 minutes. He walked through the corridor, pushing past the crowded people, and jumped onto the platform below, eyes immediately darting towards where Rukia was standing, saying goodbye to his family. It was a windy morning, summer having rapidly gone, and he felt inexplicably cheerful, for some reason, which was a horrible feeling, because as long as Ichigo was concerned, he was not supposed to feel cheerful. He was supposed to scowl. Rukia was laughing, saying something to Isshin, who grinned. Her hands were being shaken vigorously, first by Isshin, and then Yuzu, as she tearfully said goodbye, with Karen standing in the corner awkwardly, looking extremely uncomfortable. Something about the sight made Ichigo pause and decide not to go over to them, not wanting to ruin the moment. From so far away, the four looked just like a family. So normal, so happy. They'd gone through so many ups and downs during the whole summer vacations, from fun, laughing moments to nostalgia and those unbearably warm, panting, heart-aching moments when Ichigo had looked at Rukia and never wanted to look away. The time when she'd lain unconscious on the hospital bed and he'd watched her, hoping she would wake up with so much hope that the time they had slept on the same bed. Ichigo flushed and raked a hand through his tousled hair, leaning against a nearby pole on the platform and crossing his arms, eyes stuck on the stupid midget as he waited for her to have her moment, his mind traveling back to his earlier thoughts. Somehow, they'd gotten used to the stuffed, uncomfortable coziness of his bed when they both had snuggled onto it, and before they knew it, they had been sleeping on the same bed ever since. There were times he'd been unable to sleep at night, times he'd watched her out of pure boredom because he was afraid if he shifted or got up he might wake her, secretly chuckling every time she mumbled in her sleep or sneezed, or when she unknowingly cuddled into him, clutching his shirt and burying her face in his chest. He'd never said anything, never objected, because it felt nice to let down his guard for once and be able to wrap his arms around her, and pull her as close to himself as he had always wanted to, without her saying anything. Now, he watched her mingle with his family, and he felt so right, so unable to remove that incredibly annoying smile tugging at his lips. Isshin looked over to Ichigo, and gave him a nod, looking oddly proud. And for some reason, Ichigo grinned a little at that. Yuzu sniffed and waved, Karen by her side, squirming. Ichigo raised his hand in goodbye. It had been a good vacation was always good at his place, no matter how much he argued, but this time that his gaze turned to Rukia. This time, it had been particularly good. He'd already gone through Yuzu's hugging and Isshin's loud farewell speech, and Karen's handshake. He smiled at Yuzu, who attempted one back before they turned, decidedly leaving. Rukia watched them go, and Ichigo thought he saw a flash of longing pass her eyes, gone in a second. What she probably didn't know was that he needed her just as much she needed him. And Ichigo hoped she really did need him as much as he did, because he was just coming to realize how much she was starting to mean to him. It was uncomfortable, unplanned, and horrible to feel that ache every day, but he couldn't possibly deny it any longer. Not after holding her at nights and feeling that desperate want to do so much more to her, to be someone more to her, apart from just her friend. Hey Rukia's soft gaze broke Ichigo from his reverie and he staggered as he stood straight up, startled to see her having come up so close to him without him realizing, "You okay?" The loud noise of the steam engine somehow felt comforting as Ichigo stood on their platform in front of Rukia, who looked unbelievably tempting in her dark, button-down coat, her skin flushed pink against the chilly monsoon air and dark hair flying. Maybe it was just his imagination, but Rukia and he had gotten more close, more civil towards each other. At least in things that mattered. He dug his fists in his pockets, looking at her and then behind him at the train that stood still. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Then what are you waiting for?" Rukia asked, looking surprised. "Let's get on." "Right." He shook his head and unpocketed his hand to stand straight up, watching numbly as Rukia got on and the engine sounded. He turned, taking a last look at the bustling platform before him. They were going back. Back to Saratai, and maybe, this year was going to be more interesting than the previous. "Ichigo, are you sure you're okay?" came Rukia's voice as she turned to meet his eyes. "You've been staring into space the whole morning." "Shut up, midget," was the best comeback he could come up with, and to his annoyance, it made Rukia's lips quirk up a little as she watched him slowly climb up the steps of the train and come on board. He scowled at her expression when all of a sudden, the train beneath him jerked and he let out a startled yell, staggering backwards. Just then, cold, deft fingers came to curl around the collar of his jacket, pulling him straight up again. Breath knocked out as the train began to move away from the station, Ichigo stared down into Rukia's violet eyes, which were painfully brilliant against the daylight, his heart beating wildly at their proximity as he realized she was holding his collar, pulling his face down almost at level with hers. "Watch where you're going, you idiot," she muttered, letting go of him abruptly as the train picked up speed. Dazed, Ichigo stayed frozen on the spot for a minute longer, heart thudding in his chest, feeling extremely uneasy and suffocated in his clothes all of a sudden as he watched Rukia bend down and fiddle with her small rucksack she had insisted on carrying herself. It was with irritation when she looked up and glared at him. For God's sake, what is wrong with you today, Ichigo? This is the 100th time you've stared into absolute nothingness. Are you even listening to me right now? Gritting his teeth as Rukia came closer to him yet again, waving her hand in front his face, Ichigo shoved her away, scowling. Rukia peered at him, a rather hurt expression on her face as he walked past her. Wanting desperately to say something cool, but finding nothing, Ichigo looked away, moving alongside the corridor for their compartment. Come on, midget. Before someone takes our stuff. Frowning and extremely confused, Rukia followed him. His back towards her, Ichigo ran a hand through his hair and took a deep breath, wishing that his heart would, for the love of God, stop racing. He needed to fight down the flush creeping up his face if he wanted to survive the whole journey with her without any awkward moments. Yes, it was going to be a very interesting year indeed. Stuck in the middle. Room No. FNG 20A, finally. Ichigo panted as he stumbled across the corridors of the girls' hostels, battling against squealing girls, amongst cries of, "Hee, Ichigo, S. and, how was your vacations, I can't wait to catch up, S." Myopically staring at the number plates on each door to see which one belonged to Rukia and Momo. You know, for such a tiny midget, you sure travel heavy, he said heavily. And for such a giant a-hole, you sure travel light, Rukia called from behind him, watching as he struggled to open the door of the room. Smirking, Rukia leaned back against the wall, folding her arms. She had no intentions in helping the guy with the luggage, partly because it was funny, and partly because well, he looked damn good doing so. Rukia grinned at the bunny ears that were protruding from one of her chappy bags that he was holding. She had had the time of her life going around the whole campus and watching students stare at Ichigo as he carried the brilliant violet chappy bag, his cheeks flaming. I travel according to the requirements. Ichigo snapped. I don't go around carrying stupid chappy souvenirs in every cloth alive on the planet. Those bags are not filled with chappy souvenirs or clothes. Rukia replied, glaring as she pushed her way past him to turn the knob. Big difference, it's all the same sheet you dash. Just as Rukia made to push the door open, there was a loud squeal, a shuffle and a thump from inside the room. Ichigo immediately grabbed Rukia, making her freeze as they glanced at each other. Cautiously, he reached out to open the door. The two peered inside to find Momo standing against the table, an absolutely terrified expression on her face, and an extremely set-off, half-naked Hitsugaya Toshiro on the bed, struggling to get up from the tangled mess of the bedsheets. The hell? A lot of things happened at once. Ichigo's face went beetroot red and he flung the chappy bag at Hitsugaya's face. For FS sake, Toshiro. Just as Momo's panicked expression changed to recognition once her eyes fell on Rukia and she cried, "Oh, it's you." In another second, Hitsugaya had emerged out of the sheets, coughing from the fur of the bunny ears as Momo leapt up and knocked Rukia back in a fierce hug, while Ichigo put Rukia's luggage down and nodded at her in an uncomfortable, constricted way. "I'll see you around." It took 1 minute for Rukia to blink and take her surroundings in. It took another for her to realize that Toshiro Hitsugaya was half-naked on her bed before her, looking FNG murderous. "You're back early," Momo said, her voice a pitch higher than it normally was. Rukia's eyes shifted back to Momo's, who still had her arms around her neck. "Well, that I can see you weren't expecting me." Momo turned pink, and Hitsugaya coughed as he stood up, trying, and failing, to subtly button up his shirt. He nodded to Rukia. "Congratulations, about the top 10. I saw the list." Rukia blinked. The top 10 results of the exam that she had received during the vacation seemed so far ago now, and nodded back numbly. It was with a jolt that she realized Hitsugaya had topped that list. "Congratulations to you too." Hitsugaya nodded, and there was just a hint of smugness in the smirk he gave her. He turned to look at Momo, and the transformation from that smirk to the genuine light in his eyes was shocking, as Rukia noticed, later then. Momo nodded, biting her lip and standing still as Hitsugaya collected his shoes and walked out. Rukia stood there, frozen, still trying to process what exactly she had seen just then. There was a moment of silence, before her mouth finally opened. What the hell was that? Momo shrugged. We got close over the vacations, and one day that I guess I just woke up and realized I couldn't wait to talk to him. Rukia raised a brow, walking over to pick her fallen chappy bag and dusting it. Ichigo could be so careless sometimes. If he was around right then, she would have whacked him over the head for daring to throw the bag at Hitsugaya. So that you guys are together now? Momo nodded, her face breaking into one of the biggest smiles Rukia had ever seen. Yup. I kissed him when we got together over a coffee a few weeks ago, I couldn't help it. He froze for a second and just stared at me like I was mad, and said that he needed to leave. Momo chuckled, but he couldn't deny that he didn't like it. He called me later and we've been together ever since. There was something about the way Momo was smiling that caused a pang in Rukia's heart. Moreover, the smile Momo was giving was undeniably familiar. Rukia couldn't help but notice that she smiled the same way herself whenever she was around Ichigo. Wow! Was the only thing that was able to come out of her mouth. Momo laughed. I know, her expression turned stern, but where have you been? And why didn't you return any of my calls? I was so worried, and I had no idea where this Karakura town was anyway, and, wait. A comical expression fell over the brown-eyed girl's face as multiple thoughts attacked her mind and she stared at Rukia like she had just had an epiphany. Was that Ichigo Kurosaki who just came into our room to drop off your luggage? Rukia nodded, rolling her eyes as she knelt down and hastily unzipped her bag to check if all the contents were fine. Yeah, and fat load of good he did with that. Idiotic strawberry, throwing my bag, my paints are probably all spilled. Rukia. Before Rukia could process anything, Momo had grabbed her shoulders and was shaking her out of her wits, squealing hysterically. Do you know that the hottest guy at Saratai was in our room, carrying your luggage for you? Rukia blinked into her friend's wide, slightly maniacal brown eyes. That I actually made him do it, so I dunno if that counts. You made him do it? And he listened to you? The news seemed to shock Momo. Actually, now that Rukia thought about it, it shocked her too. Ichigo never listened to anybody. I heard he was an arrogant bstrd. Oh my god, are you guys going out? Wah, no. Rukia gave a high-pitched laugh as she waved her hands indifferently. God, no. He's just like what you heard, an arrogant bstrd. The look on Momo's face was intensely thoughtful as she sat down on her bed, watching Rukia shove her paints inside the bag once again. What was he doing bringing in your luggage for you anyway? I told you, I made him do it from the cab itself. You guys shared a ride together. Momo looked shocked. When did you even become friends? Nobody tells me anything. Rukia sighed as she looked at her roommate's over-exasperated face. She wondered how Momo would react if she told her the truth. No, not a ride, actually, we shared a house together. Grinning, Rukia shook her head and stood up to unpack. No. Please. I said no. And I said please. Come on, what's the big deal? Oh my god, you guys had a sordid love affair and you got her PRGNT and now you're planning to marry her, aren't you? Fu, Ichigo stared at the horrified face of one of his so-called friends, Kigo. What the hell is wrong with you, Kigo? Aha. Kigo pointed an accusatory finger at the orange-haired youth, looking thoroughly betrayed. You didn't deny it. I can't believe you would lose your dash. Pow. Ichigo turned back to unzipping his luggage, sighing under his breath. And that's for being in but, he muttered. Ichigo had entered his dorm room, only to be ambushed by his roommate, Kigo, about the beautiful, raven-haired girl with eyes that sparkled like gems in the nightski that he had seen come out of the cab with Ichigo. You're mean. Kigo pouted from where he'd crashed against the wall, rubbing his jaw. Ichigo couldn't understand why the idiot hadn't passed out already. Maybe it was the fact that he'd been punched by Ichigo so many times that he'd actually grown immune to it now. I just want to meet her, that's all. You want to meet her because you want to hit on her. Ichigo corrected. Excuse me, but let me point out to you that when I saw you two coming out of that cab, you were acting like her personal bellhop, steering her luggage around. If you can't respect her perfect, goddess-like beauty, then I have no choice but to step in and make sure that somebody does it. What's wrong in that? Ichigo gritted his teeth, because. Well, because if Ichigo saw Kigo trying to sweet-talk Rukia, or trying to sniff her hair, or anything for that matter, he knew he would murder the guy without a second thought, because she's different, okay? I don't want you laying your filthy gaze on her. Kigo smirked, eyes narrowing. "Aw, you like her, don't you?" Ichigo blushed, making sure his back was firmly turned so that his friend wouldn't be able to see his face. "Shut up. Holy crack, you really do." Kigo burst out laughing. "Out of all the girls in this place, you like her." Apparently, it was the wrong thing to say, because Ichigo turned immediately, eyes raised and violence literally radiating from him. Kigo backed away immediately. "And what exactly, Ichigo growled, is wrong with her?" "And nothing that she's just a little too quiet, don't you think?" So that she's not going to, open up to anyone so easily," Kigo said, looking around to examine if there were any escape routes, if you catch my drift. Ichigo's teeth ground painfully as he wondered which way of murdering Kigo would be most painful. Granted, the ways Rukia could open up to him got Ichigo a little bit curious, but still. The fact that Kigo was thinking along the same lines was sickening. "I don't want her for those reasons," Ichigo replied gruffly, turning away. "Not that I want her for any reasons," he added hastily, throwing Kigo a dangerous look. "I'm just saying. Besides, Kigo said as a matter of factly, I'll get to meet her later tonight anyway." "What?" Ichigo whipped around so fast his head spun a little and he saw the smug, triumphant look on Kigo's face. "How?" "We're having a party at Ranjiku's, at the girls' hostels. Celebration for becoming sophomores," he grinned. "Rukia's not coming to that," Ichigo said decisively. "She's not that partying type." "Well then, there'll be other hot chicks," Kigo shrugged, looping an arm around Ichigo's neck. The look the orange head gave him made him stand straight immediately once again. "And if you really don't like Rukia, then all the better for me. Come on, live a little and come with me, no one likes an old grumpy guy who hasn't been laid." Ichigo closed his eyes. "Kigo, I'm gonna count till 10 and if you're not gone by then, you're seriously gonna regret it." "Oh, stop being 1. Ichigo, you can't be so 2. I was joking, man. 3. Ichigo closed his ears, thankful for the peaceful buzz that filled his mind, even though Kigo's voice could still be heard distantly. 4. He was pleased to find out that his friend had fled before he could get to 5. Ichigo sighed, leaning over his duffel bag. His hair fell over his eyes as he continued to stare down at the rumpled clothes that lay on his bed. Here he was, ready to start a new year at Saratai, and something seemed to have drastically changed. The sunlight that fell against him and cast a shadow on the bed was suddenly too bright. It burned through him, just like every little mention of Rukia seemed to burn and touch something painfully real inside him. There were things about her that he wanted to know, but didn't know how to ask. Somehow when he was around her, it seemed all right to just leave it be and not talk about it, almost as if her presence numbed that part of him that was screaming that something was wrong with her, because during those moments, everything felt all right with the world. Even in the midst of all their arguments. "Hey." He turned and felt his breath choke for a minute as he saw Rukia walk in, closing the door behind her. "Hey." "Oh, He looked around the room and turned red at the clothes and Kigo's underwear strewn all over the place. "That's not mine, I swear." Rukia rolled her eyes. "I lived with you for a month, Ichigo. I know what your underwear looks like." He scowled, turning redder. "Why the hell are you here?" "What, you can come up to the girls' hostels at any given time but I can't." "I came because I had your luggage." "Well, I came because I have this." It was only then that Ichigo realized that her hands had up until then been hidden behind her. They now unraveled to show a gift-wrapped box as she flung it at him. He caught it and looked up at her to see that her violet eyes were sparkling. It didn't help sate the pang he suddenly felt from standing so far away from her, even though in reality, they were just meters apart. He looked down at the box, turning it around as the gift wrapper crinkled. "What is this?" "Your birthday present," she replied. "Ishin told me a couple of days ago that it had been your birthday, but I never got the chance to give it to you. You lived with me, Rukia. You had 24 hours every day," he commented, trying so hard to look up so that she wouldn't notice the expression on his face. Rukia shook her head, looked exasperated. "You can't thank me and be done with it, can you? You forget that I didn't ask for any gift, midget," he shot back. He didn't know why all of a sudden he sounded so rude, but all that he knew was that all of this was wrong. He wasn't supposed to be getting gifts, there was nothing to celebrate about, no reason to gift him things, no reason to make him happy. Rukia's brow rose in disbelief as indignance flashed through her. "Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, it's my mistake that I went out of my way to get you something. My birthday was a month ago, Rukia. Whose fault was it that you never told me that? You should have asked. Does it really matter how I got to know?" "Of course it matters, Rukia. This," he raised the box, "you're not supposed to get me this. My birthday's not supposed to mean anything to you, it's not supposed to mean anything to anybody." "Why not?" Rukia challenged, and something sinister flashed through her eyes as she glared. For a moment, Ichigo felt frozen as chills erupted on his skin. She knew about his mother, and he didn't know why, but immense guilt and a sudden, childish urge to run away was flooding through him. She knew, and now she was going to blame him and he was going to shout. "It's none of your business." "A lot of things are none of my business, but that's not going to stop me from butting in anyway," Rukia replied fiercely. Ichigo looked down, tightening his fists. He was getting really close to shouting, not out of anger, not out of any other emotion except to have some sort of outlet. He didn't want to speak words, he never wanted to talk. When it came to his mother, why couldn't Rukia just understand that? "Ichigo, you've been living with this stupid notion that what happened to your mother was your fault." Her voice wasn't soft. In fact, it was tougher than Ichigo remembered it to usually be. "For 10 years, you've been making sure that you lived in complete misery. You made sure that nothing made you happy, that no one would be able to comfort you, that no one would come close. In short, you lived the exact opposite of the kind of life your mother wanted for you." Ichigo's nails were so tightly encased that they might draw blood if he clenched his fists any tighter, and for some reason, the knotting of his heart was becoming increasingly painful with every word Rukia was saying. "I'm not telling you to start speaking or to pour your heart out. It's just that your mother died to save your life, Ichigo, but that it feels like you haven't really been living it from the past 10 years. The sunlight really seemed to be scorching him as Ichigo stood next to the window, numb from the sudden calm that he was beginning to feel. He looked down at the stark violet gift-wrapped box in his hand, and his voice was gruff when he spoke. "What's in it?" "What dash?" "Oh, that." Rukia looked taken aback, containing herself just in time and shrugging. "Nothing special. It's actually a chappie." Ichigo stared at her in disbelief, then began tearing away the gift paper at top speed, only to reveal a plastic box with a small chappie bunny inside, holding a red heart-shaped cushion that said, "You make me chappie," in bright silver cursive. "It's supposed to be a funny substitute for happy, but yeah." Rukia cringed awkwardly as Ichigo held it up and stared at her through horrified eyes. "It's kind of lame." "You're kidding me, right? Hey, it's not that bad. Where in the name of hell am I gonna hide this?" Ichigo cried, the scene that had just happened pushed aside as he was now busy thinking of someplace where Kigo wouldn't find the stuffed toy. Rukia's brow furrowed. "What do you mean hide it?" Ichigo glared at her. "Are you looking at this? How the F do I explain this to everyone?" Rukia smirked. "Ah, so that means you're going to keep it." "Of course I'm gonna FNG keep it, why the hell would I?" "Wait, what? Ichigo paused mid-rant and blinked, giving himself a minute to look down at the plastic box that he held. He felt strange and confused. He seemed to have been so absorbed with everything that the thought of returning the thing hadn't even occurred to him. Now, he looked up to see Rukia grinning up at him. "Oh, you little dash." The door banged open just then and in arrived an excited Orihime Inoue, trailed by Hisagi Shohei and Ishida, who seemed to be too immersed in conversation to notice him. "Kurosaki-kun." Ishida looked up, surprised. "Oh, you are here. I thought Kigo was just saying that because he needed a way to talk to Inoue." Rukia blinked as Orihime Inoue, a beautiful, buxom auburn-haired girl, squealed and ran over to Ichigo, enveloping him a tight hug. Ichigo fell back, unease written all over his face. "Oh, hey, Inoue. Kurosaki-kun, you're back." He gave her an awkward pat on the back, marveling at how such a fragile-looking girl could squeeze the life out of him. Inoue. You arrived early. Ishida continued to talk, looking surprised. "I thought you weren't coming back until tomorrow." "Yeah, well, I got sick of my old man," Ichigo replied, massaging his neck as Inoue finally let go of him. "I have so many designs to show you, Kurosaki-kun. I couldn't do them properly, my drawings are horrible, but I'd love to know your opinion. Yuryu even helped with the stitching, but it didn't come out the way What are you holding?" Inoue blinked as she looked down at the box in Ichigo's hands. Ichigo looked down at his hands and turned red. "Oh, that I can explain dash. Is that a chappy rabbit?" Yuryu asked, eyebrows raised. "Speaking of chappy rabbits. Yeah, well, guys, I want you to meet Dash." Ichigo looked around for Rukia. He really did think that having more than just one friend was going to do her a lot of good, and in that way, maybe, just maybe, he'd get to spend more time with her. Not that he wanted to or anything, she was dead annoying, but for her sake, he wouldn't mind. Having proper, and kinda mental, friends like Ichigo's would properly help her open up a bit more. But before he could say anything, he looked around the room to realize the doorway was empty, and that she was already gone. "Love it if you'd call me back this time. She's your daughter as well, you know." Ami sighed, disconnecting the call once again. Hisana's funeral was taking place the coming Tuesday, yet there was still absolutely no word from Kuro. She wasn't sure if he was even getting any of the messages she'd been leaving, because he hadn't replied to even one of them. The weather had been considerably better, no rain, just bright and breezy, the wind swooping in and cooling off all the frustration and disappointment. Ami closed her eyes, her lower lip trembling as tears trickled down her eyes. Funny, she didn't think there were any tears left of her after hours of sobbing and shrieking. And the worst part? It felt like the minute Hisana had been taken away from her, a switch had been clicked off in the back of Ami's mind. A switch that had previously been on, that had made her cold and detached, that had made her hide all her emotions, that had made her inhuman and bitter and angry and emotionless towards her very own children. That had forced her to see only success and worry about things that she now realized had been completely materialistic. That switch had turned her into a monster. What kind of a mother was she? No answer. Came the quiet inquiry voice from Rukia Kuchiki, who sat straight behind her, unmoving. Ami really appreciated the man for everything he had done for her, for Hisana. During the past few days, Rukia had taken charge at their place, making breakfast for Hisana and Ami, who had started working multiple shifts, cleaning up, cheering Hisana. Ami never thought she'd live to see the day when sullen-faced Rukia Kuchiki, the guy with the dead serious "I'm going to kill you" face, as Hisana always put it, would be in a happy mood. But one afternoon she had returned to work and heard laughter echoing through the walls of the house, and gone upstairs to see him and her daughter smiling. Ami wished now she had taken a picture of them, some sort of memory to remind her that there had been happier times. The way they had looked at each other, it had been a long time since someone had been that happy in that house. And now that Hisana was gone, Rukia still stayed back, making sure Ami was resting, taking enough care of herself, eating, sleeping. Ami could clearly see that Hisana's death was taking a toll on him. His exams were coming closer, and late at night, when Ami couldn't sleep, she would sometimes go upstairs, and find Byakuya pacing Hisana's room, either sitting on a chair and staring out the window, or standing in the doorway to the room, as if he was overlooking the shadow of his girlfriend sleeping in the bed that now stood there, empty and cold. Ami blinked rapidly and pocketed her phone. For the millionth time, she wondered how Rukia was, if she would care that her big sister was no longer there. It was suffocating Ami, staying in a house that was now stripped of every little life it had once had, a house that had once been considered small, but now felt just too huge. Ami turned to face Byakuya, and shook her head. No answer. The atmosphere was hot and heavy, the bitter tantalizing smell of alcohol hanging strongly in the thick air. Music boomed from the speakers as smoke filled up some of the rooms. Ichigo clutched 2 plastic red glasses in his hands as he made his way through the plethora of students dancing and kissing on the floor. If Ranjaku tried to hook him up with one more girl one more time, he was going to go mad. He'd just been able to make an excuse and escape the arms of a clingy redhead, that Ranjaku had introduced to him as Mia, his biggest fan, who had been grabbing every opportunity to stick to him as close as possible. Ichigo felt like gagging as he moved away from the crowd. He'd had enough of this stupidity. The lighting was low, and he had no idea what the time was. He caught sight of Hisagi not far away and thankfully walked over to him. Hey, thanks. Hisagi called over the loud music, taking a glass from Ichigo's hands. It's a miracle none of the faculty members haven't gotten word of this. Ichigo shook his head and took a swig of his drink, eyes wandering over to a couple of teenagers nearby, who were pressed against the wall in a corner, busy wrapped in each other's embrace. He had a hunch that the reason no faculty member had come to break the party out was because Ranjaku had brought their dorm matron, a single, hairy 40-year-old woman, to the very same party and gotten her drunk to oblivion. It's Matsumoto, dude, she does this for a living. Have you seen Kigo anywhere? Nope, no idea. Ichigo squinted desperately at the entrance, wondering if Rukia was going to come in. That was really the only reason he'd let Kigo drag him in there. He didn't trust Kigo at all, especially if Rukia was there. Kurosaki-kun. He jumped, turning around to see Orihime smiling up at him in the overcrowded room of teenagers. Hey. Next to her was Ishida holding a glass of punch, looking a little out of place. Ichigo had a sneaking suspicion that Ranjaku had spiked the punch, because, really, this was Ranjaku they were talking about, because that would explain why Ishida seemed to be hiccuping uncontrollably and was staring at Inoue as if she'd sprouted 3 heads. What's up? I didn't think you'd come. You never come to parties like these. Yeah, well, I could say the same about Ishida. Ichigo called loudly. You managed to get him out then, eh? Oh, I said we deserved to have some fun after the finals, and anyway, Ranjaku had already made me promise to come, but I didn't have anyone who'd come with me. Inoue gave Ishida a fond look, making the bespectacled youth cough. That's when Yuryu offered to accompany me here. Isn't that so sweet of him? Oh, really? Ichigo smirked over at Ishida, who went red and glared at him from behind Orihime. Yuryu had the biggest crush ever on the bubbly, auburn-haired girl. Half of the entire campus was aware of it. Naturally, Orihime had no idea. You should mind your own business, Kurosaki. Ishida said through gritted teeth, like the fact that you scared about a dozen girls in the past half hour. Meh, they'll live. It was Ranjaku's fault anyway. Ichigo wasn't really paying attention to the conversation, his eyes still stuck on the front door for any sign of a raven-haired midget that might come through. She shouldn't have tried impaling women on me. If you want her to stop hooking you up with girls, then just get yourself a girlfriend. Yuryu said matter-of-factly. Yes. I mean, there must be someone you like, right? Orihime asked tentatively as she looked up at Ichigo with wide gray eyes, tucking a strand of auburn hair behind her ear. There is. Ichigo's gaze flicked to check the entrance once again. It was more than an hour since he had arrived, and there was still no sign of Rukia anywhere. He might as well just leave already. Yeah, man, people are starting to think you're gay. Ichigo sighed as he recognized the voice at once. Rinji, he said, turning to find the redhead grinning at him. He raised a glass in cheers. Why are you guys so interested in my love life anyway? Because we're really the only hope you've got. Renji said, downing a drink from a nearby table. You don't even try to get a girl, dude. You're a disgrace when it comes to guys. Plus, we don't want you to turn into a grumpy old childless man who yells at kids who throw ball at his house and break his window. I know, right? Renji exclaimed, he's already unbearable to live with. Can you imagine what he'll be like 40 years from now? At least his hair would have all shed. Ranjiku called as she joined them, smiling brightly. She was dressed in a glittering orange dress that was so bright it hurt the eyes to look at her, especially in the semi-darkness of the party. Or do orange heads never get white hair? Can we stop talking about me like I'm not there? Ichigo fumed. There you go Ranjiku said dramatically. I can almost picture him as this wrinkly, old man, flinging his old cane in the air and don't forget his scowl. Came a voice and Ichigo blinked to see Rukia smiling at the others as she walked in. She was dressed in a soft, lilac dress that flowed along her figure, making her look so small and simple and perfect. Ichigo blinked as she looked up at him, her pale face flawless under the pale blue light that flooded through the room for a minute as the music changed to something more soft and appropriate. Oh, hey. Rukia looked up, surprised. I didn't think you'd be here. It took Ichigo a minute to come back to his senses. Hey, neither did I. What are you doing here? She made me promise. Rukia shrugged, gesturing to Ranjiku, who was busy laughing hysterically at something Renji was saying. Besides, I can go to parties if I want to. Suyer. Ichigo snorted, raising his glass. Half of his drink went up his nose, however, when Rukia aimed a kick at him and he emerged from his glass, coughing and spluttering. That hurt, midget. And don't you forget that. Rukia smirked as Momo and Hitsugaya Toshiro came over to join them. Hi. Momo smiled knowingly at Ichigo. I believe I know you from earlier today. Ichigo looked over at Hitsugaya, who was holding a glass and glaring at him, as if daring Ichigo to mention what had happened that morning. Ichigo smirked at Momo. I believe I do too. You're little Hitsu's girlfriend, aren't ya? Momo went red and gave a small nod. Ah, Rukia, you're so small I didn't even see you. Oh, you look amazing. Guys, I don't believe you've met the charming Miss Kuchiki, have you? Ranjiku announced as she came skipping to stand beside Rukia. This is Rukia, and her roommate, Hinamori Momo. And you already know our little spoilsport Hitsu. It's Hitsugaya Toshiro, and very funny. Hey, was the only word Rukia could get to say before she was engulfed in a big hug by Renji. Ichigo hastily looked away, taking a large gulp of his drink and scanning the dancing youth just to have something to do. He didn't really like Renji that much anyway, and now, with the way he was hugging Rukia, he was getting to like him even less. Come here, you little devil. Renji sighed over Rukia's shoulder. Ichigo's grip on his glass tightened. God, I missed you. The campus is so lonely without you and your kicks. I'm sure. Rukia laughed as she pulled back. Ishida looked at her closely as he held out a hand. Ishida Yuryu. Congratulations, you were in the top 10 list. Rukia nodded, smiling. Yeah, I was. So were you, if I remember correctly. Ishida nodded smugly. Second, to be exact. I know, he studies too much. I had to practically beg him to come out and have some fun. After all the hard work he's done, he deserves to celebrate, right? Said Inoue as she extended a hand forward. Hi, I'm Inoue Orihime, it's nice to meet you. Rukia smiled as she shook hands. There was something about the way Orihime smiled that made her look so much more beautiful than she already was. Rukia had seen her before, but right now, under the lighting and the music and the hazy atmosphere, Orihime looked like the goddess in her stark black dress. Rukia glanced at Ichigo, who was looking out at the crowd boredly, and her heart sank a little. It's nice to meet you too. I'm Rukia Kuchiki. I don't see you around much. Do you live on campus? Yeah. I don't come to many parties though. Rukia shrugged. Nor do I actually. Inoue admitted, smiling. But it doesn't hurt to come and enjoy, you know. Just dance to the music and forget once in a while. Yeah, more like come and enjoy a night of casual SEC and limitless alcohol, and then have the liberty to forget about it the next day when you were deeply hung over, Rukia thought as she sipped from her glass. Parties, dates, late-night ventures, they were nothing new at Saratai, but Rukia had never been invited to many, and the few ones that she had been, courtesy of Ranjaku, she'd refused to go to, because at that time, making Kuro proud was her only goal. The fear of not being able to make her mark in this university was too intense for her to let go of. And so somewhere along the way, she'd always thought her friends would eventually get bored of her. Now, as she looked around at the group of people around her, laughing and busy in conversation, she felt a sense of safety. She wasn't alone. They might not be the best of people, but they were her friends, they liked her. She looked over at the people dancing around her. Everyone was laughing, talking loudly over the music, kissing, dancing. There was a reckless sense of euphoria in the air, and as Rukia turned, she looked sideways at Ichigo through the haze, and she felt a little out of breath. Maybe it was the heavy amount of smoke in the air or just the soft music playing gently in the background, but she felt like she was looking at Ichigo through a clear glass, for the very first time. He was leaning against the table, dressed in a dark black button-down and faded jeans, as he always was. She felt a certain rush as her eyes fixed on him. A cool expression of indifference masked Ichigo's features as multiple lights danced across the fine angles of his face, giving him an edgy look, playing out so well with the neon that surrounded him that he seemed to exclude a strange, powerful sort of energy. There was no denying it, Ichigo looked pretty hot. Rukia blinked rapidly, swallowing a little as Ichigo turned to look at her. He didn't say anything, just looked, a hint of uncertainty in his dark brown eyes. They were soft, and in the dim lights, it seemed like he didn't need to say anything. How were your vacations? Came a sudden voice, and Rukia turned to see Renji join them. Rukia shrugged, her voice unnaturally rough. So. She was aware that Ichigo had turned to look at them, and was carefully listening in. Yours? Nothing great. The campus is dead during summers. Renji rolled his eyes, straightening up just as Inoue dragged Ishida over to the dance floor. Come on, dance with me. Rukia blinked. What? Renji let out a hand. A dance. That's people normally do at parties, you know. Oh, please. Ichigo finally spoke up over the music, giving Renji a pointed look. Rukia doesn't dance, I thought you'd know that. Rukia stared at him, and since when do you make decisions for me? Ichigo rolled his eyes. Oh come on, Rukia, you wouldn't be caught dead in parties like these. You just sit and paint. It was a minute later, with the shocked expression on Rukia's face that Ichigo realized he said something horribly wrong. I'll decide what I do or don't do, thank you very much. Rukia spat. It oddly stung, hearing Ichigo say that. She didn't know why, but somehow somewhere, it hurt. Come on, Renji. I'd actually love to dance. An expression of utter shock flashed over Ichigo's face as Rukia put her glass down and took Renji's hand. She narrowed her eyes at Ichigo and walked away, leaving him standing there all alone. Rukia was laughing, and it was FNG horrible, Ichigo decided as he sat in the corner of the room, sulking. His eyes had been stuck on the midget from the past half an hour, and he was positive that she was now dancing just to spite him. Renji had long ago disappeared somewhere into the crowd, and now, Rukia was busy in conversation into the arms of an unnamed, bashfully handsome blonde youth that Ichigo wanted to kill right then. And your scowl is back on, thank God. Came a feminine voice from his side, and Ichigo turned to find Ranjaku standing there, playing with the straw of her drink. He winced, her dress was indeed too FNG bright. You were looking normal for a while, and it was starting to freak me out. He glared at her. All this was her fault. F off, Matsumoto. She, however, thought better of it and sighed, sitting down a chair. You really like her, don't you? I don't know who you're talking about. Oh please, Ichigo. You've been staring at her from the past half an hour. Ichigo turned to look at Rukia under the neon lights. She was saying something to the guy she was dancing with and his arms were slowly trying to work their way below her waist as he replied, smiling smoothly. There was something unnatural about how Rukia was smiling. The light bounced off her pale face, the light lilac dress she wore flowing around her legs as she swayed a little. God, she looked breathtaking. Ichigo gritted his teeth. She's a pain in the butt. Yet still you've spent every minute of this party either looking for her, or at her. Something about Ranjiku's smile was really annoying. Ichigo, wonder why that is. She can't take care of herself, Matsumoto. Have you looked at her? Ichigo snorted. She could get trampled in the crowd. Oh, please, she's just dancing, it's harmless. Ranjiku rolled her eyes. Momo told me that you guys were friends, you know. Funny, considering that Rukia never mentioned you to me, and she knows that I'm friends with you. You don't need to know everything. Oh come on. I could have hooked you up a long time ago if you told me that you knew her earlier. I don't need you to hook me up with anyone. Please, do me a favor and just admit that you like her. Ichigo felt blood rush up to his face, and not just because the guy Rukia was dancing with was being so obvious. He could see Rukia smoothly turn away whenever he came too close, but that was far from comforting right now. Shut up. Ranjiku shrugged. Suit yourself. But if you don't do something soon. She gestured to the dance floor, where the blonde guy was gazing at Rukia through slightly tinted eyes. Then you might just lose her before you get the chance to even start something. Ichigo didn't say anything as Ranjiku got up and left. He hadn't meant it in that way when he'd said that Rukia didn't dance. He didn't even know what way Rukia had taken it in. The midget could be so annoying sometimes. He'd meant it in a nice way. She wasn't like others. She didn't bother with popularity, with praise, with attention. She cared as little about others as she did about herself. It had been a long time since Ichigo had met someone who was so completely indifferent to whether people appreciated her or not, and in a way, it was one of the most wonderful things about her. She didn't need someone to tell her she was good. She didn't expect anything out of her work or out of her actions, which gave her all the more freedom to do whatever she wanted. It gave her the freedom to feel as much as she wanted. Then why was she acting like this? It was revolting to see her stoop so low just to prove Ichigo wrong. There was a scurry of flickering lights as the teens cheered, raising their glass. Ichigo caught a glimpse of Rukia trip and collapse against the other guy's chest as she raised her glass, smiling. Her eyes moved and caught his for a moment and they flashed. Scowling, Ichigo gulped down his entire drink, crushing the plastic glass in his hands and throwing it against the wall with a smash that was deafened by the loud music as he got up. His eyes locked with Rukia's as she turned to see him and her expression turned to wonder, just as he shook his head and left. Kurosaki-kun. Ichigo didn't have to turn to know it was Orihime. He stood at the balcony of the building, having closed the sliding door behind him to make sure the sound of the music didn't come through. He didn't like parties, and he was not much in the mood to say anything except to just stand there and look into the night, trying to let the silence succeed in distracting his thoughts. Hey, Inoue. What are you doing out here? Orihime clutched Ishida's leather jacket around her bare shoulders. Walking over to stand next to the orange-headed youth. Everyone's inside, and it's really cold. I don't mind. Orihime studied the tight line his jaw was set in and the firm grip he had on the balcony rails. He was undoubtedly angry. You sure? And then he did that thing he always did with her, that always made her fall for him a little bit more. He looked sideways, right into her eyes and gave a small smile. Yeah, Inoue, trust me. I'm sure. It made her feel special. Ichigo never smiled for anybody but her. There was that intensity in his brown eyes that seemed to freeze her right in her place, and despite the happiness she felt knowing that he smiled only for her, he didn't seem to have that look in his eyes the way he did with that violet-eyed girl, Rukia. Orihime wasn't dumb, she had noticed Ichigo hadn't moved from his place, and neither had he turned his gaze away from a certain raven-haired girl throughout the entire time he had been at the party. In matters like these, Ichigo was painstakingly obvious. Well. Orihime hesitated, fidgeting with her fingers. Kuchiki-san seems nice. Ichigo chuckled and bowed his head. Yeah, she is. And Rukia sure was nice. Orihime had talked to Rukia on the dance floor. She'd explained all about the fashion line she was planning on making, how she only needed someone who could sketch well to make up the dresses the way Orihime visualized them to be. Ichigo had noticed the excited expression on Inoue's face when Rukia had been introduced, for she finally had found another girl-friend apart from Ranjaku in their friend circle. To be honest, Ranjaku wasn't the best influence, and Ichigo had a feeling that Rukia was going to do just as much good to the others as their company would do to her. It was time Rukia spent a little less time alone. She seems really private though. Orihime looked below over at the vast campus before her, flooded with lights. She was laughing and making jokes along with everyone, but she didn't say a word about her life back at Karakura. Ichigo nodded, yeah. She must have her reasons, I guess. Orihime looked at him, wondering if she should ask. She had been surprised when it had turned out that Ichigo already knew Rukia. She wondered when they had come to become friends. Did you become friends at Karakura this summer? Because that I was just wondering. Since you're also from the same town. The look on Ichigo's face as he turned to look straight was haunted, as if he was reliving something unpleasant. You could say something like that, he said quietly, and looked sideways at the hesitant expression on Orihime's face. He nudged her softly, smiling. Hey, don't work yourself up about it. Rukia's a really great person, trust me. Orihime nodded, saying nothing. It crushed her every moment she spent with Ichigo, and he didn't realize. How could he be so oblivious, or was she just so good at hiding her feelings that he couldn't see? It wasn't Rukia being nice that she was worried about, it was the fact that this Rukia seemed to have captured his attention and done something in just 2 months that Orihime hadn't been able to from the entire past year. Ichigo somehow seemed to be more alive. Not any less aggressive, or any more happy. He just seemed to care more about everything. And Orihime felt horrible for feeling this jealous, for feeling this horrible every time Ichigo looked at Rukia. It wasn't right, it wasn't what Orihime would normally do. She wanted the best for everyone, and yet here she was, not really sure of how she was supposed to feel. Ichigo turned his gaze to look back at the foggy green fields below them. He straightened himself and began to walk back. Well, I better go. I'll see you later. What? You're leaving already? Orihime turned quickly as Ichigo slid the balcony door open, and they were met with a sudden, loud blast of music. I only came because of Kigo. Ichigo called over the loud racket as he stepped inside the party once again. I've had enough nonsense for one day. But, what about Kuchiki-san? She called after him, looking around to see if she could spot Rukia anywhere. The music was everywhere, and there were so many people. The last time she'd seen Rukia, the violet-eyed girl had left the dance floor and had been asking people if they'd seen Ichigo. What about her? She was looking for you. Orihime said desperately. Yeah, well, she seemed to be doing just fine last time I checked. Ichigo called out bitterly, making his way to the door. He walked over to the corner, and turned just to have Rukia walk right into him. Her eyes went wide, and Ichigo felt his heart stop for one moment. She was panting, and looked frantic in the wide array of music and humidity around them. Orihime halted, watching the two look at each other. Quietly, she slipped into the crowd, leaving Ichigo standing behind as he stared, a little hopefully at Rukia. Ichigo. Rukia said softly, but he heard. His expression darkened and he turned around her. He opened the door and walked out, not bothering to see if she was behind him. A part of his heart ached to turn around and see if she was there, see if he mattered enough for her to follow him out. A minute later, he heard her steps as he left down the stairs. Ichigo. The relief he felt to know that she was still there was nothing compared to the anger that flooded through him right there. How dare she come and try to justify herself? It had just been a comment, and she had made such a big deal out of it. The hand that grabbed his arm was extremely cold, and Ichigo shook it away as he reached down the stairs and walked rapidly across the hallway. He didn't want to talk to Rukia, not now. He knew he was being completely unreasonable, considering that both of them had never established themselves as more than friends, so he really had no right to be jealous. Okay, he had been jealous, a little bit, of whoever she danced with. Or did anything with, for that matter. Ichigo, will you wait? But was that going to stop him from being, a little bit, jealous? Leave me alone, Rukia. No, it was not. A chilling wave of cold air hit him as he got out of the building and strode past the neatly mowed lawn in the semi-darkness, not caring where he was going. He wanted to leave, walk in the cold air along the acres and acres of land before him and freeze himself to death until he found a semblance of sense. He didn't want to talk to her, because he was afraid that if she pushed him too much, he might just yell out loud all that he really felt, all that he'd been hiding for a long time now. The second time Rukia's hand touched his skin, he lost it. I said, leave me alone, he shouted, shaking her away so violently that she was thrown 2 feet away from him and collided painfully against a bench behind her. Before he could do anything, there was a loud, sickening clang of bone hitting metal and Rukia was falling. Ichigo made to grab her, but she was already down, doubling over and clutching her ankle, her face contorted in pain. His eyes widened as he stood there, shocked, overwhelming guilt flooding him already as he reached out. Rukia, I'm but this time, it was Rukia who slapped his hand away. The look she gave him was chilling. What the hell is wrong with you, she cried. She was pained and angry and there was confusion and hatred glinting in her eyes as they burned and he felt completely dumbfounded. What exactly did I do anyway to piss you off this time? Rukia. No, I don't understand you, she shouted against the cold, bitter air, puffs coming out her mouth as he stood against the chilling silence. What is your problem whatever I'm doing? It's not what, it's who, he snapped, fists clenching. If going to parties and flirting around with half of the friggin' male population is what you want to do, then fine, don't let me interrupt. It was one guy. And isn't that the whole point of partying? Don't you call that having fun? I thought that's why everyone was there, to flirt around. Rukia glared, isn't that why you were there? Ichigo couldn't believe the nerve with which she had dared to ask him that. He strode closer to her, eyes intense. I was there to keep an eye on you, Rukia. Obviously, you're in need of it. Since when did you care what I did? Rukia's heart ached a little as she talked. I thought I would never be caught dead in parties like these. I thought I just sat in a corner and painted. Ichigo's frustration was at its peak as he raised his arms and ran a hand through his face. For F's sake, I didn't mean in that way. Do you know that it hurts? She interrupted, voice incomprehensible as she looked at him, and for a second, her eyes looked brittle, almost as if for a moment she was allowing him to see a part of her that was more fragile than she let it seem. I might not be that social, but I'm not someone who just sits and paints and cuts, Ichigo. His eyes widened. I didn't say that. Well, isn't it implied? That's all I've done these past months, that's all I've done these past years. Painting's the only thing I'm good at, Ichigo. She looked betrayed, but to hear you say that, as if I'm a freak, do you know how disgusted that made me feel? And do you know how disgusted it made me feel to watch you dancing all over that guy, like it was nothing at all? Ichigo asked, fists clenching. He wished he could tell her so much. I thought you were better than that, Rukia, but you were so hell-bent on trying to prove me wrong that you'd do anything for it. I was dancing, like more than half of the people there, she exclaimed. What's your problem if I dance? You're not the kind of person who just goes and has fun and dances, okay? Ichigo couldn't help but realize how ridiculous he sounded, but he was no use with words. He had no idea what he was saying, and a part of him just wanted to keep his mouth shut so that he wouldn't make this any worse than it already was. The way Rukia was looking at him was tearing him apart, and he knew that her ankle was hurting, but that she was just too proud to say it out loud. He wanted to hit himself for being so stupid. He'd practically raised his hand at her out of mere anger. He didn't know what was happening to him. F dash, F dash, F dash. Rukia raised a brow, and the look on her face was stone cold. So basically what you said earlier. I'm not the kind of person who dances or has fun, right? I just sit and paint. No, damn it, Rukia, I don't dash. Ichigo wanted to punch something. The loud music from inside the building echoed throughout the grounds, stale and melding into the clear night sky as they looked at each other. You're supposed to sit there and tell me that you find the party completely boring. You're not supposed to enjoy yourself, like Matsumoto or Inoue or everybody else. Why not? Is it so bad? Am I really that bad that I don't deserve to enjoy myself? Rukia exclaimed, looking exasperated. No. Just dash. Ichigo's thoughts were too jumbled, and he looked at Rukia, who was flushed with anger. DMN, he couldn't even begin to describe how she looked right then. Her anger had actually brought some color to her cheeks as she stared at him through brilliantly sparkling violet eyes. She looked positively angelic and, God, so beautiful. All her passion, all her emotion seemed to exclude a powerful aura, highlighting each and every feeling that swirled in her eyes, and Ichigo couldn't decide whether he should walk away or stride forward and kiss her fully on the mouth, because DMN it, both were extremely tempting. You're not supposed to be like them, Rukia. You're not supposed to like parties or go around dancing with random guys. You're more than that, and if you like all this, then I'll be all alone once again. It was a moment's pause that made him realize what he had said. Rukia stared at him expectantly. Then what? He took a deep breath, and looked up to meet her eyes. Then where do I fit in? Rukia couldn't speak. It was as if time had stopped for a moment, and all she could see was the dark amber in Ichigo's eyes, bright under the stark night sky, her heart thudding. She wondered why it was that she always had these profound, dramatic moments with Ichigo. He was close to her, so close that she could almost feel his hot breath against her lips, but it was the intensity with which he held his gaze that made all the music disappear. Where do you fit in? She questioned, mouth dry. And she really wondered, because there was no category that she could put him under that seemed to be quite good enough. There was always something lacking, something she didn't know she had been missing until she had been presented with it, and yet not quite. I'm still trying to figure that out. Ichigo replied hoarsely, as he walked closer to her. Look, I'm sorry for your leg, and for saying everything that I did. I honestly didn't mean it in that way, I just dash. He rubbed his neck sheepishly. I can be a real but sometimes. Rukia surveyed him for a minute before shaking her head. Yeah, you can be. He eyed her. But how's your ankle? Rukia looked down and experimentally tried to move. Pain shot through her and she cringed. Not that bad. It was comical, how a minute earlier, they had been shouting on top of their lungs at each other, for a reason they were not quite yet sure of themselves, and here they were, standing completely calm minutes later. Ichigo looked over at her. Friends, then. Rukia rolled her eyes, trying to fight the smirk that was trying to make its way to her lips. You're going to have to practically carry me back to the party, but yeah. He winced. That bad? Rukia bit her lip and tried to take a step forward. The minute her foot touched the ground, however, she felt an earth-shattering amount of pain and her foot gave away. Whoa! Ichigo breathed as he caught her. Yeah, it's definitely that bad. Rukia grabbed his muscles as he held his arms tightly around her tiny form, and something about the feel of her felt extremely comforting. Ichigo wanted to grin to himself triumphantly and say, "Take that, you a-hole," to the blonde guy Rukia had been dancing with. He looked away. Rukia, I didn't know I pushed you away that hard. God, I'm sorry. It's fine, but you owe me. Rukia rolled her eyes. Fair enough, he narrowed his eyes at her. You're not gonna make me do some weird shit like Rinji, though. I'm warning you. No, but it's a thought. Rukia smirked as Ichigo gave her a horrified look. Hey, you two lovebirds. They turned to see Ranjiko standing, leaning over the balcony. In the darkness of the night, she looked like a ridiculously glittery sun in her orange dress. Don't you dare try bailing out. Get your buttes up and help us clean after everybody's gone. Ichigo groaned as Ranjiko turned to get back inside. Just then, she paused and turned to look below at them again, smiling. Oh, and by the way, you two make the cutest couple. Rukia blinked as Ichigo turned redder, just then realizing that he still had Rukia in his arms. He straightened up immediately, clearing his throat, but keeping an arm around her waist just in case she fell. She stumbled and gripped him hard before looking up at the balcony Ranjiko had been in, sighing. She made me promise I'd stay back and help clean up. Ichigo snorted. You too, huh? He tried hard not to think about how soft the fabric of Rukia's dress was, because it really was, so smooth that it practically seemed to be a second skin for her as she limped, her one arm around Ichigo's neck. She smelt of strawberries, and against the slightly numbing monsoon air, the scent of her was tingling and hit something painfully pleasant in the pit of Ichigo's stomach. You think she'll let you go if you say that you're injured? He asked her against the calming silence of the night. Rukia nodded. Probably. You think she'll let me go if I say that you're injured? God, I hope not, she remarked. You deserve it for being such an but tonight. He glared at her and opened his mouth for a comeback when he paused. Rukia winced yet again and he looked away, feeling that pang. Why didn't he say something? Why couldn't he just open his fringy mouth and tell her that he was an but that she meant too much? That she'd begun to mean too much, and it was starting to scare him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and the more he tried to break away, the more he wanted to hold on. Yeah, I kinda do. His grip tightened onto her waist. Just in case she fell, he told himself, he'll be there to catch her. Just in case. The sun was bright, the distant buzz of mindless chatter filling Ichigo's ears numbly as he lay there on the soft grass, next to Rukia, looking out at the sleek, stone buildings of Saratai. For some reason, the heat was pleasantly warming, soaking up his shirt in sweat but cooling him down as the soft breeze blew, and the gardens, the basketball court. Everything around him looked ethereal. Sandwich? Ichigo looked up to see Rukia blinking down at him, her one hand outstretched, clutching a piece of bread. Her mouth was full as she chewed, breadcrumbs coating her mouth and bright, pink jam smeared on her cheek. It's the last one, she said, through a mouthful of bread. He raised a brow. It's not exactly MasterChef cooking. She rolled her eyes. You could have offered to help, then. I'm sure your professional cooking skills would have helped a lot. He scowled, remembering the numerous times he'd attempted to make food back at home during the summer vacations, and how he'd managed to embarrass himself each and every time. Rukia had not left any opportunity to remind him that the only time people opted for his food was when they needed an illness to skip school or work. You have jam on your face, he replied smugly, not quite satisfied with his comeback. A deft, pink tongue flicked out to poke her side of the cheek as Rukia precariously ran it over her lips. Ichigo froze, staring at her as she concentrated, looking frustrated. There was a growing swooping sensation in the pit of his stomach as she watched Rukia run her tongue oh so innocently over her lips, wetting them carelessly as she liked the jam, running it sweetly and swirling her tongue as she tasted it. Is it gone? Ichigo looked up, mouth having gone dry, heat pooling inside him. Holy shit, this woman was going to be the death of him. Oh, no, it's, some of it still dash, his insides clenched as she liked her lips again. No, let me just, dash. Not entirely sure of what he was doing, Ichigo reached out a tentative hand, cupping Rukia's chin and running a thumb over the tiny sticky sweet smear. The normal, hazy feeling of the previous moment was gone, and he could hear the blood pounding in his head. How the hell had he landed himself here anyway, having a picnic with Rukia all alone? He could feel Rukia's eyes on him, and wanted to look anywhere but directly at her. He swallowed thickly, gaze falling onto Rukia's thin, slightly parted lips. They looked soft, pink and soft and perfect, and he wondered how it would feel to press his against them and kiss her. It was definitely tempting enough, and he was left wondering how they got so close all of a sudden, with her hot breath falling on his mouth. Ichigo. Her voice was tentative and distant. He couldn't help but look up, and was instantly locked onto his place, stuck to those deep, dark violet irises. Had she always had such purple eyes? How had he not noticed? His eyes dropped down to her lips again. She'd taste sweet, from the bright, pink jam, sweet and soft and oh so perfect, with her hot mouth against his. Ichigo. He couldn't think with all the heat surrounding them. He felt her look up at him with wide, hesitant violet eyes, but he was already leaning forward. He thought. He wanted this, and he was going to get it. With a rush of surprise, he felt his stomach swoop as he softly pressed his lips on hers. Ichigo. Ichigo's eyes shot open and he stared into a pair of wide, terrified brown eyes. What dash? With a loud cry, he leapt back, his chair tumbled and he was sent crashing down to the ground as the entire hallroom stared back at him, stunned. Renji glanced down at him with relief. "UFNG scared me, I thought you were dead." "What the F happened?" Ichigo managed to ask, stumbling to his feet. Ranjaku, who was watching from 2 desks away, her expression curious, offered the answer. "You fell asleep in the middle of the class." Ichigo's eyes snapped onto the front of the classroom, but she rolled her eyes. "Relax. Unohana left. Told us to let you sleep, said you looked freakishly tired." Ichigo glared at her. "And whose fault is that?" "Hey, the party was 2 weeks ago. That's enough time to catch up on lost sleep." Ranjaku poked her tongue out. "Don't blame me for how you've been acting lately." Ichigo rubbed his forehead, pinching his nose in irritation as he muttered. He felt exhausted. He looked exhausted too, from what Professor Unohana had said. He sighed, leaning against the wall behind him. Ichigo had barely had any sleep from the past few days. He rubbed his eyes. On the very first day of studies, after Ranjaku's party, he, Rukia and a few others had spent the wee hours of morning picking up littered plastic cups and cleaning beer sloshed on the floor. Barely having any time to get some sleep, Ichigo had staggered into his room at 5:30, awakened himself by standing under the shower for nearly an hour and a half and finishing all the hot water just to PSS off Kigo, and rushed for breakfast. By the time he'd reached his class, he'd been wide awake, and slightly high from 3 cups of coffee. As classes after classes took place, with new projects and assignments being given, Ichigo barely seemed to have time for anything. He spent most of his day carrying Rukia from one destination to other, deaf to her protests, eating, writing, taking notes, consulting and referring to books in the library, till the cold, early hours of morning, and drinking entirely too much coffee. His friends had seemed slightly worried with the way he was behaving, or so he gathered from the little amount of time he spent in their company. Everywhere he looked, all he could see were the deadlines for this or that assignment, and he'd barely realized it when 2 weeks had passed. And now, it seemed that every time he did manage to try to take a nap, his mind was plagued with nightmares and dreams of his mother crying out, of Rukia lying there, bleeding. He cringed, rubbing his eyes. It wasn't his fault he'd fallen asleep during class. It was the first time he'd had a pleasant dream though. And that's when it hit him. He'd dreamt of kissing Rukia. All of a sudden, his mind went numb, blocking out the students' ongoing commentary as they gave him weird looks, eyes widening as his whole body froze up. Holy shit. No. He breathed to himself, heart thudding. He reached up to touch his lips slowly. He could still feel it, the tightening nervousness in his chest, the intensity of her sparkling gaze, the slight strawberry tinge of her jam-flavored lips as they bit into his, softly, deliciously. Almost as if he could still taste it in the aftermath of the kiss that had never happened, and had yet still left his lips tingling. Slam. Where is it? Kuro struggled to catch hold of the hand that was tightening around his neck as he was pressed roughly into the wall behind him. I see can't dash. Pow. Bright, white lights blinded Kuro's vision as his head slammed against the wall hard. There was a sickening sound of skull hitting mortar, followed by white-hot flash of pain as Kuro gasped for breath. The guy came closer, cigarette smoke billowing in Kuro's face. Where is it? Kuro wheezed, flailing his arms desperately, trying to throw away his assailant. I don't have it. Pow! Another blow. This time Kuro didn't have time to regain his sense as his chin was roughly grabbed. What dash, growled the man, do you mean you don't have it, Machida? I gave you an extra weak dash. I see can't, I'm so dash, Kuro choked, frantically grabbing the man's wrist as his grip began to tighten dangerously around Kuro's neck. He spluttered, mouth open, kicking his legs. 5 grand. 5 grand is not a small FNG amount, Machida. The man growled, I'm giving you another week. Do what you have to, kill a man, rob bank, I want my 5 grand. With interest. Do you get that? Kuro nodded his head shakily. The hand gave away and he sagged down the wall, rolling over and coughing uncontrollably, the stone pavement cold against the palm of his hands. The man gave him one last kick to the shins, sending him crashing into the hard wall again as he cried out in pain. 1 week. Came the deep warning, and then the footsteps slowly drifted away as Kuro sank into the comforting solidity of the pavement. He could barely see straight, let alone think. Kuro wiped his mouth against the sleeve of his dirty, slimy jacket. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a bath. Living here, or roaming about in corner alleyways had become a part of life now. Him and the painting that he'd stolen, although it had been his to begin with. So that didn't really count as stealing, right? Blood trickled down his nose as he gasped, his hair felt greasy and eyes were bloodshot as they darted around. His drag-addicted body was having reactions, nervous tremors hitting and shaking his right hand. He tried to stop the spasms, but it only made his hand tremble harder. What had he gotten himself into? He sniffed, breathing heavily. He hadn't meant to fall back into debt, he'd honestly thought he'd win the money back. As it turned out, he lost the gamble, spent the leftover few bucks on medication, and fell into an even deeper debt. What was he going to do? He didn't have 5 grand and he didn't have any of Rukia's paintings left, and he wasn't going to sell, again, the one painting he had stolen. It was his favorite. He turned his head to find it there, neatly tucked into the corner between the walls of 2 close-knit shops, where he'd hidden it when he'd heard the man coming. This painting that Rukia had done stared at him through a haze of red during his sober hours, accused him, reminded him of what he'd done, wreaked guilt and a bit of humanity into him. The woman in the red haze in the painting made him feel real. He wasn't going to sell that. The money. Where to get the money from? As the chilly night air numbed his mind, bringing heightened euphoria into the crevices of his brain, his eyes flickered around the street. No one knew him. He knew no one. No one, except one. Rukia. He smelt of cigarette smoke now, but he rather liked it. The gritty, cold stone had a polished tinge to it, he could smell the hint of smoke and polluted air in the town, the scent of perfume mingled with alcohol as the night breeze blew. Rukia. She was his daughter. She loved him. She was a little mad, she tried to kill herself, if he remembered correctly, but he was willing to overlook that particular detail for some time. It was fine, after all, everyone was a little mad, weren't they? And what she did was none of his business. If the girl wanted to kill herself, he shouldn't interrupt her in the process. He grinned, white teeth shining against the cold metallic taste of his blood. It was going to be fine. His loud, raucous laughter rang out in the chilling silence as he huddled against the wall, homeless, alone, and irreparably broken. Rukia. She'd know what to do. Ichigo. Oi, Ichigo. With a JRK, the orange head blinked up to find his friend staring down at him in concern. You okay? Ishida asked. You've been staring into space for a while now. Yeah, he's scared quite enough people already. Renji retorted from the background. Ichigo blinked several times, looking around. A white mannequin stood in the middle of the floor, clad in a silky crimson robe that Ichigo had to admit looked well designed. It were the boy band posters and the romance novels that made Ichigo realize that they were in Inoue's dorm room. He rubbed his eyes, wondering if he'd imagined the mannequin or not. He opened his eyes to find it still there. What the F is that? Ishida looked at him. We're here to see Inoue's new fall designs. Ring any bells? Well, Inoue was a fashion student. So she must have designs. And her designs were weird. Ichigo blinked some more. Didn't she say she needed someone to sketch out her designs for you to stitch them up? Yuryu looked positively alarmed. That was over a week ago, Ichigo. You told her that Rukia was perfect for the job. That I did? How the hell didn't he remember that? Well, he did remember traces of a conversation when Inoue had rambled about needing a sketch artist, and he'd said Rukia's name, and then his mind had wandered to Rukia's paintings, and the hill they had climbed, and her eyes, they'd been so finely violet. Yes, and Orihime asked Rukia, and she agreed to do the designs. Ishida looked thoughtful. I think you'll like them. Rukia changed the color schemes and managed to talk Orihime into it. They look well. Yuryu flushed, well, un-Inoue-ish. You mean, not weird? Ranjiko rolled her eyes from where she lay on the bed. I did not mean that. Ichigo was still processing what Ishida had told him. Rukia agreed. Yes, now what in God's name is wrong with you these days? Yuryu snapped. Ichigo opened his mouth to answer, although he felt blank, but was saved when the door of the dorm opened. Finally. Renji muttered. Hello, everybody. Welcome, and thank you for Orihime's voice trailed away as she stared at the four looking back at her, her expression put down. Where is everyone else? Well, Toshiro had extra class, along with Momo. Separate classes, I mean, Ishida explained, flustered. Hisagi is missing, although I'm sure he'll turn up from one of the girls' bedrooms later. Don't worry about them, honey, we're all here. Ranjika waved, getting on her heels. Now show me the pretty dresses. Yeah, they can stand at the back of the line when your dresses become the hottest new trend. Came a muffled voice that made Ichigo's ears instantly perk up. Rukia entered, carrying a pile of clothes in her arms that easily blocked off her entire vision. A book and various assorted sketching equipments were tucked under her arm. She battled her way inside and safely set the dresses down on the bed, looking around breathlessly. Her raven hair were frisked, cheeks flushed. To Ichigo, she'd never looked more alive. Hey, there, she grinned around, and Ichigo felt that twinge inside his chest, finding himself grinning back stupidly at her for no reason, until she gave him a weird look. Ichigo, are you okay? No. Renji scowled. Rukia studied his face, and Ichigo felt himself go red under her gaze. Just show the DMN designs, midget. She grinned. Ah, there we go. Scowling, pain in the butt Ichigo's back, she turned to Orihime, motioning towards the dresses. Inoue, if you will. Well, you seem happy. Rukia turned to regard Ichigo with a curious look as he raced to catch up with her. Evening had fallen by the time they had all been done with the dresses, and Ichigo had to admit, they had been bloody good. He had a hunch that Rukia had made some wide improvements to the designs when Inoue hadn't been looking. Now the evening sun came down, hues of stark red and orange splashed across the dimming sky as they walked. And am I not allowed to look happy? Rukia asked in the calming silence. No, just that something that was able to make the great stuck-up midget happy deserves to be worshipped. Rukia laughed, and Ichigo felt a strange sort of satisfaction. He'd made her laugh. It was almost like he kept count of the number of times he'd been able to do that. It had been a while since he'd seen her this cheerful. Her happy mood was strangely infectious. Very funny. So, he looked at her expectantly. What's the reason? She shrugged, walking in sync with him. I guess I liked working with Inoue. Yeah. She can be quite a handful sometimes. He admitted thoughtfully, but it's nice to see someone genuinely helping her out. Usually, it's just creeps who want to get in her pants. Yuryu helps her out. Ichigo let out a laugh, he has the biggest frickin' crush on her, Rukia. Ah, Rukia laughed, that explains the babbling and the blushing. Yeah, Ichigo grinned, feeling unusually light all of a sudden, he is kinda pathetic. She slapped his arm, shut up. You're no good yourself. He arched a brow, suddenly interested, and you'd know that because hiding inside closets to escape from girls, she looked at him, amused, it's not exactly a very attractive trait. PSSSH, he looked down, eyeing her legs, your ankles healed, then. More or less, she flinched, but I don't need your help anymore, if that's what you mean. My help, he scoffed, you were the one bossing me around. Oh really? Rukia asked, voice stoic in challenge, is that how you remember it? Ichigo felt his heart race, yeah. Oh, what had he done this time? Because my version, the right version, of course, is a little bit different. He swallowed, and how exactly? Well, I remember a certain orange head arriving at the end of my classes, mumbling to himself about Ranjaku and duties, picking me up and carrying me out while I shouted at him to put me down. Rukia glared, and before I could ask him what the hell he was doing, he dropped me down in the middle of the basketball court and walked away. Ichigo scratched the back of his neck, red in the face, I know I've been acting strange lately dash. You don't say. Rukia surveyed him carefully, and Ichigo had a sudden urge to squirm in discomfort. It was like she had X-ray vision. You've not been yourself lately. Have you gotten any sleep? More squirming, not really, no, but dash. The whole week? 2 weeks, yeah, he muttered, teeth gritted. Rukia looked shocked, what the hell have you been doing all these nights? He shrugged, trying to remember. The contents of his biology textbook, monster of a reference book, were a constant flickering image in his mind, equations and formulas swimming in and out. He blinked down to see Rukia looking up at him with concern. Work, mostly. On the first few days of the year. He nodded, rubbing his neck. The aftermath of the busy hours he spent seemed to hit him in full force now. The alcohol, the party, their fight, the cleaning up, the running here and there, the projects, medicine books, the rushed phone conversations with Yuzu and Karen, the early, chilly hours of 2 or 3 in the morning when he'd collapse in bed, exhausted and drained, his dreams plagued by the rushing sound of water, the burning in Rukia's eyes, yells and shrieks of terror and panic as he battled the arms of doctors. Blinking rapidly, Ichigo quickened his pace, eyes stinging. He didn't want time to think, his mind would go straight back to the nightmares. I'll see you later, he uttered to Rukia, walking fast, when a cold hand wrapped around his arm. Ichigo. Her voice was plain, flat, void of concern or any emotion. He forced himself to stop, heart thudding, eyes tightly screwed shut, mind going back to that dream he'd had of her earlier in class. There was a strange sense of calm whenever he thought about it, no matter how hard he tried not to. Yeah, he forced his voice to sound casual. When did you last sleep properly? In all honesty, he had no idea. Probably sometimes back at home during the summer vacations. With a rush, he was reminded of the nights he'd spent on his bed with Rukia wrapped around him, and heat flickered around his cheeks. I don't know, Rukia, he asked, frustrated, does it matter? Yes, it matters. You're having weird mood swings, and you look like a ghost. He rolled his eyes, beginning to walk away, shaking off her grip on his wrist. It's nothing. And we have the weekend rolling around, I'll be fine. She looked at him skeptically, are you sure? No. Hell no. I'm never sure of anything when you're around. Yeah, I'll be fine. Come on, we're late for dinner, we'd better go. The sunlight filtered through the room as Ichigo shifted. He'd fallen asleep mere hours before, and it was morning already. What the hell? Was it? He groaned, dragging the covers over his head as he heard footsteps. Suddenly, the curtains of his room, as well as his blanket, were yanked back and the sun hit him directly in the face. God damn it. I can see you caught up on some sleep, came an amused reply, and Ichigo's eyes shot open as he recognized the voice. Rukia. The violet-eyed girl was standing at the foot of his bed, smiling and looking entirely too fresh for 6:30 in the morning, dressed in a tank top and shorts and tapping her feet impatiently on the floor. Ichigo barely had time to take in her extremely glowing pale skin, the smoothness of her thighs as she stood there, arms folded, practically shining in the sunlit fog, before his face was hit with a pillow. Hard. He growled, throwing it off and glaring at her. Good morning, she smirked. What the F, are you doing here at this hour? He was suddenly and very uncomfortably aware of the fact that he'd slept in just his boxers, and was half naked under the sheets. He pulled the covers up to his chin defensively, shivering a little. Who even let you in? Rukia rolled her eyes, moving over to inspect the posters and mangas on Ichigo's desk. Your mad roommate, who else? She looked at a nearby chair in distaste from which a discarded shirt was hanging. Grabbing it from the tip of her fingers, she threw it at his head. Come on, get your butt up. He let out a frustrated grunt, shaking his head. Stopping hitting my face. Why? Sacred, I'll ruin your pretty little makeup. Frowning, Ichigo pulled the shirt over his head, ruffling his hair even more. What do you want, Rukia? It's a Saturday morning, didn't you tell me to catch on some sleep? And clearly you have, she replied, standing up. I haven't. I slept at FNG 4 a.m., and he was starting to have a splitting headache at that. Too bad. Now stop whining and get up already. For what? She grinned, bending and producing something from under his bed. He frowned, crouching on his bed and leaned over as she stood up straight, a basketball in her hands. We're playing. His eyes widened. He threw his blanket over and stood up, blinking, momentarily forgetting that he was in his underwear. Basketball? You. She raised a challenging brow. Why? Is that a problem? No, just dash. I get it, her expression changed. I just sit and paint. Oh, DMN, not that again. No. I didn't mean dash. It's okay, she said, a small smirk making its way up her lips. I'm going to kick your butt anyway. He let out a loud bark of laughter, unable to help himself. Raking hasty fingers through his immeasurably unruly hair, headache slightly forgotten, he pulled on a pair of jeans with cold, numb fingers as he hopped inside the slightly chilly room. Bloody likely. You're the size of a dwarf, midget. You might be good at basketball dash. He gave her a mocking apologetic look, but trust me, whatever you are, I'm better. She studied her nails. Don't count on it. You've never seen me play. Yeah, I'll keep in mind to be thoroughly amazed. He rolled his eyes, looking around. Where is Kigo anyway? The crazy roommate? Rukia pointed out the door. He went to thank the holy, almighty deities for landing a beautiful, violet-eyed goddess at his doorstep, or so he said. Looking thoughtful, she added, I think I'm going to take that as a compliment. Rukia looked around and gave his room a disdainful look. You know, I know you are guys and all, but you could at least try and live like human beings. Believe me, I've tried. Ichigo answered breathlessly, grabbing his socks, but Kigo is Fenji unbelievable. He manages to screw the whole thing up by just appearing. As if he's producing dirt and messing the whole room up. Ichigo leaned forward, bringing his knee up to put on his socks when it was with an eerie feeling that realization hit him. Here he was, with Rukia in his dorm room at 7 in the morning, making casual conversation as they prepared for a basketball match. Something had gone incredibly wrong with the universe. So comfortable had Ichigo become with the regular weirdness and emotional roller coaster ride that came with Rukia that he didn't even seem to question it now. It's funny, how you scare off almost everyone on campus, but can't handle your own roommate. Rukia shook her head, amused. I'm disappointed. You both have a lot in common, then. I can't handle you either. The insult rolled off Ichigo's tongue half-heartedly, almost as if he didn't want to say it. Rukia feigned wiping an emotional tear. Oh, Ichigo, I'm so flattered. He sighed, grabbing his phone as he made his way out. For starters, you're both FNG annoying. Rukia grinned as she followed him. Now that we are. No, DM it. Sweaty and incredibly frustrated, Rukia panted as she doubled over on the basketball court, staring as the ball Ichigo had expertly dribbled and spun over his head swooped and went through the basket in a perfect loop. He cheered, leaning back and grinning at her through a sweaty sheen as she breathed heavily. Looks like someone needs to chew up her own words, he teased, wiping his sweaty face against the arm of his shirt. Shut up, Rukia snapped, lunging for the ball. Ichigo followed her as she dodged and turned, dribbling. No way was she going to let him have this one. As it turned out, Rukia's tiny structure played towards her advantage, and she faked a turn, switching and racing toward the basket as Ichigo jumped to defend her in the opposite position. She was currently losing 5-2, but it was not all that bad, she could still win. Panting, she swerved and paused at the three-point line, jumping up just as Ichigo blocked her, making his way to her side. She felt the breath knock out of herself as she stumbled, gripping the ball tight and turning, knocking into his hard chest with all the strength she had. Ichigo could feel her press up against his chest as she tried to find a weak spot. He could literally feel her slippery, leathery skin as she attempted to wriggle out of his defense. He gritted his teeth, grinding his shoulders against hers painfully hard. He was not going to make this easy for her. If she wanted to prove her point, she was just going to have to earn it. But then she turned and leapt, in free fall, throwing the ball from where she was outside the three-point line. Ichigo jumped as well, but it was a second too late as he watched the ball swoop in. He doubled over, trying to catch his breath, and looked up just in time to see Rukia yell out in triumph, turn and give him an exhilarating grin that turned his insides to mush. She looked unbelievably attractive, the heavy exercise under the now blazing sun having created a pink flush to her cheeks as she laughed. Her violet eyes were bright, sparkling as she slowly made her way to him. She ran her tongue over her lips. And Ichigo instantly felt a pang shoot right through his chest, constricting to a point where he couldn't breathe as he was reminded of that dream, the jammed up the tongue, the oh-sweet richness of that completely amazing kiss. His mouth went dry as he watched. Rukia was no longer pale, cold, she looked pink, healthy, unbelievably toasty and warm. Okay. I admit, you are pretty good, he said, running a hand through his sweaty hair. In all honesty, Rukia was more than just pretty good. Sure, she had her flaws and small mistakes, and she was no match against him, but considering her petite form, Ichigo was surprised to see how much fight she consisted of. Another thing about her he'd never known, she played basketball. He regarded her curiously. She was full of surprises. She shook her head, wiping her face against her sleeve. Teach me. Teach me how to play like you. Ichigo blinked up at her, inspecting the solemn look she had on her face. Are you kidding me? You don't need anyone to teach you, Rukia. You're brilliant. No, I'm not. I'm serious. She looked back with fierce determination. Teach me. He shook his head, exasperated. Okay, but he sat down on the court. Where did you learn to play like that? She shrugged, sitting down next to him. My previous school had a basketball court, and I didn't have many friends. I played there alone whenever I managed to sneak out of detention. Ichigo whistled, eyes wandering over the entire campus. He'd never seen the university in the morning. It was a beautiful sight. You must have gotten a lot of detentions. She laughed humorlessly. You have no idea. Ichigo didn't say anything as they fell silent, looking over at the grassy fields and buildings in the distance in the mild fog, both of them comfortable hearing to their deep breaths as they stayed still. Ichigo cringed. The image of a small, teenaged Rukia dribbling basketball all alone on a court, running and dodging invisible opponents was heartbreakingly wrong. She shouldn't have had to go through all that in school. No one should. You still haven't told me much, he began quietly, about anything. He wanted to know more about this extremely competitive, basketball-playing Rukia, about this loner teenager who was more or less still a mystery to him. This laughing, casual, joking Rukia who took nothing seriously and openly accepted, and handed out, challenges. This fun, grinning Rukia who looked FNG fantastic in a tank top and shorts that revealed that extra flush to her skin, that alive twinkle in her eyes, that small music in her laugh. Sitting so close to her now, breath coming out in puffs in the morning air, he could almost feel the heat emanating from her body. Ichigo surveyed her. She seemed deep in thought. He wanted to interrupt, tell her to leave it, that it was okay, that he understood it was personal, and she had every right to keep it to herself, but he stopped himself midway. She had never said that. She had managed to infiltrate each and every part of his life, learn things about him that none of his friends knew, helped him with problems he hadn't even realized he'd had until he'd felt the burden go away. And it was with a knee-jerking second that he realized that it was exactly what she wanted, for someone to infiltrate. For someone to care enough to put up with her extremely annoying, torturous exterior and survive long to know that she was so much more. So he said nothing, waiting patiently and trying to look at the campus in front of him. He really hadn't gotten a proper sleep, but there had been no nightmares, no weird dreams, no tossing and turning. For a while, it felt like all of his mental exhaustion had escaped, and now that he sat down to think about it, he wondered why he'd even stressed about it in the first place. He felt great, unbelievably light. At least for some time. Okay. Came Rukia's reply finally, and he turned to look at her, smiling a little at his victory, as she raised 3 fingers, 3 questions. That's it. He raised a brow, and his heart thudded painfully. He knew what he really wanted to ask. Anything. Anything. And you'll tell me the truth? Rukia frowned. Why won't I? Just tell me. She rolled her eyes. Yes, I'll be truthful about it. But for now, you only get 3 questions, so choose wisely. Okay, he stretched, leaning back on both his hands. Tell me the story about your sister. You said she'd really tried to help you. What were you talking about? My elder sister. Rukia looked down at her hands, blinking rapidly as a small smile made its way to her lips. His Anna. My mom. Rukia's eyes clouded as she shrugged. She wasn't exactly good with me, but his Anna always cared. Whenever I got sent upstairs for misbehaving, or because I didn't get good grades, his Anna always asked me, told me it was okay. Tread to reason with mom. Bad grades? Rukia, you scored in the FANFICTION top 10. Rukia laughed. Not everything was the same back then, Ichigo. I wasn't good in academics. I was your typical stubborn, angst-ridden, self-piteous, dyslexic teenager. I don't know about the other stuff, but you are stubborn. He huffed, not knowing what to say. She laughed, and Ichigo's gaze softened. Rukia had been discreet about her mother, but Ichigo could make a wild guess what Rukia meant by wasn't exactly good, and it slightly sickened him to even think about it. How must it feel like to be Rukia? To have to take care of yourself all the time. To feel like nothing, every single day, and be reminded of it constantly by people who were supposed to love you. He felt a newfound respect bubble inside him. But I was horrible with her. Rukia shook her head as Ichigo raised a brow. I never ate the food she left for me. I shouted at her, I insulted her. I put her down every chance I got, and I hate myself for that. It's not your fault. You're just saying that. No, I'm not. You're FNG annoying, I'll give you that. But, he looked up at the clear sky, being an elder sibling that I meant what I said that day on the rooftop. Siblings just have a way of knowing. It's okay. There was a minute when Rukia turned to regard him with odd eyes, and he couldn't bring it in himself to not look back. For a moment, he swore he almost felt himself lean in, and saw her do the same, but then she was clearing her throat and looking away. Yeah, well, her expression turned into a scowl as she looked at him out of curious eyes. 2 more questions to go. Right. Ichigo knew what his second question was. In fact, he knew what his third one was, too, and that was the most nerve-wracking one. How does Kuro fit into the picture? He's my biological father. I know that, but my mother divorced him when I was young. I left to live with him a few months before I started at Saratai. Rukia took a deep breath. I still don't understand why you want to know all this. It doesn't matter anymore. I give a shit, Rukia, he said solemnly, and then hesitated, adding, might as well know what makes you so effed up. She scoffed, nobody is forcing you to care. I know, he replied, scowling, but I like to have my choices about who I should care about. And as annoying as it is, you're apparently one of them. He was no good with hints and hidden meanings, partly the reason why he was going to ask her his third question. He wanted her to know, directly and firmly, that he DMN well cared. Well, I'm flattered. Rukia replied, smiling at him, if there's one thing I have no doubt about when it comes to you, it's that you'll do anything for the ones you care about. His heart pounded in his ears as he opened his mouth. He was not going to chicken out this time. She had caught him off guard this morning, but sitting with her now, he knew he was ready. He was ready and he was sure, and all he needed was to know what she thought. That's all. That was the only barrier, the only thing left unknown, and he intended to find out right now. He was going to ask her. No backing out, just open your mouth and. Rukia, I dash. Ichigo. Rukia. Is that you? Ichigo turned to find Renji nearing them, sweaty and panting, dressed in jogging attire, one ear pod dangling from his ear. Renji. Ichigo growled. Suddenly feeling a strong urge to throw an arm around Rukia's waist. Mine. What are you doing sitting on the basketball court so early? Renji asked, suspicion dripping from his voice. Playing basketball, genius. Rukia rolled her eyes, standing up leaving Ichigo sitting there, wanting to punch Renji's face. You sure? I mean Renji's tentative gaze turned to Ichigo, who sat, a shadow falling over his eyes. I wasn't interrupting something, was I? Because I can go, I just came to give you a message, and Ichigo looked sad. Ichigo always looks sad. Rukia said nonchalantly, what message did you have for me? Oh, yeah. Urahara wants to see you. Bewildered, Rukia exchanged glances with Ichigo, who looked up, scowling. Professor Urahara? At 8 a.m? Yeah, he looked kinda serious. Rukia tensed for a minute, before setting down the basketball on the court and nodding at the two. Okay, well, I'll see you both later. Renji watched Rukia sprint away, and then back at Ichigo, who was glaring daggers at him. He picked up the basketball, care for a game. Rukia didn't have a good feeling in her stomach as she made her way to Urahara's office. The corridors were eerily empty, the students too tired to be awake just yet. She wondered if she'd done something wrong. This feeling, the feeling of nerves and dread and absolute terror, she hated this feeling, and it painfully reminded her of all the times she'd been summoned to the principal's office at school. When she'd known exactly what she'd done wrong, but her fear had been overpowered by the defiant urge to rebel against everything. Things were different now though. She had friends, she had an almost family, and she had she had an Ichigo. She smiled. Indeed, she had an Ichigo, there was no label to put him under. He wasn't a friend, or a best friend, or maybe he was all those things, it was just the fact that it wasn't good enough for her. She went red. Willing herself to stop thinking, and putting up a steel blank face, she stopped in front of the door that had the metal plate saying, Urahara Kisuk, Dean. Under which Urahara had scribbled a childish drawing of a dragon with the tagline, Powerful and Almighty, because he said he'd felt like it. She knocked, and a grave voice answered. Come in. Rukia couldn't help but be confused. Urahara never sounded grave. It must be really serious. Taking a deep breath, she turned the doorknob and stepped in. And that's when she froze, eyes widening, one foot still inside as she stared, horror and disbelief slowly flooding her at the sight she was met with. Sitting there on the chair in front of Urahara, was none other than a tattered-looking, sloppy, pale Kuro Machida. Disintegration. Kuro Machida. Byakuya looked down at the name scribbled on an old piece of paper. It was the only clue he had to finding Rukia Kuchiki, along with Kuro's phone number, which Ami had said was useless. Still, Byakuya had given it a retry, and it had gone straight to voicemail. The loud mechanical voice of announcements echoed throughout the entire railway station as Byakuya sat on a bench on his platform, waiting for his train for Tokyo to arrive. The metal underneath him was bitterly cold, even in the humid air of the busy afternoon. He leaned back, sipping his coffee, the wad of newspaper he'd bought from a nearby vendor tucked carefully under his arm. His Anna. He closed his eyes, wincing. He'd promised himself he wouldn't think of her anymore. It was getting unhealthy, because every single thing around him reminded him of her. He remembered the one time she had taken him to the railway station, and they'd stood there on the platform. She'd caught hold of his hand, closed her eyes and smiled, telling him that she loved the sound of trains, that the rumbling under her feet and the rattling of railway tracks as it arrived reminded her of home. If I'm not there, find Rukia and tell her I'm sorry. Byakuya had a bone to pick with this Rukia. He didn't blame her for doing all that she had, but he demanded to know why Rukia had treated his Anna so badly. It had never been his Anna's fault, all she had done was try so hard to make Rukia feel like there was someone who still cared, and what had his Anna gotten for it? Months of sickness and misery, living all alone in a house, unable to move or enjoy life, filling withering hours with memories of the little sister she always regretted not being able to save. Byakuya felt nothing, no bitterness or anger towards Rukia. He understood that having going through the continuous violence and apathy Ami regarded her with, Rukia must have been significantly affected. But Ami seemed remorseful now, and his Anna was gone, and it seemed that Rukia was the one who had left, who had followed her father's footsteps and abandoned them without a second thought. He gritted his teeth, gripping his coffee tightly, the comforting, scalding heat burning through deft, pale fingers. His Anna. The ring he had bought for his Anna was still there, safely tucked away in the underside pocket of his coat. Byakuya carried it with him wherever he went. I miss you, you know. He muttered roughly, sighing under his breath, you and your ridiculous optimism. An old woman nearby gave him an odd look, but he didn't care. He was used to talking to himself, used to pretending that his Anna was still there. He sat there as there was a loud sound of the horn, smoke billowing as the train arrived on the platform. He remembered everything about his Anna, the color of her eyes, the quirk of her smile, the cold, yet fleeting warmth of her touch, the feel of her cracked, bitten lips that he blinked rapidly, cheeks flushed, determined to not let the dull ache engulf his chest. With every day that passed, he went over his memories of her, feverishly repeating and re-repeating incidents, laughs, kisses, almost as if afraid that there might be one day when he won't be able to remember what it felt like to be in love with her. How she felt like. How she looked like. It was panic and hysteria and sorrow all mixed up in one as he spent numerous hours in her room, going through the places they had both spent chatting and laughing in. Trying, wondering, hoping that if he stayed long enough, maybe he would be able to talk to her somehow. Be able to be with her again. But every time, he felt that same gut-wrenching choke when he realized she was gone. Gone. The car horn to indicate the train's departure sounded loudly in the back of his mind, and Byakuya was brought back to crushing reality. People, children, families rushed around him, crying, yelling, talking as he turned, striding over to the train that was going to leave in another minute. Kuro Machida. He had no idea where Kuro lived. Where Rukia was, or whether they had shifted again. Smoke. The rapid clicking of boots into cold, hard ground, the final gulp of coffee before the styrofoam cup was thrown aside. The clutching of the train rails and heaving himself on board as the train hooted and slowly began to move. Please, will you promise? He looked away, slowly walking along the corridor to find an empty compartment. He'd promised. Kuro Machida. He was going to find him. The world seemed to spin on its axis for a minute. Rukia felt the breath kicked out of her as she stood there, frozen at the door entrance. Her eyes stayed on Kuro Machida. He looked like he hadn't shaved in days, his hair was scraggly and dirty, and his skin looked like it had been scratched on, his hands shivering. His one leg wouldn't stop bobbing up and down feverishly, almost as if there was something medically wrong with it, along with his right hand, that was shaking. Kuro turned, his yellowed, baggy eyes falling on Rukia, and his lips split into such a sick grin that she wanted to GG. She didn't know which impulse to work on, the one telling her to punch the guy, or the one telling her to spin around and escape while she still had the chance, before Kuro dragged her back into whatever he seemed to have planned for her. Kuro's face was laced with happiness, a radiant, almost maniacal glow that unnerved her, because it didn't make him seem genuinely happy, but childishly so. As if a man who had been promised a prize. "Hello, Rukia." He smiled, giving her an overly cheerful wave. The look Urahara Kisuke had was beyond disapproving. His eyes were narrowed at Kuro's right hand, that shook in uncontrollable spasms. Kuro seemed to realize that, as he brought his left hand to try to hold the other still. "Dad dash?" Kuro nodded, "Long time no see." He got up to walk closer to her, and Rukia instinctively backed away. "Why were you here?" The question shot out of her mouth before she could stop herself. "Do I need a reason to come visit my daughter?" Rukia's eyes narrowed, her insides swooping at the sickening reek of alcohol she was met with. "You've never bothered before." "Come on, Rukia." Kuro's eyes drifted to Urahara, who studied the desk in front of him, eyes downward at the desk before him, and lips set firmly. "This is hardly the place to talk. Why don't we take a walk outside?" "No. No, don't go with him." Rukia hesitated, not knowing what to say. "Please." Kuro said quietly, "Let me explain." He seemed oblivious to Urahara, who was listening closely, lips pursed, but not commenting. But what if Kuro just panicked that day, in the hospital? Maybe he realized that he hadn't acted the way he should have. Please. Why else would he have traveled all the way here from God knows where just to see her? Why else would he be here, if he didn't mean this? Rukia took a deep breath, the scowl not really leaving her face. Okay. It was annoying, those flickering moments in your life when you would gather enough courage to say what you wanted to say, but just one hesitant second would ruin everything. When that one tiny second of interruption brought all the courage crumbling down to dust. Ichigo gritted his teeth and dodged Renji, elbowing the redhead hard and swerving around to dunk the ball viciously into the basket. Ow, god damn it, Ichigo. There was a scuffle as Renji failed to keep his balance, falling with a tumble on the court. Breathing erratic, Ichigo didn't look up, orange hair shadowing the deadly expression on his face. What the hell is wrong with you? Maybe it was the fact that Ichigo had had enough. That the annoying frustration and point-blank numbness that he had felt from the past 2 weeks were now really getting to him. That he was sick of toying around with these scratchy, swooping feelings that came attached with Rukia, and that right now, he wanted to tell everyone to F off. That he wanted to spend time with her and only her, because it was the one thing that he knew he could never get sick of, the only thing that made him feel a little calm, made him pause in the midst of everything and breathe. Nothing, he said shortly, running after the basketball and picking it up. Get up. We still have 2 points left. No. Hang on dash, Renji twisted to look at Ichigo, face scrunching in deep thought. You've been acting weird. I haven't. Yeah, you have. And what's with you and Rukia all of a sudden? She's my friend. Will you let it go? You're always with her. Renji cried in exasperation, looking incredulous even at 7 in the morning. The others might not notice, but I know her. Something's not right. Ichigo felt something catch in his throat as he gripped the basketball tight. We both live in Karakura, Renji. We spent the train ride together and got to know each other, that's all. Yeah, but that's no reason why she's so comfortable around you. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that Rukia is not the type to just make friends with anyone. Renji glared at him through unblinking eyes. So what's so different about you? Ichigo raised a brow. If he didn't know any better, he'd think Renji was jealous. That's none of your business. Actually, it is my business. Renji jumped onto his feet and dusted his hands, eyes still piercing. I was one of her only friends. You didn't even notice her for 1 whole year, Ichigo, and I'm not suddenly going to stop caring about her just because you jump into the picture. Okay. Renji needed to back off. Now. Something primal, almost animalistic, erupted inside Ichigo, making him want to knock the redhead out. He clenched his fists, muscles flexing. What's that supposed to mean? It means that I know your type. Renji growled, walking near, popular guy, good-looking, fan clubs and girls all over him. But Rukia's different. She's one of my best friends, so if you're planning on hurting her, I'm gonna introduce my fist to your pretty face. What the F-? Ichigo was as bewildered as he was angry. You FNG know I'm better than that. I do. But you're known for being an a-hole in the most unhelpful moments, so I'm not taking any chances. Renji, what? Ichigo shook his head, feeling disoriented. Where exactly is this coming from? Oh please, Renji rolled his eyes. I've seen the way you look at her. Makes me wanna hurl. What? And don't even deny it. You like her, and I'm sick of watching you be a sap. It's barely been 2 weeks, and you're getting irritating already. So, if you hurt her, I hurt you. Understood? Ichigo glared. He didn't need anyone to tell him how to treat Rukia. F off. I'm not taking any of your threats. I know her better than you do. Expression darkening, Renji grabbed the front of Ichigo's shirt and yanked him hard. Before Ichigo could work on his impulse to punch him, he found himself face to face with the redhead, breathing heavily. Does it look like I'm asking for your permission? Renji growled. I know, okay. I know that you know her better than any of us do, but don't you get it? That the fact that you're closest to her out of all of us just gives you more power over her than anybody else. Ichigo blinked, shocked as he felt realization hit him. And I'm not really happy. That an idiot like you has that power, but I know you're not that much of a jackass to just dump it all. Renji continued, so don't hurt her. Intentionally, at least. Otherwise, you'll have me to answer to, if Rukia doesn't kill you first. Renji let him go, and Ichigo staggered back, nodding shakily. He didn't know whether he had it in him to say something, so he just looked up at the sky in the impending silence. The sun had risen, and the calm of the morning was gone, replaced by something more hostile. It made the air around him feel humid, suffocating to the point that it was nauseating. He felt uneasy, heart pacing, the way he'd felt on the day he hadn't been able to reach Rukia, and it had turned out later she had attempted suicide. Something just felt wrong, and all the clear-headedness he'd felt with Rukia was gone, replaced by that burden and the exhaustion once again. The weekend was coming to an end, and he hadn't even showered. He was supposed to eat something and start working on his next assignments and his experiment trials and his research. He felt tired already, and with an aching heart, he looked at the silent foggy basketball court around him, wishing Rukia was still there, somewhere close enough so he could reach out to her, or just look at her, in case the need arose. Ah, we thought you'd be here. Ichigo looked up to find Yuryu making his way towards them, Orihime in tow behind him. In her hands was a small picnic basket. Good morning. You guys missed breakfast, so I thought of making something for you. Ichigo and Renji both turned white. From behind Orihime, Yuryu Ishida had the decency of looking apologetic. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted. Don't be silly. I like cooking. Orihime smiled as she neared, waving to Ichigo, especially for my friends. Yeah. Renji muttered under his breath, it's more about the fact that we don't like the food. Behave. Yuryu rapped him on the head as he passed by him over to Ichigo. Where's Rukia? Momo told me she'd be with you. Right. Ichigo scowled, eyes set on Renji, who was smiling weakly as Inoue offered him a suspicious-looking sandwich. She got called by Urahara. What, so early in the morning? Why? Dunno. And there it was again, that uneasy queasiness in the pit of his stomach that was screaming at him that something was not right. That doesn't sound much like the dean. He could have at least waited until she had breakfast. Ichigo sighed, I guess we'll know what was so urgent once she comes back. I think someone was there to meet her. Renji said through a mouthful of bread. He looked like he was going to be sick, trying hard to pull his pale green face into a smile so as to tell Orihime the sandwich tasted good. Ichigo knew the feeling only too well, he'd done it entirely too many times himself. Meet her? Yeah. Fishy-looking guy. Looked like he'd been drunk half his life. Probably smelt too, if I'd gone any closer. Ichigo froze, what? Renji nodded grimly, staring down morbidly at his sloppy sandwich, yeah. Weird dude. I wouldn't have left Rukia alone with him if Urahara hadn't been there. But Renji's voice was distant, because Ichigo could only think one thing. Kuro. Wow. Kuro turned to regard Rukia, his expression breaking into a wide grin, and something about it was so plastic, so fake, that Rukia cringed. Kuro shook his head in disbelief, letting out a laugh, it's just, wow, it's been so long since I last saw you. Rukia clenched her fists. She didn't know where her feet were taking her, but she found she didn't really care that much as they walked. Her eyes wandered over the school grounds, she could just about make out Ichigo's bright orange head from afar. He was not alone. Squinting, Rukia could also see Renji, and was that Orihime and Yuryu? What were they doing there? You look good. Rukia winced. Kuro's voice was overly cheerful, and the rickety alcohol stench emanating from him was sickening. Yeah, I am. So. Kuro swung his arm, bringing a hand up to hold his shaking one still, how've you been? Anything new? Friends? Boyfriend? How are the teachers? Rukia turned to stare at Kuro in disbelief. This man had left her as a child, sold her paintings, grabbed at her and left her to pay for his house, and now here he was, acting like everything was fine. Everything's the same, Dad. It's my second year here. I've already made friends. She said shortly, eyes flitting back to where she could see Ichigo's head bobbing up and down on the basketball court. What would he say, she wondered, if he got to know that she had to agree to meet Kuro? Rukia could almost hear him go, stop being a Fenji martyr, midget, and laughed softly. Kuro seemed to notice it too, and his gaze traveled to where she was looking, eyes narrowing. He staggered a little as he walked, hastily righting himself up and sniffing, it's that Kurosaki kid, isn't it? Rukia nodded. You still in touch with him? The offhand question was so ridiculous Rukia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yeah, she retorted, he was kind of the only person I knew back in Karakura after you left, Dad. Kuro laughed a little, clapping Rukia on the back, ah. Come on, Rukia, you handled yourself just fine. You don't need someone as effed up as me taking care of you. It was astonishing how many times Kuro could render Rukia dumb. She was so awestruck by the nerve of him saying something like that she didn't even know what to say. Excuse me. Kuro stared down at her, blinking rapidly to try to focus on her face, tripping over his own feet. Dad, are you drunk? No, he said defensively. At the look Rukia threw him, he shrugged, well, I might have had a few pints. Rukia immediately jerked back, gaining some distance between them. That small flickering hope in the back of her mind died, that hope that maybe he really had been there for her. Because why would he? Why would anyone come back for her? Why were you here? She asked flatly. Rukia, I told you dash. No, she interrupted, eyes flashing, why are you really here? I think we've established the fact that you cannot be here for me, so what do you really want? And then there were those 3 words, the real reason. The reason Rukia knew was the only possible explanation for why Kuro would be there, but somehow had pushed to the back of her mind because she really didn't want to believe it. Because she'd still had that small, pathetic hope that maybe Kuro had really come back to her because he'd wanted to, because despite whatever she'd said, she knew. She'd had that small hope. Any daughter would. Kuro blinked pathetically and then sighed. I need money. Ichigo. Yuryu looked skeptical, are you alright? But Ichigo barely heard, his full attention on Renji, this guy, who came to meet Rukia, what did he look like? Renji shrugged, I dunno, I was barely there for more than dash. FNG try to think, then. Okay, geez dash, Renji's face contorted, whether it was from thinking too hard or the mouthful of sandwich he was trying hard to swallow without throwing up, Ichigo didn't know. Dark hair. Dark eyes, brown. Kinda tall. Looked like he was majorly hungover. Renji blinked, and then his eyes widened, he looked a bit like Dash. Like Rukia. Ichigo finished for him, cursing under his breath, F dash, he's here dash. Kurosaki, what exactly is going on? Yuryu asked slowly, eyes were narrowed at the orange head. I didn't know he was, why the F, would he come back now that dash? Ichigo could still remember Rukia lying there, Kuro standing, shell-shocked in the hospital room before fleeing away, it felt like it had all happened just yesterday. God damn it, what the F, is he playing at? He threw the basketball as far as he could, panting roughly as anger rushed through his veins. Kurosaki. Yuryu said sharply, wrenching Inoue out of the way just as the ball whizzed by her, knocking the picnic basket laid on the court with a violent JRK. What the F, is wrong with you? Keep a grip on yourself. F dash, I dash, he was trembling, sorry, I can't dash, the expression on Inoue's face made his heart wrench, she was clutching her fist to her chest, and looked positively terrified of him, flinching as he made a movement. Ichigo wasn't supposed to be this violent, this out of control, but as he brought a shaky hand to run over his face, he knew he couldn't help it. He could never help it when it came to Rukia. F dash. I gotta go and see her dash, he muttered, pushing past them and beginning to walk fast towards the direction of Urahara's office. What, hey, wait a second. Renji cried from behind, but Ichigo paid him no heed, you can't just have a mental breakdown like that and disappear without dash. IFNG well can. Ichigo, for God's sake, wait for a minute dash, before he knew it, Renji was stumbling to his feet and blocking Ichigo, who pushed him off without a second thought, his thoughts jumbled and painfully stuck on the image of a battered, abused Rukia. Let me go dash. No, first explain what the hell is dash. I said let me FNG go. You can't dash. Couldn't Renji understand that this was not the time? Besides, whatever that had happened with Rukia stayed between her and Ichigo. He didn't know when it had happened, but it felt like it had always been that way. They never shared with anyone else, it was like a circular shroud of understanding between them that wasn't allowed to be shared with anyone else. It's none of your business, Renji. It is. She's my dash. Yeah, we covered that, but that doesn't make her personal life your FNG property. Ichigo shouted, glaring, why don't you just admit you're just being jealous and overprotective dash? Me? You're the one dash. Jesus Christ, stop, both of you, you're scaring Inoue. Ichigo and Renji halted, breathing heavily, turning to throw a glance at Orihime, who was peering over at them through Yuryu's arms, looking close to tears. Please stop fighting. She said in a small voice, and Ichigo felt a kick in his stomach, guilt washing over him. She hated fighting, everyone was aware of that. Sorry. Renji sighed under his breath, cheeks flushed, throwing Ichigo a venomous look, you don't dash. Shut up. Ichigo snapped, turning around, I'll talk to you guys later dash. Ichigo. DM it, I have to see her, okay? I have to know that she's okay dash. No dash, Yuryu shook his head desperately as Ichigo turned to look at him. Look dash, he pointed a finger to Ichigo's right, and Ichigo followed his hand, eyes resting on a familiar petite figure a bit further away from him, accompanied by another dark-haired man. His eyes widened. Rukia and Kuro. What next happened made his instincts shift into gear. He watched with unfolding horror as Kuro neared Rukia, who hit the back of a tree. Kuro pressed himself against her, his arm raising, and that was it. Ichigo was running towards the scene, barely registering his friend's cries behind him. Money? Rukia repeated, voice incredulous. Yes. Kuro stepped forward, and Rukia instantly backed away, eyes narrowing. He looked desperate, deranged. Suddenly, all the helplessness on his face was gone, leaving behind an ugly threatening aura that left her feeling like things were rapidly spinning out of control. They'll kill me, and please, you're my daughter. His legs brought him close to her within 2 strides and he had grabbed her shoulders, shaking her vehemently. 5 grand. What are you? Please. The desperation on his face was turning ugly, his hands shaking spasmodically against her skin. I need you, I need the money. You're the only one who can help, I'll come clean. Clean. And suddenly everything fell back into place, and Rukia wanted to laugh at herself for being so stupid. Yes, I will, I promise. Really? You promise? She asked, brow raised, trying to keep herself calm, because the feel of Kuro's fingers digging into her arms in such a vice-like grip was starting to give way to panic, and she couldn't allow herself to panic. Kuro stared at her and then down at his fingers, which were still shaking, and Rukia slowly lowered her eyes to find the needle marks on his skin. Just above the forearm, right at the spot of fair skin above the elbow. Rukia, please. How long? She asked quietly, trying to not be angry and lash out. How long have you been taking drags? She tried to look towards where she'd spotted Ichigo, but she couldn't do so without blocking Kuro out of her vision, and she couldn't risk doing that. There was absolutely nobody out there in those corners of the campus. She was on her own, and Kuro could do anything to her. She needed to be alert. I need the money. I really need the money. I asked how long. Rukia repeated, voice raising. Kuro winced, blocking his ears. Please, not so loud. Oh, got a hangover, have we? Must be awful. She couldn't help it, and before she knew what was happening, she was yelling, must be horrible to have that pounding in your brain, numbing every other regret you might have. But why do you need the alcohol for, Dad? What regret could you have? You had money, you sold my paintings, but no, you had to spend that on destroying yourself. Kuro's teeth gritted, eyes clenched tightly shut. No, please don't. You know what? Rukia laughed, volume lowering. I'm fine. I'm fine with you not being there. And if I had any money right now, I would give it to you. I would do anything if it meant that you would leave me alone. Oh. Kuro swayed a little, trying to focus on her. Well, have you got any paintings? The back of Rukia's hand itched. She honestly had no idea what had happened, what changed, how things deteriorated so quickly. She honestly had no idea how people could be so broken, and she had no one to blame but herself. After all, she had been the one who had pushed Kuro past his breaking point. No, she replied icily, I don't. Rukia, come on, just this once. What happened to you? What happened to the old dad who never gave up? What? Don't pretend to know about things you know nothing about. Kuro growled, eyes flashing, and Rukia felt that self-satisfaction warm her insides, that he was finally fighting back. She'd waited for this argument ever since he'd left, hoping for answers, for any explanation that might give her closure. You're the one who brought this on you. Just because I sold some of your paintings and hit you a little doesn't give you the right to kill yourself. Rukia's cheeks flushed, embarrassment and shame seeping in. That guilt, that shame that she tried to run away would always haunt her, knowing that she had succumbed to something so weak and uncharacteristic as suicide. And it was because of this that she knew Kuro was right. It hadn't given her the right to kill herself. It hadn't given her the right to do something so stupid. How much do you actually remember from that day, Rukia? Kuro breathed, walking towards her in slow, lethargic steps, hatred constricting his face and making him look lethal. Rukia found herself trapped between him and a tree behind her as she stepped back. The day I left when you were young. Do you remember me begging Ami? Begging her to let me stay, because my family was the only reason I was sane. The only reason I continued to take my meds. Rukia's eyes dropped to find his right hand, shaking uncontrollably, reach out and softly take hold of her chin. He tipped her face upward so she could see his face properly, his horrible breath falling on her face. Rukia only registered one word, my meds. I was like you, he whispered, voice low, getting closer, and they didn't help me, no, Ami told me to get lost. I tried to help you, Rukia, but what did you do? You questioned me. Me, your father. Kuro's freezing hands came down to grip her arms and Rukia winced at the pain, you and I. We're not that different, so why do you insist on fighting? We're both exactly the same dash. I'm nothing like you, she spat, and her face shot to the side as Kuro raised a hand and slapped her across the face. Her hair blurred her vision, and her eyes were wet and her cheeks were stinging as he grabbed her chin and roughly made her look at him once again. SSH. It's okay. I won't hurt you, I just want your paintings. Kuro whispered. He looked possessed, eyes flashing, and Rukia wildly searched the surroundings around her for something sharp. He'd completely lost it, she didn't know what meds he'd been talking about, but it was clear that the lack of it had him behaving psychotically, and in that moment, she knew that if she wanted to get out, she had to do it herself, and do it fast. She wanted to vomit, everything was spinning and becoming sickeningly hazy. I need money. I'm reasonable, I'll give you time to make me a painting. Come on, you can make me one, can't you? I'm your father. It's only out of ARG. Kuro yelled out as Rukia spun around, awkwardly snapping the hand he'd been holding her with at an odd angle as she lunged around and kicked him right into his middle. There was a momentary tumble of limbs as they both fell to the ground. Rukia frantically crawled forwards, getting up to her feet, her ankle snapping painfully as she tried to run just as Kuro's hand came to grab her very same ankle. Crying out, she went down face first onto the grass and dirt, kicking as Kuro dragged her length back up towards him. You don't dash. Get off me, she shrieked, punching him, I dash. Her head hurt, and something wet smeared the corner of her face as Kuro looked down at her struggling form, expression unfazed, you hit me. He said. Get off. You hit me. You dash, he struck her face, and he must have been clutching something sharp because pain blinded Rukia. For a minute, she wondered how things had gotten so out of hand, but then she was kneeing him and Kuro was doubling over, crying in pain. Breaking free of his grip, Rukia stumbled up to her feet and began to run as fast as her aching limbs could take her. She wanted to hit him, oh God, she wanted to kill him, but she couldn't, everything was spinning and aching and hurting and blurring and she needed something, anything, anyone, and the wetness was trailing down her cheeks and she mentally scolded herself for crying. No one, there was no one, where was she even running dash? She was just sprinting blindly towards the last place she'd seen Ichigo, somehow knowing that he was the only one who could comfort her. And then there was his voice, and warmth flooded her heart, Rukia. Her eyes registered on Ichigo, who was running up to her, and his hair were glowing, and his eyes were shining and his face was flushed and it was all happening so fast, but she couldn't care less as she ran on top speed and collided against Ichigo's chest painfully hard just as he wrapped his arms tightly around her and lifted her off her feet. She could hear herself breathing heavily, but she was too overwhelmed by the pain and the relief and the ache and the comfort all mingling and swirling with Ichigo's warm and musky scent around her, that all she could do was clutch onto him tightly and drink him in. Ichigo dash. Yeah, Rukia, I'm here dash. I can't, can't dash, she choked, clawing at his back, hiccuping and trying to take in large gulps of air. She wanted to have a bath, to rid herself of the dirty feeling that was gnawing at her skin and making her want to cut herself to get rid of the filth that was surrounding her. I can't, don't dash. SSH, breathe, calm down. I'm here dash, he whispered gently, voice ghosting over her ear, his arms still tightly around her and hands soothingly running up and down her back, breathe. It's okay, I'm here dash. It must have been ages before they let go, before Rukia felt like she was in control again, and Ichigo said nothing, just standing there, pressed into her, holding her and whispering into her ear, and clutching her, letting her run her hands all over his chest as she tried to take him in and disappear from the rest of the world and just hide into his embrace forever. "Rukia, what, you're bleeding." Ichigo finally pulled back and Rukia laughed out loud, nodding. He frowned, and then a shadow fell over his face as he set her down. His eyes darted towards Kuro, not more than 30 feet away from them, howling and rolling on the grass, scratching himself maniacally as if the grass was biting him. Rukia turned to look at him, and her heart panged. This was her father. In true form. Rukia blinked as she felt Ichigo let go of her and break away. His expression was deadly, and he was suddenly striding towards Kuro's writhing form, grabbing him by the collar and hauling him up, UFNGBSTRD-. "Ichigo, don't dash." But Ichigo didn't care. He drew his fist back and boxed Kuro straight in the face with all his strength, figure trembling with rage. "You don't FING come near her dash. Ichigo dash. You're her FING father, you psychotic dash." Rukia was pulling him back, and Renji was yelling. Ichigo didn't even know when his friends had arrived there. The only thing he was aware of was the absolute uncontrollable urge to beat Kuro to FING pulp. "Kurosaki, put him down. Now." The sharp voice of Urahara Kisuke made him turn around and he saw the dean striding forward, Uryu in tow, along with 2 security guards. "I don't want this man to have any reason to sue one of my students dash." "Screw it." Ichigo's gaze turned towards Rukia's dirt-smudged, bleeding face, and his gut wrenched. All because of Kuro, all because of Ichigo, no. Ichigo looked at Rukia, who wore a staggeringly calm expression. "What dash? Leave him." "What?" He stared at her in disbelief. "Rukia, are you out of your dash? Leave him." "No. He FNG hit you dash. And I'm fine dash." His eyes burned. "Oh, so that's what you call this?" He motioned to her blood-smeared face. "Fine. Blood all over your dash. I said leave him alone." "No. What the F makes you think he won't do this again? He looks mental dash. And so do you." Rukia shouted back, violet eyes glittering. Against the scarlet trickle of blood and the rapidly forming bruise on her face, her eyes were painfully bright. "And you clearly aren't capable of making any rational decisions, right dash? F rationality," he yelled. "How could you?" "No." Ichigo cursed loudly as he saw the security guards wrench a struggling Kuro away and drag him out. "I'll come back for you, Rukia dash." Kuro was panting amidst loud howls. "I'll just you see dash." It felt almost like a promise, and made Ichigo's blood boil. He pounced to try to drag the a-hole back, but a soft body in his way blocked him and Ichigo looked down to glare daggers at Rukia, who was looking up at him defiantly. He was desperate, but Rukia was flawlessly blocking his every way and he could feel the helplessness and the frustration seep in. He couldn't protect her. Clutching his head, he let out a loud frustrated yell, and didn't care that all his friends were looking. He'd failed to protect her. He'd failed, and here she was, bleeding, because of him, because of Ichigo. "What the F is your problem, Rukia? He FNG hit you. He's the reason he's your FNG father and he's supposed to protect you, and you're an idiot for protecting him. You're a FNG idiot." He yelled, his throat hoarse, the embers of his anger ebbing away as Rukia did nothing but stare blankly at him, as if waiting for him to finish. And that just made the pain clutch even more fiercely at his heart. "Did you hear him? He threatened you. When the hell are you going to listen to common sense? Why the hell did you even agree to see him? All alone. Do you have a FNG death wish?" She just looked, she didn't say anything. She was regarding him with a peculiar expression on her face, and it was nagging him. He wanted her to yell back at him, so why wasn't she yelling? Rukia sighed, shaking her head. "I'm not going to fight with you," she said finally. I can't have an argument. I'm warning you, Ichigo, don't." Her voice was trembling. "Don't make me shout at you right now because I dash." "Because you what?" he asked, feeling a surge of want for her, the way she was looking at him, like he mattered the most to her in the world. For a moment, he couldn't see anyone else, not Renji, not Yuryu, not Inoue, no one. They all seemed too busy telling Urahara about what had happened. For a moment, there was no one except for Rukia, gazing at him. He hated how much he was beginning to like her, and the way she was looking at him right then, with exhaustion and exasperation and desperation all mingled into one, made his chest ache, and longed to have her pressed against him once again, anything just to be able to feel her again. "Because I dash," she said, running a hand through her raggedy dark hair. She looked like she was barely controlling her own emotions. "I just can't. I don't want to. Because I don't want to spend every second of my time arguing with you. Why can't you get that? Why'd you always have to fight with me? I don't want, I can't dash. Not anymore. Not when dash." She threw him a painfully obvious look, and suddenly, everything seemed so clear to him, "Not when I dash." And it was in 2 strides that Ichigo had covered the distance between them. He pushed her into his body and crushed his lips onto hers, interrupting her sentences and swallowing her words in his mouth. Because he really couldn't help it. For a minute, the world came to a standstill. People were frozen, the breeze flew in shivers, the shouts, and the gasps, everything was gone, and only Rukia felt real. Ichigo gripped Rukia tightly, kissing her hotly against her mouth as she gasped, crushed in his deliciously tight embrace as his hands moved lower. His strong arms were wrapped around her and he sucked on her bottom lip, holding her as he heaved her up in his arms. Ichigo couldn't think properly for the life of him, everything was a jumble in the mess of earthy gasps and the swirl of tongues as his need for Rukia grew tighter and she pulled him more into her. She must have done the right thing, because he shuddered violently, pulling back and looking at her through hazy eyes, before diving in and kissing her again, this time, clutching the sides of her face. Rukia held onto his shirt collar, letting him kiss her, reveling in his musky scent. He tasted like fire, hot, spitting, passionate fire. His hands came down to roam over her body and she held him, urging his body closer, which seemed impossible, considering there was no more space left between them in the first place. "God, I can't." Ichigo breathed against her lips, arms tightening as he pulled back, eyes glazed over. His irises were dark and he knew that Rukia was aware of him looking at her, but she still wouldn't look up at him. Something painfully similar to panic rose in his chest as he didn't move. Rukia was staring down, her deft fingers still clutching onto his collar. Her hair shadowed the expression on her face, and she was refusing to look up. "Rukia," he asked carefully. He felt next to euphoric, and he wanted to see her face, he wanted to know he'd done the right thing. Yes, it had been stupid, and idiotic and downright impulsive, but everything was fine as long as it had been the right thing. Then why wouldn't she look at him? Rukia slowly lowered her palms down to his chest and pushed him hard. Ichigo stumbled back, eyes wide in shock and hurt. The sound of the real world hit his ears hard, and everything began to move again. The scenery gained color once more, but all Ichigo could concentrate on was the fierce look on Rukia's face as she finally looked up to catch his eyes. Her violet eyes were shiny, and lips pursed, swollen from his kiss, but it was the unmitigated anger in her eyes that threw him off. "Rukia dash. Get off me," she said, voice low and threatening. "What? You can't just dash." Rukia acted fast, wrenching her arm from his reach and glaring at him fiercely. "You did what you wanted to do, Ichigo. Now leave me alone." Confusion and rage shot through him. What did she mean by that? If he knew correctly, she'd been kissing him back just as enthusiastically a minute ago. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to calm his racing heart down. "Rukia, you were just attacked dash. And I can handle it just fine," she snapped, backing away. "Leave me alone." Giving him one sharp, heartbreaking glare, Rukia turned and walked away. Slam. "That man is gonna destroy the room." Right on cue, a thundering crash resounded from inside as Renji cringed, shaking his head and running an exhausted hand through his hair. He was panting heavily, along with Yuryu, who was doubled over, trying to catch his breath. They had just run after Ichigo all the way from the grounds back to the boys' dorms. Why does nobody ever tell me anything? Ranjaku was pouting, arms folded against her enormous chest as she stood, observing the two. Kurosaki, stop being a fool and open the door. Yuryu yelled, banging on the door. F off. Came the muffled reply, followed by the thud of what sounded like hundreds of monstrous books. Maybe we should just leave him alone. Renji turned to gawk at Inoue, leave him alone so he can go on a murder rampage around the whole campus. I don't think so. Shut up, Abarai, she's just trying to help. Yuryu snapped, catching Inoue's eye. She stared back, expression blank. She just looked so wrong. Emotionless, frozen, flat, she was Inoue, she wasn't supposed to look that way, she was supposed to be worried, she was supposed to be comforting people and telling him that it'd be okay. Yuryu turned away, remembering how Ichigo had kissed Rukia in front of Orihime. Who could really blame her though? And I'm trying to be reasonable. Renji shot back, Rukia's off to hell knows where, Kisuke won't tell us anything and we have this orange-headed jackass here throwing a hissy fit. I think it's pretty obvious that both of them are going through some pretty intense emotions right dash. I'm here, we're here dash. What did we miss? Renji groaned out loud as he saw Hisagi, Momo and Toshiro rushing up the corridor towards them. Momo looked like she'd seen a ghost. Great! Spread the word throughout the entire place. Renji exclaimed hysterically, Rukia's dad is a nutjob. Ichigo's apparently in love with her dash. Don't be stupid. Ranjaku called us. We thought we could help dash. And I still don't know how exactly Ranjaku came to know of this dash. I don't understand why all of you are crowding here at 8 in the morning dash. Crash. Bam. More curses as Ichigo undoubtedly flung anything he could get his hands on all over the currently locked room. Oh, for God's sake, shut up. All of you. Yuryu shouted, spectacles flashing, feeling unreasonably angry. Renji and Hisagi glared up at him mid-fight from where they leaned, foreheads grinding into each other's. I have enough on my plate than to deal with you behaving like 5-year-olds. Both Ichigo and Rukia are going through quite a lot at the moment, so if you call yourself their friends, then keep your mouth shut and just let them be. Ishida, we don't even know where Rukia is right now. Oh honestly, Abarai, do you really expect Urahara to leave Rukia unattended? Yuryu looked at Renji, and his gaze softened to a considerable extent. He couldn't help but give Renji some credit, the guy treated Rukia like his own sister the way he was so overprotective of her all the time. They've been dancing around each other for quite a long time, haven't they? Ranjaku said, smiling sadly, shaking her head, he really is an idiot. Who, Ichigo? She nodded, he let her go. Ranjaku's expression was unmistakably soft, he shouldn't have let her go. Momo sniffed, shaking her head, I don't understand. When Rukia talked to me about her father, she sounded so proud that he seemed like such a nice man. I never thought he would. Why dash? Beats you, doesn't it? How a man could do such a thing to his own daughter. Renji said quietly, looking hurt, I wonder how long Rukia's been going through all this. Why didn't she tell me about it sooner? Well, you aren't the one she kissed either, are you? Ranjaku said ruefully. The shocking change in her behavior from frivolous to mature was frightening, that was Ichigo. They stayed still in the uncomfortable silence, all lost in their own thoughts, when there was a small click and they turned to look. Ichigo was standing there, door open. What the dash? Get out of my way. He muttered, pushing Renji aside. Hey, man, don't dash. No, get out of my FNG way. And as Ichigo stormed out the corridor, leaving his friends staring behind in surprise and bewilderment, Yuryu was the only one to notice Orihime slip out and leave in the other direction. Sunlight filtered in through the big glass windows, bouncing off walls and making the canvases and colors around Rukia dance. Away from everything, the yells, the Noises, the violence, the cries, the tears, the emotions, everything was pure, gold and warm, but Rukia felt chillingly cold. So cold. Her hands were shaking as she stared down at her nimble fingers. She couldn't paint. Why couldn't she paint? She stared at the white canvas in front of her and all it did was make her angry. Before, it used to bring forth an unfathomable urge to fill it with colors, but now it just made her angry. So. FNG. Angry. With a strangled noise, she threw her paintbrush across the room. It hit against the opposite wall and landed on the tiled floor with a loud clatter. Sinking down on her knees, she clutched her hair tightly, teeth gritted. Why couldn't she paint? It was the only thing she was good at. She wanted to scream out in rage, scream herself hoarse as her mind flashed back to what had happened. Bile rose sickeningly in her throat as she remembered Kuro's touches, Kuro's hands grabbing her, running, slapping her hard across the cheek, the world blurring and everything was a haze, flashes after flashes until time had stood still, and her memory rested on the swirl of emotions and colors dancing over her vision as Ichigo had gripped her and kissed her as if his life depended on it. Rukia's fingers came up to deftly trail down the side of her cheek, alongside the dip of her neck, running down the path Ichigo's hands had taken as he'd touched her gently, feather-light, making the filthy feeling disappear, replaced by a swooping warm sensation. She touched her lips gingerly, where he'd kissed her possessively, harsh and needy, the slight brush of his hair against skin, and the taste of him melding into her tongue. Furious, Rukia kicked the nearest chair just because she could, scowling. It's not going to help, you know. Startled, she looked up to find a man with long white locks, smiling down at her, dark eyes twinkling. Professor Yucatake. She said in surprise, immediately recognizing him. Head of the Visual Arts and Design Department. There were very few who didn't know this smiling man. And you must be Rukia Kuchiki. She looked at him with surprise. I've heard your name come up more than once during my classes, he explained. I wasn't aware I was known around here. Your art is. Word of mouth spreads fast. I'm under the impression you assisted Inoue Oriheim in her design sketches. Oh, that. I was just sketching them, the designs were all Inoue's. Yes, well, that wasn't what I found interesting. Yucatake shuffled a bit in a drawer, taking out a sheath of papers and holding them up for Rukia to see. Rukia went red as she saw all the chibi cartoon strips and human sketches she'd doodled on the rough pages, occasionally observing and sketching Inoue while she'd been working. Ms. Inoue saved them and showed them to me. You're quite talented. I was just bored. Rukia mumbled, it's nothing. Rukia had a sneaking doubt he didn't believe her, but thankfully he let the topic go. You do realize your friends are searching the entire campus for you right now as we speak? How did you dash? Shocked, Rukia looked up at Yucatake, whose warm eyes twinkled as he smiled. The dean sent me. He seemed pretty confident you'd be here. Looks like he was right. Were you trying to paint? He gestured to the blank canvas and the fallen brush, and she felt embarrassed, realizing that he must have witnessed her angry outburst. Trying to. It always has been one of humankind's better ways of self-expression. Rukia's hands came up self-consciously to slide over the jared skin on her skin, expression dark. At one point, that had been another way of her self-expression. Clearly not right now. Yucatake chuckled, even the best of our abilities fail us sometimes. It's not really our fault. Rukia stiffened as she felt Yucatake slowly sit down beside her, accompanying her with staring out the window. From what she had heard about the man, he was ill for more than half of the year, was graciously kind, and a very sought-after artist. You only had to be on his good side, and he could pull all sorts of strings to get you where you wanted. So, what's brought this sudden artist's block? Rukia shrugged. Truth be told, she knew exactly what, it was the first time she didn't want to paint something out, but feel it inside instead. She didn't want to spend hours thinking or painting because of the kiss, she wanted to get back and do it again. But she wasn't just going to go around telling everyone about how she was feeling. The dean wants to talk to you soon. Yukite continued, standard protocol, but he told me he wanted me to see you first. What about? You've got talent. I could recommend you to some great art schools in Tokyo. Rukia didn't know what to say. I'm not that. Why would you want to do that? Because you're one of the best I've ever seen. Yukite leaned his head back against the wall. You don't have to come to a decision right now. Sleep on it and get back to me with your decision. Rukia nodded, turning her face towards the window once again. Is that all? She didn't mean to be rude, but she couldn't help the staunch tone in her voice. She was tired, she was exhausted, and she wanted to talk to anyone. He smiled. I'm sure you want to be left alone, which is why Urahara made sure no one followed you here. But you did just go through a pretty rough ordeal. We cannot let a student be alone after that. She laughed bitterly. Why? Because they think I might do something drastic? No. But better not to find out the hard way. Yukite smiled at the sunlit campus. Beautiful, isn't it? The campus? We have over 10,000 students arrive every year. All expanded over one vast land, he said, ignoring her question. It's mind-boggling to look out and realize that there are 10,000 of them out there, each one struggling with something. Each one going through some problem without letting it show. Rukia's mind went back to Ichigo, everything that she'd found out about his mother. She wouldn't never guessed his life had been like that when she'd first met him. Sometimes you become so self-immersed that you forget that people are just trying to help. Yukite smiled at her. It's okay to get lost, Ms. Kuchiki. It's a huge campus, after all. Rukia didn't know what to say, but the next word she heard made her freeze. I thought I'd find you here. Looking up, she saw Ichigo, face flushed, breathing heavily, standing there at the door, his hand gripping the sill. That'll be my cue to leave. Yukite said, getting up, and Rukia tried lunging. For him. It, when she'd wanted him to leave, the man had refused to, and now when she wanted him to stay, he was just ready to flee. Be sure to meet the dean in a day or two, Ms. Kuchiki. Take good care of her, Kurosaki. Rukia just looked helplessly as the professor walked out the door and past Ichigo, who was glaring at her as he stepped in. This wasn't going to be good. The image of Orihime Inoue sitting on a bench under the shade of a tree, looking down at her lap, made Yuryu's heart break. It had been one hell of a day, he'd give it that, but things hadn't turned out quite exactly how he would have predicted them to be. If truth was to be told, Yuryu, and he imagined mostly everyone, had already seen the part about Ichigo and Rukia coming sooner or later. However, still, if he had had the chance to prolong the little bit of hope that Inoue had clung onto, to make her feel happy for a little longer, he would have taken it. Hey, he said gently, eyes dark, and she looked up, slightly turning to fully take him in. He wasn't surprised to see the tears in her eyes, and for a minute, white-hot anger for Kurosaki rushed through Yuryu. How could Ichigo be so blind to not realize? Hi. Orihime gave him a shaky smile. Did you find Rukia? No. Ichigo's disappeared too. Renji's going mad as we speak. He came to sit down next to her, eyes flitting over her appearance. She looked misery-stricken. Oh. Well, what are you doing here? Orihime looked as beautiful as ever, and when she looked up tentatively at him like that, he felt a breathless punch to the gut, like he always did at the realization. She doesn't like you. Shaking out of his thoughts, he concentrated on her. You looked like you could do with some company. How are you doing? You should ask Rukia that. She smiled. She's so strong, after what just happened to her. What's been happening to her? She must be so scared. Her voice broke as Yuryu placed a hand on her arm. I'm asking you, Orihime, not her, he repeated firmly. How are you doing? Why would you ask me that? I'm fine, she smiled, giving a strangled laugh that sounded painfully fake. Ichigo and Rukia are perfect for each other. They've always been close and are always fighting all the time. It's so cute to watch. I mean, everybody knew they were going to get together in the end, so it's only right that they did, isn't it? I'm happy for them, I really am. Orihime. Yuryu gripped her arm tightly, realizing that she was trembling. You can stop lying now. It's only me here. And much to his relief, or horror, the forced plasticity in Inoue's expression wore away, and her features smoothed into something heartbreakingly sad. She didn't say anything, eyes staying down at her lap wordlessly. I'm sorry. Yuryu muttered in the silence, about what happened. She laughed chokingly. There's nothing to apologize for. It's not anybody's fault that Ichigo doesn't dash. She paused, voice softening, that Ichigo likes Rukia. She really is an amazing person. Yes. But she's nothing when compared to you, he replied solemnly, looking into her eyes defiantly, wanting so much to somehow make her sorrow seep away. Inoue shook her head, and he let her head fall on his chest as she wrapped an arm around him, gripping him tightly as she shook. I'm not. I feel like such a horrible person, feeling jealous like this. I'm not like this. I don't want to be jealous, Ishida, but it just hurts. When the person you care about just doesn't, you know. Yuryu stayed still in her embrace, chuckling bitterly at the irony of her words. He looked down at her, heart twisting. I know. Ichigo. That sinking feeling in the pit of Rukia's stomach was slowly turning out to be highly uncomfortable, and she winced at the glare Ichigo gave her. He walked in and closed the door behind him quietly. When he turned to face her again, the silence between them felt deafening. His jaw was tensed and he was staring at her with such intensity and warm, amber eyes, that she felt entitled to say something. Or better yet, just close the distance between them and press her lips against the thin set line of his mouth in the hope of melting his anger away. Ichigo, I dash. No, his voice was low as he raised a hand. No, you know what? Shut up for a minute. His eyebrow was twitching, he looked like he was trying really hard to not lose his temper. Just stop. You can't, why can't you just talk to me? Why do you have to run away and be by yourself all the time? Rukia was taken aback. Do you know how frustrating you are, Rukia? He looked up at her with burning eyes. I don't know what it is about you, but it's making me crazy. Why'd you make me yell at you all the time? I don't get you sometimes. 1 minute, you're all soft and mush, and the next you have your defenses up. I don't want to. I don't want to shout at you. I don't want to argue with you either, but if I do anything else, you run away. It was with a daze that Rukia found her voice back. Anything else? You kissed me, Ichigo, that's not anything else dash. And you ran away, he said through gritted teeth, a pained expression on his face. For all contents and purposes, Rukia knew she should be panicking about being in the room alone with him when he was like this, but something about him when he was like this, all short-tempered, heavy breathing, angry, alive, glowering, was breathtaking, not violent. Of course I ran away, she snapped back, insides twisting. What I do is none of your business. I was handling it just fine when you came in and tried to be a hero. What? I don't need you to save me, Ichigo, she said in exasperation. I'm fine, and I can manage on my own. You've done a lot for me, but that doesn't mean that you suddenly have access to everything in my life all at once. It's none of your dash. None of my business. That's what you're going to say? Really? It was none of your business when you started being all wise about my mom, Rukia, but that didn't stop you, did it? So why should this stop me? He glared at her defiantly. You've lived with me, you painted my wall with bunnies. You know everything there is to know about me, and you still won't tell me anything. Ever wondered how that might feel? Being in the dark about someone you care about? He hesitated but finished his sentence stubbornly anyway, cheeks tainted pink. To be helpless in situations like these? Rukia turned around so that she wouldn't have to look at him. She didn't think she could manage it anymore. It's not worth it, Ichigo, she sighed. I thought it was over, all this family business, but it obviously isn't. It's that I'm a mess, and I'm not the right person to dash. Stop being so dramatic, Rukia. This is not some sort of chick flick dash. A tick mark appeared on her forehead. Excuse me? I'm not being dramatic dash. Then stop talking sappy sheet. I'm not, how dare you? Here I am, trying to tell you that I'm not the kind of person you should dash. I think you should let me decide who and who I don't want to be with, he said, fiercely cutting her off mid-rant, and Rukia felt her stomach clench. He wants to be with me. Well then you're obviously not thinking straight, she retorted, hoping it would hurt him. Hoping that maybe she would be able to drive him away. You don't need this, Ichigo, I'm not going to be good. This dash, she said, slowly turning around and roughly pulling her sleeve up to show him the silvery scars there, this is what I am, this is what I do. And you deserve somebody normal. Somebody who's not going to fight you all the time. What the FS wrong with you all of sudden? You never gave a DMN about me before, I could die, for all you cared. She stared at him, and for some reason, his statement sounded so utterly ridiculous she wanted to hit him. Well, obviously I do, you idiot. Why else would I be here convincing you to not consider this if I didn't give a DMN about you? His expression was one of disbelief as he stared at her. After several moments of silence, he chuckled roughly, shaking his head, you're trying to convince me not to be with you because you care. How effed up are you, Rukia? She glared at him, her anger somehow turning fiercely painful as she turned her back to him once again, don't laugh, it's not funny. I don't even know why you're still here. Why can't you just be simple, like all the others and leave me the hell alone, Ichigo? What do you want? I think it's pretty obvious what I want. He said quietly from behind her, and suddenly, he was entirely too close. Rukia felt chills erupt at the back of her neck and her eyes shut tightly when she felt his hands slowly rest on her arms, one softly sliding up her body as he turned her slowly to face him. He was much closer now, eyes softened in a deliciously warm way, and Rukia was lost once again. His touch was making her skin tingle. His hands came up to brush away a lock of hair falling in her eyes, and that was enough to make her snap out of it. She shook him away, trying so hard to drive the temptation away, because she really wanted to give in. Don't. She sounded weak, even to her own ears. She'd given up fighting, she couldn't win with him in this, and all that seemed left to do was to plead him to let go, because Ichigo could do so much better than her. Please, Ichigo, don't dash. Rukia. Everything was so surreal, every sensation, touch, sound, felt magnified. Rukia. Look at me. No. He sounded tired as he sighed, Rukia. No, she said stubbornly, shaking her head as vigorously as she could, eyes tight shut. She wanted to give in to his touch, and shake away at the same time. No, don't. You shouldn't, you're not supposed to dash, like me. You're not supposed to like me. Rukia, for FS sake, just look up at me. Eyes slowly flitting up to fall on his, Rukia melted. Ichigo was looking at her, and it was possibly the most gentle look he had ever regarded her with. She had known him to be a lot of things, short-tempered, caring, possessive, thick-headed, rough, strong, but gentle had never been one of them, and the pang in her heart instantly doubled, so painfully delicious that she never wanted it to go away. This dash, he said softly, his fingers gently brushing over the scars on her arms, is not you who you are. You're strong, you're the strongest person I know. And this sheet about deserving someone normal? Rukia, I don't want normal, he shrugged, they'll probably just end up boring me. Rukia laughed as he smiled slightly, reveling in the way she leaned forward into him uninhibitedly. You're an idiot, he breathed, before pulling her close and leaning forward tentatively, almost as if to ask for permission. The ghost of his breath fell on her lips and she shivered, allowing it when his lips slowly came to slide languidly over hers. His hands were around her, holding her, and this time, the kiss was exceptionally slow. His one hand slid up her neck, kneading the skin there as they passed by, fingers soothingly slowly running through her hair. Rukia felt like her heart might leap out of her throat. She closed her eyes, sighing in relief, colors exploding in her vision as she let Ichigo consume her, intensifying the kiss and tightening his arms around her as she kissed him back. Nothing, absolutely nothing, in her life had ever felt more fantastic. Oxygen didn't really feel necessary right then. Ichigo pulled back at last, breathless as he chuckled softly, wow. She didn't want to say anything, content with their closeness. Feeling a burst of sudden affection, Rukia buried her face in his chest, bringing her arms up around his back to hold him to her. Rukia. No more running away, okay? She shuffled closer to him, determined to make use of this softer side of Ichigo while she still could, before he turned back to the insensitive idiot he was, and before she decided to feel embarrassed. They had a lot of time for that later. Right then, all that mattered was the warm feeling of being so close to him, nose buried in the scented, musky fabric of his shirt as she stayed in his comforting embrace. No running away, she murmured, and they stayed there close together, the dust fading away in the light that poured in through the windows above their heads. And I keep you in a flower vase. With your fatalism and crooked face. With the daisies and violet brocades. And I keep me in a vacant lot. With the ivies, forget-me-nots. Hoping you will come and untangle me one of these days. The walk from the art studio to Rukia's room was a blur to Ichigo. All he could really remember was that peaceful humming in the back of his mind and the lightness of his footsteps as he walked behind Rukia, past the overlooking pathways out onto the campus gardens, and the sight of Rukia's soft face in the setting sun. For some reason, it was strangely calming, not speaking a word, and just holding her tiny hand in his. Ichigo had hardly ever been one for romance, but he didn't really think that this was what it was, walking down a grass field in silence, smiling. Comfortable, and slightly flushing that it just felt right, for now. While it lasted. Before they went back to being their usual selves. And before he knew what was happening, Rukia was stepping into her room and he was being pulled inside and he couldn't help but follow, because whatever was happening felt strange, exciting, delicious, brilliant. Heat pooled in Rukia's eyes as she turned around and looked at him, and god damn it, no one could blame Ichigo for giving in. Not when she looked like that. The intensity of her gaze against the falling moonlight was addicting, thrilling, downright fantastic, and Ichigo was reaching for her even before he could slam the door shut behind him. Come here. Arms tangled, he was pulling her to him, and she was complying, and oh god, this was a completely new area of expertise he didn't know a thing about. Rukia clutched onto his shirt collar and pulled him down, catching his lips in a deep kiss, tightening her hold on him as she wrapped her arms around his neck, sinking into his chest. You'll stay? She asked between kisses, mumbling against soft lips, for the night. Ichigo froze, and pulled back almost instantly, breathless. Rukia tasted of strawberries and vanilla, and his heart was pounding against his ribs as he stared down at her in utter shock. What? She cringed when his arms fell at his sides, but before he could try to pull her in again, she was moving away, expression carefully guarded. Rukia, what you mean stay the? I don't dash, she flushed, furiously shaking her head, I didn't mean that. God, you're such a pervert. Ichigo went pink. Me. You are the one who said stay the night, all kissy-feely and sheet. Rukia glared at him, gritting her teeth. I don't dash. It looked like it was taking a lot of willpower for her to continue talking, and he couldn't help but be interested in what she had to say. I don't want to be alone, she said finally, looking away. Every time I close my eyes, or try to think, I'm reminded of his fingers clutching and pulling, and it just, she shuddered and hugged herself tighter, looking up at Ichigo with an expression that was a mixture of shame and indignance. It's comforting having you here. There. I said it. Rukia. He didn't know what to say as he stood there, dumbstruck, feeling that strong urge to apologize. No, don't stop looking at me like that, she hissed, glaring. I don't want you to do any of this, out of pity. What dash? I'm not pitying you, he furrowed his eyebrows. Rukia, that's the last thing I'd do, you know that. Then don't look at me like that every time I tell you something personal. Like what dash? This is my surprised face. You want me to stop getting surprised? She folded her arms, huffing. Why would you be surprised by what I said anyway? He blinked at her in disbelief. She was mere inches away from him, the moonlight being the only source of light illuminating the dark room. Rukia's dorm had always managed to look exceptionally clean, despite the array of paints and papers scattered all over her side of the place. "Have you ever looked at yourself?" he asked her in exasperation. "You guard your personal life with killer knives." "That's not true." "It so is," he retorted, shaking his head. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but this sharing stuff, it's gonna take me a while to get used to." "You say it like you're any better," she snapped. "You're crap when it comes to sharing personal stuff. You still know more about me than I do about you." Ichigo didn't say it with any particular effect in mind, it was just a fact, stating the obvious, but it made Rukia fall silent. Her eyes softened and she sighed, slowly walking closer to him. Ichigo could feel his heartbeat speed up again, and it was getting really annoying, becoming this flustered every time she was this near. Before he could move, not that he had any plans to, Rukia was close enough to touch, close enough that he could count the lashes that brushed her cheek every time she blinked. Dark strands of her hair fell into her eyes, unruly and disheveled from having Ichigo's fingers run through them while they kissed, and lips swollen cherry red. "You're right," she admitted begrudgingly, "but I don't want to be weak. I don't want to be emotionally closed off, or play it safe for the rest of my life. So I'm willing to try." She tilted her head, "as long as you don't be an immature a-hole about it." He bites the inside of his cheek. "Midget. Is that the only insult you've gotten?" She placed hands on hips. "It's getting tiring, Carrot Top." He frowned. "Queen of all midgets." Smack. She scoffed. "That's so uncreative." "Creator of shortness." Smack. "Seriously? Chappy lover." He shook his head, making a face, whatever that's supposed to mean. And there was that expected smack. Once again, although it was a bit harder this time as she glared down at him. "Do not insult Chappy." He grinned. "Looks like he had a winner." "Whatever, Chappy lover. You're an idiot." "Ah, but at least I'm tall." Smack. Laughing because he really couldn't help but realize how ridiculous this whole ordeal was, Ichigo buried his face into Rukia's neck, shaking as muffles of laughter escaped him. He could hear Rukia huff in irritation, but knew somehow that she was smiling too. It was surprising how easy this felt, to be this close to her, and somehow want to touch her and tease her at the same time. Because really, if they don't do that, then God only knows how embarrassed and awkward they were going to be every time they did this. And if Ichigo was to be honest, he wanted to do this more than one time. He waits to do this many times. She poked his ribs. "Idiot. I'll stay the night." He consented, letting out a deep breath. "As long as you don't tell anyone." "Scared it'll ruin your reputation of being a stone-hearted, scowling bastard?" "Sort of, yeah." He scowled at her. "Just don't get used to it, midget." The twinkle in her eyes was all too deceiving, and Ichigo wanted to hide his face, because he knew he was red, but then Rukia was slowly, and hesitantly, threading her fingers in his hair, and he could feel the entire tension drain his body. He leaned back, placing his head against the back of the door and letting out a sigh of relief. His muscles immediately relaxed as her fingers soothingly worked their way through the knots and loops, and all in a rush, Ichigo was filled with an overpowering surge of protectiveness for the girl currently in his arms, this violet-eyed, brilliant, stubborn, annoying girl that he apparently couldn't get enough of. He had never really made anything easy for himself, had he? He didn't know what was going to happen later on, but this was really all he cared about, the feel of her against him in the semi-darkness and the silence of the night as darkness fell. He couldn't see anything, no one but her and the shadow and the lights dancing across her face, and he knew he was falling. Byakuya clutched the railings hard, dark hair falling in his eyes as he held his phone to his ear. He could almost hear Ami's heart breaking over the static silence. What do you mean they're not there?" He sighed. "I looked up the number you gave me in the Karakura telephone directory. It is a small town, it only had one Kuro Machida, but the house has been left long ago. Byakuya looked up at the signboard Kurosaki Clinic 2 that was set up on the house in front of him. There's a medical clinic here now. But how can he go and not tell me? Ami. No. He has my baby, how can he just leave without informing? Without even calling? She's so young, she hasn't even. Oh. Byakuya blinked as Ami's voice choked in a gasp. Saratai. Rukia was accepted into Saratai, he told me. I'm not sure if she accepted, or if she passed all the exams, but Blood rushed in Byakuya's head as he straightened up, feeling active all of a sudden, his body washing in relief. He had a lead. Late, but better late than never, he had a lead. He wasn't going to be disappointing his Anna anytime soon. It was a minute later that he registered what Ami had said. Saratai, his voice echoed in his own head, you mean the Saratai Academy? Surprising, isn't it? I always thought she couldn't do anything. He could hear the soft smile in Ami's voice as she spoke, and it turned out that all she really needed was the right parent to bring out the good in her. Byakuya's lips set in a thin line. Don't you dare say that. Kuro was not a good parent, by any means. For goodness sake, he's escaped with Rukia, without a trace. There was a strange familiarity to comforting Ami. Ever since his Anna passed away, all that Byakuya really had done was comfort Ami, and miss his Anna. Everything else, walking, eating, working, had become so terribly dull and lifeless, so monotonous, that they were just passing by him before he could even register anything properly in his mind. It had been over a month since the death of his Anna, and Byakuya could barely understand when such a time gap occurred. But that doesn't mean I never treated her like she was my daughter. I led her to do this. No, you didn't. It's not your fault, Ami. Byakuya said firmly. Looking up, his eyes fell on a dark-haired man, standing the door of Kurosaki Clinic 2 and looking straight at him. I have to go, but I'll call you from the train station. Okay. And Byakuya? Yes. Ami hesitated, but Byakuya waited patiently, watching as the dark-haired man started to make his way towards him. Thank you. I don't know how to begin to thank you for everything that you've done for us. The word stung somehow, and Byakuya's hands gripped his phone hard. I should be the one thanking you. He said, take care, Ami. Disconnecting the call, his arm fell by his side. All of a sudden, he missed his Anna with such a terrible ache that it felt unbearable. He could remember everything about her, holding her in his arms, her laughing, crying, pulling him into places and shops he had no interest going in, patiently kissing away the scowl on his face. Every time he thought he was getting better, she just appeared, and he didn't have the heart to distract himself. Even now, as he watched the dark-haired man walk towards him, she was standing right there in the corner of his vision, smiling. Is there anything I can help you with? The man asked, looking at Byakuya with raised brows. You've been standing here a long time. I'm looking for Kuro Machida. This was listed as his address. The man stiffened immediately at the mention of Kuro's name, something sinister flashing across his eyes. Byakuya's eyes narrowed at him, he didn't know how or why, but this man definitely knew Kuro. Kuro was the previous tenant here, the man said through gritted teeth, looking furious. Why exactly are you looking for him? I don't suppose that is any of your concern. No, I suppose not. The man beckoned a hand forward, nodding. My name is Isshin Kurosaki. And I don't know why you want to see him, but if I were you, I'd say 100 miles away from that bstrd. Byakuya raised a brow as he shook hands. Isshin's grip was tight and firm. Impressive. But if you do happen to find him, Isshin continued in a low, dangerous voice, tell him to stay the hell away from Rukia and Ichigo. Byakuya froze, or else I'm going to make him regret it with my own bare hands. Byakuya looked at Isshin's face, shaken. You know Rukia? Isshin blinked, and eyed Byakuya with suspicion. Well, I mentioned her name, didn't I? Why do you ask? Byakuya paused. Wondered how much he could tell this man. I have been looking for Rukia for quite some time now. Do you mean to tell me she is not living with her father anymore? Ishin didn't reply. Instead, he stood back, scrutinizing Byakuya with careful eyes. What exactly is your relationship with her? I am I used to be her sister's boyfriend. Byakuya took a deep breath. The blurry image of his Anna next to him was smiling, softly urging him on to continue speaking, and I'm here to convey a message. The sunlight was bright and intense as it seeped in through the drawn curtains, and Ichigo cracked open hazy, sleep-driven eyes to settle blurrily at his surroundings. It was morning, he had no idea what the time was, and a steady breathing, warm Rukia was curled into his side. He lay there for a minute, frozen, unable to think or process all that had happened the previous night. Rukia was here, right here, by his side. She'd kissed him, she'd asked him to stay with her, to be there, and thinking about that shining look in her eyes the previous night was enough to make Ichigo sigh. She was here, and she was not going anywhere. She was with him. FNG finally. Stupid, stubborn midget. Gently untangling himself from her arms, he got up to pull the curtains back, blocking the light, and letting the room fall back into a soft, calming shadow. He turned back to regard Rukia's curled-up form as she hugged the blanket and pulled it more tightly around her. It wasn't like he hadn't shared a bed with her before. Back at his place during the summer vacations, it had felt like a strange sort of comforting routine, sleeping on the same mattress, next to each other. But right now, this time, it was different somehow. Much warmer, more satisfying. He moved the blanket off and slid next to her in the bed once again, pulling her closer to him and wrapping the blanket around them securely. He was not moving away. Friends and teachers could go screw themselves for today, for all her cared. Just then, Rukia shifted, rubbing her eyes and stretching. Ichigo's lips instantly formed a scowl as he hastily looked away, retracting his arms from her as if burned. Furrowing his brow together, he tried to concentrate on the wall in front of him. And stared. Hard. What the dash? Rukia was slowly waking up next to him, stretching. She winced, making an angry cat-like noise when he poked her unceremoniously and glared up at him blearily, wrinkling her nose and swatting his hands away in irritation. What do you want, Ichigo? What the F is that? What? Rukia lifted her head up, looking over her shoulder to see what he was pointing at. Oh. That. Nothing, just some chappy drawings. You drew chappy bunnies on the dorm wall? On the Saratai public dorm walls? Yes. They're cute, okay. And this way, the girls who stay here after me will have something to remember me by. A bunny rabbit? That's how you want to be remembered? Rukia threw him a challenging look. Yes. Is there a problem with that? Oh, nothing. Ichigo shifted, aware of how their thighs were touching underneath the blankets, side by side. The touch burned through the fabric of his jeans, and sent chills straight through his spine. I'm sure everybody just loves to see a creepy bunny's face staring at them first thing in the frickin' morning. Exactly. She replied, looking smug, which is why I drew so many in your bedroom back at Karakura. He groaned, running a palm through his face. He felt surprisingly lightheaded, and it was with a jolt that he realized this was the first time he'd been able to sleep properly in weeks, without being plagued by nightmares or sudden night terrors. Glancing at Rukia's light face, he wondered if it was the same with her. Wondered how many times she had woken up in the night, sweating and panting and alone, terrified, and had no one to comfort her. Wondered if this was the first time she'd ever asked anyone for help. That was all he would have had to do, really, now that he thought about it, ask, and there would have been people there for him. But then, he'd never been one to ask for help or support, and he surmised Rukia wasn't either. Which is probably why she could read him so well. What's with you and Chappie, he grumbled, I used to hate that show. Rukia blinked at him in shock. What? Why? Everybody loved Chappie when they were young. Not me. Too cute for bad but Ichigo. She teased, settling comfortably next to him, unconsciously tucking her head under the crook of his arm. Shut up. He growled. He could smell that strawberry tinge in her hair from where they lay. Yuzu had the entire 7 seasons DVD collection when she was small. FNG drove me nuts. Rukia didn't seem to register what he was saying as she stared at him, mouth open, and eyes wide. He stared back. Yuzu had the entire DVD collection. Oh, for FS, yeah, she did. Until I threw it out. Rukia shrunk back, horrified, looking at Ichigo like he was a monster. Hey, don't look at me like that. That show's for kids. Yuzu eventually grew out of it, and I saw no FNG reason to have DVDs of it locked up in some corner of the house. He shuddered, gave me the creeps thinking about it, a bunny lurking around the corner, holding a baseball bat in, ow. Hey, he glared as he was suddenly knocked out by a pillow in the face. Rukia towered over his lying form, armed dangerously with a pillow, seething. That hurt. Good. Whack. It was meant to. You do realize how childish you're being. What does it matter? I watch Chappie, and it's for kids, so apparently I can be as childish as I want. Whack. Okay, seriously Dash, he grabbed a pillow and defended himself just in time, wriggling away to another corner of the tiny bed. Rukia, you're a midget. Believe me, you don't want a pillow fight with me. You're gonna lose. Badly. Rukia got that look in her eyes Ichigo had seen for over 100 times, that dangerous thinning of lips that indicated that she was going to be irrationally stubborn about something. Still, he couldn't deny that stab of desire that tugged painfully at his heart when he looked at her, kneeling there above him on the bed, her dark hair bedraggled and standing endearingly at odd places, skin flushed and eyes glittering against the hazy, shadowy hue of the room. In your dreams, Strawberry. She retorted, you hit like a girl. His eyes narrowed as he flexed his muscles. Okay Dash, he pounced up, now you asked for it. Hey, that's cheating. You're not supposed to climb on the bed when I'm here Dash. I can climb anywhere I want. I'm shorter than you, Ichigo, how else can I reach it and hit you there? I'm not that tall, stop being overdramatic. No, you can't, ack. God damn it, Rukia, this is, stop doing that Dash. You started it. I'm just returning the favor. No, I didn't. You were the one who couldn't control herself. You were the one who pounced on me. That's because you questioned my masculinity. I had to prove myself Dash. In that case, your masculinity is extremely small, Ichigo. Bordering on non-existence. What are they doing in there? Momo, Hitsugaya, Renji, and Ranjaku were standing there, listening to the screams and the grunts and thumps that were coming from inside the room. Hitsugaya didn't know about the others, but he didn't think he would be able to look at Ichigo and Rukia in the eye for a long, long time. I'm going to FNG kill Ichigo. Renji was saying, fists clenched, and skin pale. He looked positively traumatized. What the hell is Ichigo doing with Rukia? And what's gotten into her all of a sudden? Hitsugaya gave him a sardonic look. Well, you see, when two people love each other very much. Shut up, Toshiro. I swear, when I said that I saw them sleeping together, they really were just, sleeping. Momo squeaked from the side, the last time I checked, I mean. Oh, shush. Ranjaku had already knelt down and made herself comfortable, pressing her ear to the keyhole. Oh, my, this is so exciting. Our own Ichigo. I should really go in, and interrupt them. Renji supplied, chest puffing up in anger as he reached for the doorknob. That stupid BSTRD's probably Dash. What, no. Are you dense? Hitsugaya pulled him back, they've probably locked it from inside anyway. Momo raised a dangling keychain in front of them. I also have a key, you know. Her boyfriend sighed, not helping. Momo. Well, Kisuke still wants to talk to Rukia. Renji argued, red in the face. How else am I going to give her the message unless I walk in? Wait for them to finish. Oh, I vote for that. I vote for that. Shut up, Matsumoto. Hitsugaya folded his arms. Where was Yuryu when you needed him? It was like the minute Ichigo and Rukia's whereabouts had become known, Yuryu and Inoue had gone missing. Right. Well, we'll just get out of here for now, and you can tell Rukia at a more convenient time. Hitsugaya reasoned, when they were interrupted by another thump from inside, followed by a grunt of triumph. Ha! Try to make it more powerful than that. Renji clutched his face, looking green. I think I'm going to be sick. Ichigo, no, ow. Rukia's voice traveled from through the door, not from behind. It was only after they both were standing on top of Rukia's bed, Ichigo's one arm outstretched to have a pillow pressing against Rukia's chest, while Rukia was holding it back, her other arm pushing a chappy plushie into his face, that the orange-haired teenager finally admitted defeat. Falling heavily on the bed once again, he looked up to see an upside-down version of Rukia, grinning down widely at him. He frowned. Has anyone ever told you that you're extremely effed up? She didn't stop grinning. Many. Well, they're dead right. That was hard. He panted, trying to catch his breath. The atmosphere around the room was hot and congested, perspiration and the mixed scent of strawberries and deep musk mingling in the air. Rukia needn't know it, but Ichigo had made sure his hits hadn't been too powerful, lest they sent the midget flying through the air. He grinned, he could almost imagine her shouting at him for not giving her his best shot. I'm stronger than I look, Strawberry. Sure, whatever. He rolled his eyes and she came down to settle next to him once again. Their heavy breathing filled the surrounding air as they stayed silent, wrapped in their own thoughts. Ichigo felt a strange rush of déjà vu. Less than 24 hours ago, they had been sitting on the basketball court, side by side in a very similar fashion, probably thinking along the same lines. Are you okay now? He asked quietly, making sure he was looking anywhere but at her. He couldn't help but wonder, and worry, because Rukia's behavior was frighteningly normal, and it was scaring the crap out of him. It was almost like she was hiding behind a facade of too much cheerfulness. It was a while before Rukia answered, I think so. You think so? Whack. Ow. What the hell, Rukia? Stop asking me sappy questions, idiot. I was just trying to dash. Well, don't. He glared. What was her problem? He cared about her, that much was obvious. Sometimes she made it so hard to like her, he didn't even know why he bothered. Fine. I won't ask. I don't care. Fine. Fine. Scowling, he shifted slightly away from her, turning his back to her so that Rukia knew he was set off with her. Ichigo. He made a face, not bothering to reply. You're blushing, you know that. Gaze intensifying, he looked back to see that she was smiling at him, and went redder. Shut up. I'm not, you're just blind. And blind she was, because she clearly couldn't see how much he felt for her, because for someone who was so smart, she knew and cared frighteningly little about herself. I think I'm fine. Came her quiet reply. To be honest, I can't really feel the hurt. I can't feel much of anything, it's like I'm blank. Except for when I'm here, doing this. She looked at him, shrugging nonchalantly, but she was not fooling him with her fake indifference. He knew what she meant to say, except for when I'm here, doing this. With you. He nodded. Wondered what he should say. Okay. And it seemed enough. Oh, and Ichigo. Out of nowhere, a large, fluffy pillow whacked him straight in the face, and Ichigo was left sputtering and gasping for air. Before he could quite recover from what had happened, he felt the gentle pressure of Rukia's weight on him, and the flickering brush of her lips against his as she leaned in for a brief, deep kiss. He could barely breathe, and the kiss was breathlessly intoxicating as he fought to keep Rukia's body close, but then she was leaping away and heading out of the room. That's for being an overly sentimental sap. She called over her shoulder, rolling her eyes at him and disappearing around the corner, leaving him sitting there, clutching the bed covers tight, orange hair tousled, and red in the face. FNG midget. Rukia felt entirely too happy. That smile refused to wipe out of her face, and it made her feel annoyingly giddy. Maybe that was why a minute later when she bumped into a flat chest and blinked up to find Renji standing there, all that she could feel was a confusing fuzziness in the back of her mind as she stared at him. Heat was emanating from every pore of the tattooed, redhead's body as he stood there, looking tense. Oh, hey. She chewed her bottom lip, and, about yesterday, I'm sorry for running out like that without explaining. No, fine dash, his voice was constrained and he was avoiding her eyes, it's none of my business. Rukia nodded, yes, it most definitely isn't. Looked around, where's everybody else? Renji shrugged stiffly, Yuryu and Inoue, I have no idea. Everyone else is, far away from here. Rukia raised a bow, but didn't say anything as he continued to talk, and Kisuke is looking for you. What? Why? Said he wanted to talk. Right. Well, I'll just freshen up and dash. Oi, Rukia, what the hell did you do this morning? My back's FNG aching dash. Rukia turned around, horrified as Ichigo appeared out of her room. He froze as his eyes fell on Renji, who was clenching his fists and looking down, hair obscuring the expression on his face. What dash? Maybe it was just that naive, innocent, caught-in-the-act expression on Ichigo's face, or the way the orange head went red and spluttered, or the way Rukia looked dumbfounded, but Renji couldn't take it anymore, and he really wanted to hurt Ichigo, and before he could control himself, he was exploding out in anger. You bstrd. I can't believe you let him get away with that. Ichigo hissed as he pressed an ice pack to his black eye, glaring at Rukia, especially when I didn't do anything wrong. Rukia waved him away, stop whining, Ichigo. I think it was sweet, the way he's so protective. Like a big brother. Ichigo scowled. It was noon, as Ichigo slowly walked with Rukia over to Kisuke Urahara's office, he'd refused to let her go alone. At least then he could get to complain about how unfair she was throughout the way and accuse her for siding with Renji. No, you just wanted to see my butt kicked. That too. I hate you. Rukia rolled her eyes, of course you do. She turned to regard him as they reached Urahara's door, hands on her hips and lips pursed, now you play nice with Renji, you landed a fair share of punches yourself. The memory of roughly 2 hours ago, when he and Renji had rolled around in the corridors, yelling and slapping at each other and punching every place they could find while Renji shouted accusations that Ichigo didn't understand a word of, was a memorable one. Ichigo may have gotten a black eye, but he'd given Renji a broken nose, and he was feeling extremely pleased with himself right now. Even though Rukia had delivered a very painful kick to him and he was limping right now. That jackass deserved it. So did you. He glared, aren't you supposed to take my side in this? Her eyes twinkled as she stood there for a little longer, arms folded, smirking, why ever should I? Because you kissed me. And spent the night with me. And shared sappy stuff with me. He scowled petulantly, but kept his mouth shut. See you later. Rukia nodded, that'd be nice. Ichigo nodded back, running a hand through scruffy orange hair. Right, he wanted to look for Yuryu and Inoue, there had been no sign of them since the previous night, and it was getting slightly worrying. Good luck, then. For whatever Kisuke wants. Rukia saluted, rolling her eyes, and turned the door knob, disappearing inside. Ichigo waited for the door to close behind her, and then let out a sigh. He didn't want Kisuke to keep on bringing up the topic of Kuro. Rukia seemed like she was doing fine, and Ichigo really didn't want to ruin whatever this was between them and see her retreat back into that shell once again. She'd come so many miles from how she used to be. Giving the door one last look, he turned and walked away. Onto Yuryu and Inoue, then. There was a large tomato on Urahara's desk. A very weird tomato made of glass that lit up with different lights, and it was getting very hard for Rukia to not look at it. If anything, she was fascinated by the different array of colors that displayed around it as they dissolved and merged. It was truly a wonderful, if not extremely strange, work of art. Urahara's office was definitely stranger than how Rukia remembered it to be. "So, I feel entitled to ask you how you're doing." Rukia looked up. Urahara was leaning back, eyeing her with concern, the slight squeaking of his chair filling the silent air as he rotated it. "I'm fine," she said, feeling a raw need to be honest with this man. I can't help but feel like I should be more upset about this, but I really am fine." "Ah, well. I still think a couple of days off will do you good." Urahara smiled. "Take this week off." Rukia blinked. "What? No. I can't, I have a lot of work." "I'm fine, really dash." "Oh fee. Classes are so boring anyway." Urahara waved away, making a face. And then smirked. "And I hear you've been utilizing this weekend with Kurosaki, so I dare say you're in any rush to go back to your daily routine anyway." Rukia felt herself go red. "Yeah, he's not leaving me alone. It's getting rather irritating." "I'm sure it is." Now, Ms. Kuchiki the softer, much more serious look on Urahara's face made her sit up straighter. "I'd really like to know what exactly happened yesterday." She clutched her hands tight. "Right. I respect your privacy, but you're my student, and your father is listed as your only family." Urahara's lips thinned. "You can understand how alarming I find that now." "Yes, it's really okay though. I've got friends, and Ichigo and his family Yes the dean said gently, but legally, they are not your family. Mr. Machida is." Rukia's fingers clenched painfully around her wrist. She didn't want to talk about this, it was itchy and uncomfortable and Urahara was being too gentle. She was not used to someone being so gentle with her, and it was highly unnerving. Her eyes were fixed firmly on the glowering tomato in front of her and she felt herself shrink as she sat there in her seat. It had been a while since she'd thought of Ami and his Anna, and that scratchy, raw guilt of leaving his Anna out there, all alone, of everything, really, was too overwhelming. "Rukia, Kuro Machida was thrown out of the campus. I've made sure he cannot enter Saratai from now on. Your personal life and what happened is your story to tell, but I would like to know if this is something Mr. Machida did frequently with you." Rukia didn't reply. All of a sudden, she was reminded of all the times Ami had thrown her against the furniture, pulled her hair, and screamed. Of the stench of alcohol in Kuro's breath. "Rukia, did Mr. Machida ever physically abuse you?" She shook her head. "So this was the first time?" She shook her head again. "He was drunk." Her voice was barely audible, but Urahara heard it, and his eyes went wide. "What about your mother?" he asked after a while. "It says that your parents are divorced." Rukia nodded. "Is there any way of contacting her?" Rukia shrugged, feeling that heavy guilt build up in her stomach once again. "I don't know what kind of daughter didn't know how to contact her own mother? I haven't talked to them for over a year." "I see." Urahara looked like he was done asking questions as he sat back, and Rukia couldn't be more relieved. "Well, who would you like me to contact in case of an emergency?" Rukia looked up, startled. "What? I have Mr. Machida listed as your emergency contact, but that's clearly out of the question now." Urahara picked up a pen and looked up at her expectantly. "So, whose name would you like me to list down?" "Oh." Rukia already knew whose name she wanted and said it with a firm voice, without any hesitation. "Isshin Kurosaki." Urahara nodded, slightly smiling. "Okay, then. By the way, although it's not my place to ask, Professor Yukitake tells me he made you an offer yesterday." Rukia chewed her lip as she nodded. She had been thinking about it. She had no idea what she was going to do when she grew up. Her classes included subjects that felt entirely too boring and time-consuming, and her mind couldn't help but keep wandering back to what Yukitake had said. He could recommend her to an art school. She could learn how to paint, finally learn to be herself. Yes, he did. He's shown me what you did for Miss Inoue's project. Urahara looked relaxed, twiddling his thumbs. I could bring out the papers and help you. You've really got one heck of a talent. But dash. Don't waste it in a place like Saratai. It's a good place, but when it comes to art, we're terrible. He grinned cheekily. Yukitake is a brilliant teacher, but our students are not up to par. Don't let us bring you down. Rukia didn't know what to say as she looked at him. She'd never been good with compliments, but here she was, with so many people telling her that her art mattered, and she couldn't just let this opportunity pass. I'll think about it. The dean smiled, and nodded. Okay, well. That'll be all. You may go. Uncomfortably, Rukia stood up on shaky legs and turned, feeling an overwhelming urge of gratitude for the man in front of her. Oh, and Rukia, one more thing. She turned. Yes. He was grinning. Please be a little quieter next time when you're engaging in certain activities with Mr. Kurosaki in your room. The neighboring dorm mates were complaining. Needless to say, when Rukia walked out of the office, her face was redder than that DMN tomato. Anything for you. So what exactly is going on between you two? Rukia winced. It was 2 in the afternoon, and she had not had anything to eat. Their little group was sat in the corner table of the cafeteria, and ever since she'd appeared in front of her friends, they hadn't stopped bombarding her with questions. It was a little amusing, though, considering that none of their questions had anything to do with Kuro. All of them seemed to be more interested about her kiss with Ichigo. She hesitated. Well, that I'm not exactly sure. Ranjiku stared at her. Not sure, she exclaimed hysterically. What do you mean you're not sure? That guy laid a huge, passionate kiss on you in front of everybody, and then you two disappeared inside your room for the whole night. How can you not be sure? Rukia was beginning to feel extremely stupid now. How exactly had she managed to spend so much time with Ichigo without talking about what was going on between them? And where the hell had her mind been when she could have asked him all this? We didn't really talk about it. Realization dawned on the Ranjiku's face, and her face split into a wide smirk as she nudged Rukia suggestively. Didn't talk about it, you naughty little. You were busy doing other things, weren't you? What? No. No, I didn't mean dash. ID that could be. Not for the first time that hour, Renji's head shot up, nose sniffing the air. A thick cast covered the bridge of his nose where Ichigo had punched him earlier. To be honest, I'm surprised you can smell anything with that smashed nose, Abarai. Hitsugaya drawled from the side, earning him a glare from the redhead. I cad spell jut fibe, dak you. Dat wab ka be. See, he pointed as Momo and Hisagi set down everybody's trays, along with a pot of coffee. Ever since Renji had gotten into that fight with Ichigo and landed himself in the infirmary with a dozen painkillers into his system, he'd been acting slightly funny. Not to mention the fact that the bandaging on his nose made him sound like a petulant 2-year-old with a terrible cold. Rukia had no idea how one could get so hyperactive on painkillers, but oh well, stranger things had happened. Hitsugaya just shook his head at Renji while Rukia dived heartily into her breakfast, partly to avoid Ranjiku's constant questioning, because she could still feel the strawberry blonde eyeing her, but mostly because she was Fanji starving. Anyway, back to your thing. Ranjiku pointed a fork at Rukia, who groaned, I cannot believe you guys have spent more than 24 hours in each other's company, kissed each other, and still not talked about it. What's wrong with you two? We have talked about it. Just not what all of it means. I think it's sweet. Momo smiled, popping a grape into her mouth. They're slowly discovering their feelings for each other. It's like a movie. It's not like a movie. Rukia replied, rolling her eyes. It's just that he's Ichigo. He's weird when it comes to talking about feelings. Oh, I don't know. Ranjiku waved her arm. The popular guys falls for the new girl. There's drama, family issues, jealousy. Sounds like a movie to me. Rukia shook her head. Really? Drama and jealousy? I wouldn't have pegged his fans to go that far. Who's being dramatic now? But when the entire table gave Rukia a dumbfounded look, it was her turn to blink in surprise. Was she missing something? What? Ranjiku was staring at her in disbelief. We're not talking about Ichigo's fans being jealous, Rukia, she said slowly, as if talking to a dumb person. All right. Rukia looked over at everybody. Even Hitsugaya was looking at her as if she'd grown 2 heads. It was only Rinji who was blissfully unaware of what was going on, and had happily disappeared behind a coffee cup. You're telling me you don't know? Hisagi asked her, shocked. Haven't you wondered why someone as sweet as Orihime hasn't come over to comfort you yet? Rukia hesitated, pausing and looking at her forkful of scrambled eggs. She'd been so focused on herself the past 24 hours, she hadn't paid attention to much of anything. She had noticed Orihime's absence, but her brain had been in such a constant state of information overload that she'd just not bothered. Shame and guilt flooded through her. Yeah. But I don't see Orihime getting jealous over something like this. Ranjiku's laughed. That's true, she's too nice for that, but she always has been pretty bad at hiding her feelings. She might not be jealous, but she's definitely upset. Rukia blinked. What were they all talking about? Her insides lurched as realized. Of course. Inoue likes Inoue liked Ichigo. Where'd by Ka be? Hisagi sighed and handed Rinji the coffee pot once again, eyeing Rukia. You really haven't noticed at all? Rukia didn't know what to say. Sudden guilt flooded through her in nauseous bubbles. She'd helped Orihime in her project, she'd spent almost 6 hours in close proximity with the auburn-haired girl, and yet she hadn't noticed. What kind of self-absorbed friend was she? No, I never, I had no idea. To be fair, neither does Ichigo. Ranjiku said, rolling her eyes. He's an idiot. I'm surprised he kissed you so quickly. I wasn't expecting him to come in terms with his feelings so easily, she sighed. I was actually hoping he would be freaked out a little when he found out he'd actually started liking a girl. I think we've both had our fair share of freak-outs. Rukia muttered, grabbing the coffee pot out of Rinji's hands before he could overflow his cup. He protested, but she paid no heed. Enough with that, Rinji. Where do you think they are though? Yuryu and Orihime? Momo wondered, placing her head on Hitsugaya's shoulders, whose eyebrow twitched. Ichigo's gone to look for them. It's not usually like Yuryu to go somewhere without informing us. Maybe they decided to pull a Rukia and Ichigo. Ranjiku grinned. Oh, shut up. No, get your own, Rinji. Rukia turned sideways, swatting at Rinji's hand as he tried to reach out for her sugar packet. Besides, I'm sure they both are fine. Yuryu's a smart guy. Not to mention head over heels for Orihime. Now that I noticed. Ranjiku laughed. Oh, honey, everybody except Orihime have. Everybody likes everybody. Hisagi sighed in a dramatic manner, rested his chin over folded arms on the cafeteria table, except for me. You're a man where, Hisagi. Your lucky girls haven't started a riot against you yet. Hey. I prefer, deviously charming. By sugar. Feeling a rush of affection for this strange group sitting all around her, Rukia smiled and took a mouthful of her eggs, catching Momo's eyes, who giggled back. She hoped that Orihime was okay. And it's called Sirius. It's the brightest star in the night ski. And when twilight falls, his tall arm raised, Yuryu slowly pointed towards the sky, a little above the horizon, breath fanning over Orihime's hair. It can be seen right there. Orihime was listening, enraptured. Yuryu smiled down at her. None of his friends had ever been able to sit still long enough to listen to his ramblings about random pieces of astronomy. Most of them knew about his obsessions, but Rinji just laughed at him whenever he started talking about stars. But Orihime, with her wide gray eyes, and her cute, button nose, and her childish interest, felt so perfectly like home that Yuryu never wanted to let go. They had been sitting there on the bench since the previous night, talking. After around 11 o'clock, Yuryu seemed to have realized that it was probably time to leave, but the soft pressure of Oriheim's head on his shoulder had forced him to sit still, and so he had, without much objections. A little over midnight, and he'd fallen asleep himself. He'd been surprised no security guard, or no teacher had shook them awake. And then the next morning, he'd woken up to Oriheim beside him. Hurt as much it did that it was addicting. He couldn't let go, and he knew that no matter how much he tried, he would always hold on to every tiny feeling he had for her, and every chance of spending every day with her. He would do it in a heartbeat. I never knew you liked looking at stars. It's not really about looking at stars, it's the entire concept in itself. Ishida looked up at the sky from where he sat, his arm thrown casually around her shoulders. How there's a giant ball of gas and fire thousands of miles away from us, and how its light collides with our atmosphere to scatter and shine. It's fascinating. Oriheim smiled. I think it's beautiful. Everybody needs to pause once in a while and sit under the sky and look at stars. Her arms around his tightened, and Ishida's heart thumped, and they deserve to not be alone. He cleared his throat. Technically it's daytime, Oriheim. That makes no difference. We spent the night doing the same, didn't we? He went a little pink. True. Don't you think it's time we got back though? It's almost past noon. She nodded but didn't make any move to get away. Instead she wriggled to get comfortable next to him. From up so close, Ishida could drink in her tingling, flowery scent, and it was making him giddy. 10 more minutes, she whispered next to him, making him shiver. God, she's going to be the death of me. Okay. It was unbelievably calming. Ishida just sat there, too afraid to move, wondering where exactly this was going, or what he was doing. It was probably the first time he'd not assessed the situation, and just gone for it in a fit of impulsiveness. But then, when it came to Oriheim, he was never his usual self anyway. Oi! Came a loud shout that made him freeze. What the? Don't tell me you're stargazing. Ishida turned, and undoubtedly, there was Ichigo Kurosaki, sporting a magnificent black, stamping his way towards them. Oriheim turned too, and Ishida felt her grip his shirt. Well, stars don't usually appear at this time of day, but I wouldn't expect you to know that, Kurosaki. Oh ha ha. You're a freaking riot. Ichigo was red in the face as he finally reached them, and glared at Ishida in exasperation. You've been missing since last night. You could have told someone about where you were going. Ishida arched a brow. You mean, like a particular orange-haired and raven-haired girl, who roughly did the same yesterday? That's different. You guys knew I was in her room last night. Ishida's eyes widened, and he felt Oriheim freeze beside him. Ichigo, apparently oblivious to his statement, was glaring in indignance. In her room? In Rukia's room. Ishida's eyes narrowed as he got up, gripping Oriheim around the waist tightly. As a matter of fact, I did not know that. I left shortly after you stormed out of your room to look for her. But thank you for the information. We'll see you later. Ishida had turned around to walk away, along with Oriheim, who was looking at the ground, too distracted in her own thoughts. Ishida wasn't sure he would be able to face Ichigo for too long without punching him in the face too. The guy was entirely too much trouble. Hey, wait a second. The orange head glowered. What were you guys doing over here? Ishida gritted his teeth as he turned. That's none of your business. It is, when nobody's seen you for hours. Inoue, and Ichigo's voice softened down to such a gentle tone that it made Ishida's blood boil. You doin' okay? Oriheim didn't turn, and Ishida knew why. She let out a choked laugh from where she had her back to him. I'm fine. It's really okay, Kurosaki-kun, we were just sitting here and talking, that's all. Ichigo seemed to look hurt. You sure? Hey, just look at me and dash. She said she's fine, Kurosaki. Ichigo glared at him. I wasn't talking to you. It's funny how you seem to turn up when no one wants to talk to you. Ishida glared as he took a step forward. Anger pulsed through his veins, jealousy and a sense of unfairness and hurt that had been coursing through him for months every time he'd seen Orihime look at Ichigo the way Ishida wished she'd look at him. You have your own girlfriend to take care of, and from what it seems, you both have issues you wish to keep secret between yourselves. What Orihime and I were doing here is none of your business, and considering we've respected your privacy, I suggest you respect ours. Ichigo blinked, stunned. Wadash. Did I do something to piss you off? What was your first clue? Well then stop messing around and just spit it out. Ishida's fists clenched, and he slid his arm out from around Inoue's waist, turning to fully face Ichigo. He wanted to fight, he really wanted to give the arrogant orange-headed bstrd a piece of his mind, but he was also aware that Orihime was right behind him, and that she hated fights. Everything is so easy for you, isn't it? He snapped, glasses flashing. Get angry, shout, punch someone. Easy, to just spit it out and let it go. He neared Ichigo, footsteps clicking against the gravel pavement. Well, let me tell you something, Kurosaki. Not everybody is as cannibalistic and tactless as you are. You don't need to know everything. Not everything can be fixed by you, and not everybody needs your protection. I'm sure you feel entitled to look after Orihime, but I assure you, I can do it better than you ever could. You've done enough. He was now nose to nose with Ichigo, and the anger that burned through him lit into his eyes, so stop hurting her. For a minute, Ichigo looked like he was going to seriously injure Ishida as he glared back, opening his mouth to say something, but Ishida held up a hand, stopping him. He wondered where all the anger went, but now, all he could really feel was a desperate urge to make Ichigo understand, without really telling him. He wasn't a bad guy, he was just foolish beyond measure. Just let me take care of her. Ichigo's eyes shifted from Ishida to behind him, where Orihime was standing. The orange-headed teenager looked surprised and confused, and a little hurt. You sure you're okay, Inoue? There was a quiet smile in her voice. I'm fine, Kurosaki-kun. And Ishida felt such a rush of pride for knowing that she would lie about her feelings to Ichigo so effortlessly, that it wasn't Ichigo, but him, Ishida, who she bared all her true feelings to. You'll come to me when you feel like talking, right? You know I'm here to help with whatever you're going through. Ichigo asked. Orihime laughed. You already help all of us so much. Go. You should take care of Rukia more often, she deserves it. Yeah, but I'm still here for all of you. Ichigo shifted his gaze to Ishida. Even for you. Bstrd. Ishida smirked and nodded, feeling Orihime's hand slide to his arm and hold his hand. My compliments to the person who gave you that. He gestured to the bruised black eye on Ichigo's face. Ichigo glared at him before shaking his head and sighing. Well then, you guys have fun. He eyed them skeptically. Let me know if you need anything. Ishida rolled his eyes. Stop being a charity case and go away already. Ichigo grinned, looking from Orihime to him. You know, you should confess already, Ishida. Ishida froze, going bright red. Shut up. Go away, Kurosaki. Giving them a two-fingered salute, Ichigo turned, jogging away. Orihime looked confusedly at his retreating figure, and then at Ishida. Confess what? Oh. Do you have a girl that you like? Ishida gritted his teeth in embarrassment. I'll tell you about it some other time. Night had fallen and everything was silent. Rukia didn't stop to catch her breath as she jogged along the basketball court, dribbling the ball towards the end of the court and diving in to throw it in the basket. It had been a while since she felt this at peace. Despite everything that had happened, she felt it was important she maintained this calm, otherwise she might just go insane. There wasn't time to stop and think, because if she did, she might just end up being stuck at one point. Might just go back into wondering what she did wrong, back to thinking and thinking about things that would not change the present. She hadn't seen Ichigo the whole day, and if she was to be honest, she was a little eager to see him again. She wasn't sure if he would turn up here on the basketball court though, but then again, he had always turned up just when she'd needed him the most. Her lips twitched and she ran faster, dribbling the ball alternatively. At the sound of footsteps behind her, Rukia whipped around, heart leaping in her chest. Ichigo? It wasn't Ichigo. Rukia blinked in surprise when the floodlights caught the shining face of Orihime Inoue making her way to her. Inoue. Rukia didn't know what to say, partly because she was breathless, but mostly because of the conversation she had with the others earlier that day. Hello, Kuchiki-san. Orihime smiled tentatively, hands clasped. Am I disturbing? No, of course not. Rukia turned to hold the ball against her hip, and stood up straight. What's up? Oh, nothing, I came to talk to you. Orihime rubbed her arms consciously, looking uncomfortable. Rukia shifted against the court, the sole of her shoes worn out and slippery. Are you okay? Ichigo was really worried. Orihime went pink. I was with Ishida. Sorry, we didn't mean to scare you guys. Oh. No, definitely not. It was a second later that Rukia realized she was grinning from ear to ear. Ishida and Orihime. Right. So, did you two have fun? Yes. He knows a lot about stars. Air. But I came here for something else. Orihime shifted on the tips of her feet again and Rukia tensed. What was she going to say? Something about Ichigo? I wanted to ask if you're okay. Rukia blinked, then laughed softly at the ridiculous question, shaking her head. You know, entirely too many people have been asking me that lately. You've always considered other people's feelings first, Inoue. You should really start caring more for yourself. She wanted to tell her that Inoue was so much braver, so much more entitled to have someone care for her, and look out for her. From what little Rukia knew about the girl, Orihime apparently lived with her elder brother, without her parents. Rukia couldn't imagine how hard it would be to battle so many problems at home with that ever-present smile. Orihime seemed to have all the time. What did you want to talk to me about? Orihime hesitated again, and for a minute Rukia thought she was going to tell her about Ichigo, and Rukia really didn't know how to react. So when Orihime said something entirely different, Rukia was completely taken aback. I saw what your father was doing to you. Rukia froze. I wanted to tell you that it gets better. It looked like it was taking Orihime a lot to say it out loud. Her fingers were clenched, and her eyes were shining, and Rukia just stood there, bewildered as Orihime smiled at her. That I understand that you wouldn't want to talk about it, and it's not my place to pry. But I'm here. If you ever do want to talk. We all care about you. Kurosaki-kun cares about you. Please don't push him away. Rukia thought there was a rather knowing desperation in Orihime's eyes, and it sent chills down her spine. She wondered if parental abuse was something that Orihime had first-hand experience in, and then sincerely hoped that she hadn't. Inoue. Even though right now it may seem like you have no one, or that everything feels dull and dead, you'll build your own family. Orihime was still smiling, and Rukia wondered how the heck she did it. How did she smile? Like it was the easiest thing to say. And all of that hard work, it would be worth it. So, please don't give up. It gets better. Even without the parents, her lips trembled as she rubbed her eye, choking out an embarrassed laugh. You move on. White, hot flames of guilt liked Rukia's insides and she squirmed. She wanted to tell Orihime that she didn't find it this way, that she'd already built her own family, even though it was still confusing as hell, that she thought that she was already moving on, but something about Orihime's words made her stop. It made her wonder if there had been a time when Orihime had felt the same. Hopeless and dead. Unable to get up from the bed because of the bruises and the heavy hurt that pressed against your chest, pulling you down, pushing you whenever you tried to get up. The thought that Orihime might have gone through something similar, and had worked up the courage to come talk to her just because she didn't want Rukia to feel the same touched her, and Rukia looked into Orihime's eyes. For a minute, she wanted to pull Orihime into a fierce hug and apologize, for what, she wasn't sure. Just something. Rukia cleared her throat and nodded, voice threatening to choke up. I'm here too, alright? For you. Anytime you want. Orihime looked surprised, and then her eyes softened and she nodded. I really. Oi, Rukia, where the hell have you, Inoue? Orihime jumped a feet into the air, hair whipping as she turned around, frantically waving both her arms at Ichigo, who was jogging towards them. His orange hair were tousled, and Rukia's heart panged. Kurosaki-kun, hi. I didn't expect you, I just came to talk to Kuchiki-san, that's all. Whoa, calm down. Ichigo studied the auburn-haired girl, who was shaking her head vigorously. You okay now? Did Ishida do something stupid? And no. Right. Ichigo nodded absent-mindedly, and Rukia felt like punching him in the face. How could he be so oblivious? I was just looking for this midget, but if you guys aren't finished, I can. Ow. What the hell, quit doing that, Rukia. Rukia glowered, then quit calling me midget. It's not my fault you're short. You're a goddamn hobbit. That doesn't mean you go around making a dash. Rukia stopped at the sound of muffled laughter. Sharing an odd look with Ichigo, they looked to find Orihime stifling her giggles, shoulders shaking. Inoue. Oh, don't mind me. Orihime said, shaking her head. Her eyes were still shining, and tears threatened to stream down her cheeks, but when she looked up and smiled at Rukia, she looked so heartbreakingly at peace that it filled the raven-haired girl's heart with agony, because Orihime looked like she was going to be okay, but at that moment, she didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve to let go, she deserved to have her crush like her back. I think Orihime choked on a laugh and wiped a tear, sniffing and looking so happy. I think you're perfect for each other. I really do. I just realized. Ichigo went pink and threw Rukia a bewildered look, but Rukia was too busy staring wondrously at Orihime. The auburn-haired girl was truly something. I'll be okay. Orihime gave Rukia a nod, a knowing look in her eyes. I'll see you, Kuchiki-san. And with that she bade them good night. Rukia continued to stand there for a little more time though, feeling something akin to content for the way things had turned out to be. Ichigo's voice came from behind her. What the hell was all that about? She shook her head. Nothing. What you mean nothing? Ichigo called from behind her as she turned, basketball in hand. She'd never admit it, but it never failed to delight her when Ichigo raced after her to try and grab the ball. There was something about playing with him, breathless and running laps around the court, that felt achingly comfortable. She looked like she was crying. Rukia, was she crying? Trust the thick-head strawberry to notice now. A little bit, she mumbled. Ichigo feinted to the right, dodging and swerving to try to snatch the ball, but Rukia was quick to sidestep him and turn. What happened? Rukia hesitated, wondered if she should tell anything. It wasn't like Ichigo didn't know, he probably knew more about Orihime than Rukia, considering they'd been friends longer. But then, it wasn't Rukia's story to tell. Rukia didn't answer, aiming for the basket instead. She spun, jumped and shot, but Ichigo had already grabbed the ball with lightning-fast reflexes, and was making his way to the other half of the court, throwing her a long look. Rukia, seriously, what happened? Is she okay? She's fine. You sure? She's been really out of it lately. Of course she has. She likes you, you dolt. Trust me. She doesn't need you butting in things that she's not ready to talk about. You don't have to know everything we girls talk about, you know. Ichigo scoffed, of course I don't. Who knows what goes on in your heads? Good. Then stop asking questions. Scowling as he realized that his retort had ended up backfiring on him, Ichigo blocked Rukia and scored. Rukia frowned, but leapt for the ball before he could. So, what did Urahara want to talk to you about? He asked, trying and failing to sound casual. Just wanted to know about my emergency contact, since he can't use my. Rukia gritted her teeth, the current one. Oh. There was a brief silence, where all that Rukia could hear was his ragged breathing and the soft thump of the soles of their shoes as they slid and bounced off the smooth court. She could almost hear the tentativeness in his voice when he finally asked, whose name you put? She arched a brow at him, whose name could I put? What you mean? She stopped, placing hands on hips and glaring at him. Really, Ichigo? How dense are you going to pretend to be? Ichigo stopped short in his tracks, a look of disbelief on his face. Orange hair were sticking to his forehead in small beads of perspiration and he was breathing heavily. He gazed at Rukia without a word. I gave your dad's number. Her eyes softened. I hope it's okay with you. His eyes went wide. All of a sudden, he was standing much straighter, dark gaze intense even as the breeze ruffled his hair. His amber eyes sparkled, and skin flushed pink due to the light exercise. Rukia could feel her heart constrict. Breathless and windswept was a terrific look on him. Really, his voice was rough, and it sent tingles down her spine. Yes. She took a deep breath and slowly took a step closer, suddenly reminded of Ranjiku's words and feeling slightly nervous. Ichigo, that I've been meaning to ask, what are we doing? He looked at her, frowning, confusion clear in his face. Ha! He frowned a lot. Almost at everything. I mean us. Last night. This morning, she didn't really think she was doing a very good job at being clear, but hoped he understood anyway. She waggled a finger between the two of them. What are we doing? Ichigo looked at her, and there was something feral in his gaze. He didn't look hesitant, or fidgety, but so sure of what he wanted, and she felt herself tingle all over again. Maybe he was sure. Maybe he had always been. He offered her a hand, eyes never wavering. She took it, letting his calloused one wrap around her tiny palm as he pulled her to his chest, pressing his mouth to hers. His arms came down to wrap around her waist, fingers spread, sliding up her back and into her hair as he pulled her in against him tightly, and God, she forgot to breathe, wrapping her arms around his neck and deciding that kissing him back was more important. His lips drew back from hers, softly biting her earlobe before he pressed his nose against her neck. He breathed deeply, still holding her tightly against him. I thought it'd be pretty obvious what we were doing, midget. His breath was hot against her neck, voice much harsher than usual, and she weaved her fingers into his hair, pulling his head closer, eyes closed. Don't call me midget. He snorted. Trust you to hear that part. Shaking her head, she pulled back, looking into his dark eyes. What part did you want me to hear? He groaned, burying his face into her hair. You're not going to let this go, are you? Nope. Fine. He sighed in exasperation and pulled back from her so that she could see his face, illuminated by the bright floodlights that circled the basketball court. He was scowling, but his lips threatened to twitch upwards as he regarded her. I like you, he said, then sighed, his grip on her tightening. A lot. I like you a lot. A lot, huh? She smirked, fingers combing through the orange locks at the base of his neck. He didn't respond, and softly kissed her neck again. Rukia shivered, closing her eyes. I've been thinking about what Professor Yukitake said. Ichigo drew his head back to look at her. You're thinking about Yukitake right now? She grinned cheekily at him. It was surprising how they stood there, in the middle of the basketball court, tightly encased together, and didn't feel the need to blush or tease each other, or lean anywhere. Well, she was leaning into him. It was a marvel he hadn't said anything about the extra weight yet. Rukia let her fingers run through his hair. She'd thought his hair would be rough. It was surprisingly soft. It's just something he said. Ichigo sighed and looked at her properly. When did he talk to you? That time in the studio. Rukia looked at the faintly visible stars above. The night ski wasn't clear tonight. He told me he could recommend me to some really good art schools if I wanted. Ichigo's arms around her slackened a little, and he pulled back. You mean like a transfer? I don't know. Is that possible? He shrugged, scratching his hair and frowning. I guess. If the referral is good enough, you have a shot at an interview. And your art's pretty great, you'd have no problem getting in. She tilted her head at him. Was that a compliment? He glared. No. Not when you fill my room with stupid bunnies. Stupid, but cute bunnies. I'm a grown man, Rukia, I don't need bunnies on my walls. Her eyebrows ped, "You live with your dad, Ichigo." "That's because he won't let me go." Ichigo rubbed his forehead, "The old man thinks I'm gonna go ahead and forget about him if I get my own place. As if he's burned into my memory after the way he scarred my teenage years. Oh, I don't know. He seems like the type who'd urge his teenage son to go to parties and meet girls." Rukia grinned at the flat look Ichigo gave her. Fine, fine, let's get back to the topic at hand." Ichigo's eyebrows drew together. "So you gonna do it then?" Rukia looked down at her hands, smudged with dirt. It felt like an incredibly long time since she'd painted something. Ichigo's bunny walls notwithstanding, she couldn't remember a time in the past month or two where she'd calmly sat down and looked at a blank canvas and felt that intolerable urge to fill it with a swirl of colors. "I don't know if I can." "What?" It felt like something had shifted. Rukia continued to stare down at her nimble fingers, lit up by the white floodlights. She could feel Ichigo near her again, but didn't look up. All these years, she'd painted out of grief, a way to express something nobody cared to listen. But now, it seemed so trivial. She had Ichigo's arms to go to when she was upset, a place more comforting and, dare she admit it, infinitely more tempting. Not that she'd tell him that. Ever. "Rukia, are you aware of all the paintings you've made in the past?" She looked up, blinking at Ichigo, who was staring at her in disbelief. "They're FNG good. Of course you can do it. What the hell is wrong with you? I don't remember you self-doubting and sitting in one place, thinking and breaking over your head about it." He scowled. "It's because of that BSTRD. Isn't it?" It was funny, that Ichigo believed in her when she herself didn't. Funny, but comforting. She scoffed at him. "Of course not. I just haven't painted in a long time." "Well then save the self-pitying crap and paint." He folded his arms, looking at her fiercely, "and then get yourself in that art school and kick Kuro in the butt." She raised a brow. "Really? That's your definition of revenge?" "I was going for something a little bit stronger, but someone stopped me." She rolled her eyes. He was right, she had to stop being soft. All around her, while she appreciated her friends, they had been treating her like a broken doll, carefully not talking about last night, barring the kiss of course, diverting the topic whenever it got too close to Kuro or anybody's family, and she was getting tired of it. It wasn't their fault, because she'd been acting like it, they'd just been trying to help. Punching someone to a pulp is not exactly what I'd call revenge. I'll put you on a leash if I have to if you go around doing that to everyone who irritates you. Ichigo gave her a dark look. He did more than just irritate, Rukia. And screw your leash, I'm not a dog. No, but you're too overprotective. DMN right I am. And with good reason, he glared. You managed to get into some or the other problems somehow. I have to be overprotective. She threw him an irate look. I don't need protecting. For a moment, she thought he was going to roll his eyes and say, Suyuri, of course you don't. It was true, whether she liked it or not, she did end up getting into more trouble than she bargained for, but that didn't mean she would allow herself to accept his help without trying herself. No, but that's not gonna stop me from protecting you anyway, he said stubbornly, especially from that a-hole. She shook her head. You're lucky I like you too. He stiffened for a moment, a fraction of a second that if she hadn't been looking his way, she wouldn't have noticed, but then relaxed, looking away, flustered. Of course you do. Everybody likes me. She rolled her eyes. Oh, shut up, and pulled him in for a kiss. He remembered to scowl mulishly at her, but nevertheless slid his arms around her, pulling her close and sighing. It was soothing, locked in Ichigo's arms, the chilling breeze washing over as their mouths hovered over each other's. The taste of vanilla, warmth and fire surrounded his embrace, and he was intoxicating. She didn't think he'd say anything then, and was quite content with staying there for a bit more time, when his voice sounded hoarse. So boyfriend-girlfriend, then? He asked, breath fanning over a lock of her hair. She laughed. She couldn't help it. Yeah. Boyfriend-girlfriend. Ishida Yuryu's silhouette cut a sharp figure as he leaned against a tree, smiling up at Orihime, who was making his way towards him. How did it go? She clutched the hem of her skirt. It was only a minute later that she realized her tears had dried a long time ago. She smiled back. It was good. I think Rukia and Kurosaki-kun are really good for each other. Ishida, who had fallen in step with her as they walked back to her hostels, looked down tentatively at her. You don't have to be okay with it, you know. She shook her head, taking in a deep breath. The air felt so light. I know. But I think I will be. You sure? Orihime laughed, turning slightly to look up at Ishida. He looked alarmed to see her so cheerful, and for some reason, that just made her want to laugh more. She felt a rush of affection for this naive, smart young man, a sort of warmth that was heart-melting, something she'd never felt for Ichigo. You're so cute when you're worried, Ishida-kun. The sudden tint of pink on his cheeks was welcoming. It's true, she said slowly, putting an arm around her and sighing. The world felt so clear now. Kuchiki-san told me it's high time I thought about myself. Ishida chuckled. Kuchiki-san is extremely wise. You should do it too, you know. She sent him a sidelong glance. Think about yourself. You're always worrying about me. It's not a big deal. Flustered, Ishida bowed his head down, glasses flashing. It's the least I can do as a friend. Friend. The word felt so odd, for some reason. Maybe it was because they had spent the entire night huddled up on a park bench, staring at stars, and then most of the morning, doing mostly the same, even though there had been no stars visible. Astronomy had seemed like a good excuse then. Orihime blinked a little, and then looked away, confused. Friend. Ishida seemed to sense her sudden silence, and glanced down. Is something wrong? No, his arm was warm against her side. Orihime had a sudden urge to sigh and bury herself in his embrace. Ishida smelled of comfort and paper and soap. No, it's nothing. The lobby down the front of the girls' hostels was empty and quiet, a chance for Orihime to probably inch a little closer to him. Ishida was looking straight ahead, eyes darting around, but he glanced down and his midnight blue eyes softened when he saw the way she was walking, head slightly leaning against his shoulder. It was a weight he thoroughly welcomed. Maybe there was still hope, after all. What do you think you're doing in the girls' hostels after 8, young man? Out of nowhere came the thunderous steps of Kukaku Shiba, one of the night matrons, her eyes ablaze and arms folded against her huge chest. She glared as Ishida whipped around, eyes wide. I'm dash. And in the company of sweet, young Orihime Inoue. Kukaku's eyes narrowed as she advanced towards them in 2 strides. Before Ishida could think of moving anywhere, or pulling himself and Orihime away, the elder lady had closed the distance between herself and Yuryu and grabbed him by the collar. I've seen guys like you with her before, trying to take advantage, are you? No, of course no dash. Shiba-san, it's fine, he's my friend. Orihime's sweet voice intervened, as Kukaku shook Ishida with such a powerful grip that for a minute he felt like his insides had been completely rattled, his glasses falling off his nose lopsidedly. It's okay, he's a very nice person. He's Ishida Yuryu, you must have heard of him. Kukaku halted, looking at Orihime, and then closely at Ishida, her eyes narrowing. She held him in mid-air by the collar, and he was slowly beginning to turn purple in the face. Ishida Yuryu, the captain of the archery club, aren't ya? Ishida wished maybe he could muster up some strength to choke out a, yes, just. To appear a little tough in front of Orihime, but he really couldn't breathe, and oh god, this woman was a brute. You sure he's a friend, Orihime? You're too nice all the time. I can blast him in one of those crazy but explosives Ganju's always making. Ishida went pale. Well, paler. No, there will be no need for that. Orihime said, putting on a tense smile, clutching Kukaku's outstretched arm. He's honestly nice. Kukaku threw Ishida a calculating, sharp look and then released him. Orihime watched in relief as the guy slid to the floor, coughing and gasping for breath, gripping spectacles with shaking fingers. "You kids behave yourselves now." Orihime was by his side in no time, gentle hand rubbing up and down his back. Maybe being choked to death wasn't half bad if it meant she would come and do this every time it happened. Her other hand came up to clasp his, and he held on. "You can drop her off, boy," Kukiku said, hands on hips, "but I swear to God, if I don't see you coming down in the next 10 minutes, I will take you and stuff you down one of my brother's cannonball myself." Orihime gave him a weak smile as she helped him to his feet as the matron waved them off. Ishida blinked, voice wheezy as they climbed up a flight of stairs. "Well, that was thorough. Sorry that she always does that when I have a male friend. She just cares a lot." Orihime huffed, trying, and failing, to look indignant. "She looked incredibly cute, though, he'd give her that, although I can take care of myself." Ishida laughed, shaking his head, wanting to say that she was entirely too nice. But then, everybody said that to her. "You're incredibly lucky to have so many people care about you." She laughed nervously, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. "Sometimes I wish I could be strong enough to protect them and care for them too." The brush of Ishida's fingers against her own as she let them hang by her side made her heart leap out of her chest. She didn't know what to say or what to do as she felt him wrap warm hands around hers. He smiled down at her. "You already care far too much, Orihime." Her cheeks felt hot all of a sudden under his gaze and she looked at her feet. "Alright, you were saying, you said you wanted to tell me something earlier." She risked looking up at him, and saw his eyes go wide. "Oh." Her hand were still in his, but he looked away suddenly, red in the face and coughed discreetly, muttering something like, "Kurosaki, you fool," under his breath. "What?" And there was that swooping sensation in the pit of her stomach. Ishida felt so comforting and warm. "Nothing. I'll tell you some other time." Orihime blinked. Ishida had never kept anything from her, they'd always shared everything. He looked slightly flushed. "Are you sure?" "Yes." His lips quirked delicately into a smile, and something about all this felt different. To Inoue, it was fresher, more new. As if they both were doing all this for the first time, as if they'd never met before. "I'll tell you soon. The train from Karakura to Tokyo will be arriving on platform number 3 at 2200 hours. Please do not leave your luggage unattended and remain behind the yellow lines." And here he was, again, seated on the buzzing train station, surrounded by a crowd of complete strangers, carrying coffees and suitcases. "I'm sorry I can't tell you much more about her than this, definitely not let you talk to her just like that. But I'll let her know that you dropped by, and she can decide on her own if she wants anything to do with you," Isshin had said. Byakuya had quite agreed with Isshin's decision, but that didn't mean he would have to like it. And he didn't have time to waste, especially now that he knew where she was and that she was safe and taken care of and alive. Something had definitely happened, considering the absence of Kuro Machida. The guys disappeared in thin air. Isshin had leaned back, eyes narrowing when Byakuya had inquired about Kuro, and if he wants to live, he'd better remain like that. Out of sight. Byakuya had to admire Isshin's loyalty to the girl. Rukia had never seemed like the kind of person who had a lot of people like that. Except his Anna. Byakuya's fists clenched around his mobile as he pressed Ami's caller ID and brought it to his ear. "Hello? Ami? Byakuya. What happened? Did you find her? Where are you?" "Karakura Station. I am taking the next train to Tokyo." He took a deep breath. All the constricted knots created by the days of searching and coming up with nothing and holding Ami as she cried were slowly loosening, and Byakuya felt like he could breathe a little. "I have found Rukia." Byakuya's eyes were open ever so slightly. Next to him sat his Anna, swinging her legs. She smiled when his eyes turned to fall on her. "She is in Saratai, and is safe and being looked after." Ami laughed bitterly, guessed that Bstrd really turned out to be not such a bad father after all, huh? As a matter of fact, Byakuya sat up a little, jolting as Hosanna's fingers brushed against his. He looked up at her, then down to stare at their hands. Hard. He could feel her. Wondered, for probably a minute, if this meant that he'd gone completely insane, before taking her hand in his. Kuro is gone. Nobody seems to be aware of his whereabouts. What? I met the family who has been taking care of Rukia. Apparently Kuro left Rukia in debt and didn't return. I do believe there is more to the story, but this is all I know for now. There was silence for a minute, before. This family, who are they? A family of one of her friends, apparently. Byakuya said, remembering the exact words Ishin had used. Oh, my boy's head over heels in love with her, but too chicken to admit it. Guess we're gonna be in-laws in the future, eh? No need to tell Ami that just yet. No amount of explaining that he wasn't related to Rukia by blood would get Ishin to understand, so Byakuya had just given the eldest Kurosaki a flat look and let the man babble away, while he wondered how to get to Saratai. So she's okay? Yes. Oh, thank G God. Ami's voice trailed away as she sniffed, furiously trying to control the tears that must have been streaming down her cheeks. Byakuya listened patiently, even though the train had already arrived, and the people from Tokyo were exiting out. Ever since she left, I've realized I'd been so mean. So hard, so carefree, and now Hosanna's gone, and I'm miserable and I want my baby back. Byakuya's gaze softened, and he turned to look at Hosanna, sitting next to him. And silently peering into his coffee cup. She looked up at him, eyes wide, the picture of innocence, and a rush of affection seared through his heart, more painful than ever. She looked like she was glowing. Don't worry. Hosanna's not gone. Oh, Byakuya, I don't know how to thank Dash. Smash. Byakuya hardly had any time to react as he got up and was promptly smashed into. The rickety smell of alcohol and rust surrounded him as his phone fell from his hands, crashing on the floor. But it was the sight of Hosanna, or who exactly was she? An image produced by his grieving mind, falling back and hitting the bench that made Byakuya's blood curdle as he stopped his fall and turned to look at who had crashed into him. Several of the surrounding people stopped, glancing at his direction. Well, DMN, can't even walk 5 minutes without crashing into someone. A pale-skinned, unshaved man was stumbling onto his feet, muttering under his breath. He scratched tattered, filthy clothing with crude, bitter fingernails, looking up at Byakuya with hazy, red-rimmed eyes, and then gave him a lopsided grin. You're a good-looking one. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. I suggest you look carefully where you are walking. Hosanna is just a projection of your mind. She is imaginary, she didn't really get hurt. Keep calm. Ah, sassy. The man swayed, coming closer to Byakuya's face. His breath let out a foul stench. He was definitely drunk. Everybody's bein' so sassy to me late, ow. With one smart stride, the man was down, clutching his arm as Byakuya loomed over him, eyebrow arched, the finger that he had discreetly pressed over a pressure point in the drunk man's arm still poised. People stared, whispering, and the signal for the train departure sounded in the background. I have a train to catch. Byakuya nodded, glancing towards the bench. Hosanna was gone. Please do look where you're walking next time, or you might bump into someone. And as he walked away, Kuro Machida continued to stay coiled on the floor, clutching his arm painfully, panting and drunken in a haze of heightened, head-splitting aches. Nothing was working out for him. He'd already wasted the little money he had left on the train fare to get to Rukia and now back. He needed to do something, needed to find someone who could help him, and he needed to do it fast. Professor Yukate's words failed to leave Rukia's mind. She hadn't been able to divert her mind elsewhere, even as she'd lain on her bed, looking up at the bland, horribly white ceiling of her dorm room, and the only reason the ceiling was still white was because she had been too short to reach it, and Ichigo had refused point-blank to help lift her up so she could paint it. FNG suicide mission. He'd said. Thought you've got talent. I could recommend you to some great art schools in Tokyo. And so here she was, having sneaked out of her hostels and tiptoed up to the art studio, clutching her favorite paintbrush in her hand as if she were brandishing a weapon. Although, she'd reminded herself, if any janitor did show up, she wouldn't hesitate poking them with it and then dashing for an escape. Closing the door behind her, she paused before switching on the lights. Even at night, the studio felt soothingly calm, moonlight falling in through the glass windows to form a patch of light on the table in front of her, smack dab in the middle of the studio. A fruit bowl stood there in the center of the table, and it had never looked so intimidating before. Why was she thinking of painting a fruit bowl anyway? Fruits were stupid. Realizing that it was easily 2:30 in the morning, Rukia sighed. It was too late to be having an argument inside her head. Plus, if the fruit bowl looked scary, then she definitely needed to practice painting it. She turned around. Sculptures and paintings done by students stood all around her, propped by easels or walls, the smell of fresh paint in the air. This was calm. This was what she loved. Even in the night, the chill of the weather failed to numb her to the plethora of sensations that these colors brought her. You're one of the best I've ever seen. She really wanted to do this, but it had been so long since she'd last painted. It felt so entirely new. Terrifying. How could she go back to painting when she couldn't even remember how she did it? For her, the hours spent painting were a blur of colors and feelings and tears. How could she do it when she had no idea if she was even capable or not? Well then, save the self-pitying crap and paint. Oh great. So now, Ichigo was in her head as well. Shaking her head and stretching, she brought her brows together. Glared at the fruit bowl, determined. Okay, fruit bowl. Time to get started.